Hey, GOAT format. I hope everyone is having a spectacular Sunday as we are about to kick off today's PWCQ number 72 that will be awarding, I believe it's just going to be one invite to the World Championship unless somehow magically before this round starts we get another 12 players, but that doesn't look likely. Those of you that caught me last time, my name's Kenny. Those of you that are just now tuning in and expect JDZ, I understand. But my name's Kenny. I'm here to give you a little bit of commentary for today's tournament, and we'll see how well it goes today. Yeah. Actually, I just realized I need to... get that over here. And so today we have right now 52 players. It's going to be double elimination, so we're in for a lot of rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Today. We're going to try to find a good match to watch for the first one. Hopefully we're blessed and have as many fun matches as we had for the GFC a few weeks ago. That one, if you remember, we had all kinds of different fun deck lists. There are a handful of really strong players that got a round one bye. And that leaves a lot of plenty of other strong players that are playing round one, and we will try to pick a good one here. So let's check out Cub and the Saws, since they're the winner of that will play against Alvarado here. So let's see if they're already playing, and if so, we'll hop in there and try to find some awesome plays to be seen. Alright, and they are battling. Alright, so it looks right off the bat, it looks like Panda Burn versus probably Chaos. Of course, it might not be Panda Burn, it could be the Rescue Cat combo deck, but that really yells at me Panda Burn, which is a pretty brutal Dekoichi attack here, because he's attacking into a big 2800 Gyakugiri Panda now. Good morning, everyone. Grumple, Jojo, Morpadorp. Happy you guys are here joining us today. As you can tell, I'm still not JDZ. Alright, and that Panda's going to get that Deco dead. Get that Deco dead. Saws is going to go to 63 before setting a background passing. As you can see, Cub has the pretty awesome Pokemon sleeves. Very confusing. I, for one, really like to play Commander and Magic with basic energies as my basic lands. I think it's fun, so I'm a big fan of crossing games. Might not be JDZ, but few people are. That is the truth. Michael Kalish, happy Sunday to you too, my friend. I hope things are going well for you in the frozen north. Here where I am in southern Wisconsin, we got hit with a solid 8 or 9 inches of snow outside, so it's been a real blast trying to navigate the world. We're going to have a Panda at 23, swing over a token. That'll be 1,600 points of damage with the ability from Ojama Trio. Which, of course, don't forget, those tokens deal another 300. And every point of damage matters in this burn match, for sure. So Cub is looking like he's in an okay spot. He has a couple of monsters on the board, some Ojama tokens. If he can get another trio, he can lock him out. Did I see the new art of Reinforcement of the Army? No, did they print a physical copy that has one of the... Is it one of the alternate Dueling book arts? I've seen a couple of those. Sangan's going to search Cyberstein, so Cub is doing some cool things. I haven't seen Stein in the main of this deck list often. That being said, I'm still not sure it's Panda Burn. It's just we've seen a trio and a Panda. So it would make sense, but yeah. We're going to see Graceful come down for Saws. What does the art look like? Can you describe it? Oh, you also got snowed in? Yeah, this is looking more like Cat. I mean, Last Will and Stein, that would make sense over Panda Burn at this point. Granted, I mean, the decks are pretty interchangeable. If you could play all the stuff for Panda Burn in that Cat deck, essentially. Both decks benefit from cards like Giant Trunade and trios and you know, if giant pandas are attacking over trios, it's completely fine. Alright, so we're going to see a light get discarded here to let chaos happen, followed up by a chaos orc and a normal summon tribe. So he sees what he has to do, which is deal damage as quickly as possible, burst damage before the cat deck can attack back. Of course, now Stein is under 5,000, or life points are under 5,000, so Stein's out. And just like that, we're all tied up at 41. Card advantage is slightly in Cub's favor. Board advantage is certainly in Saw's. And Cub's going to go into the tank for a minute. On MD, they put a striker art on Rhoda. Oh, that's cool. A Sky Striker art. That's pretty cool. I like those cards. Well, I only know like the original ones that came out. That's the last time I played any kind of an advanced deck. And I played for a month and a half when that deck came out. So I don't have a ton of experience with those cards. But I did like the Sky Striker cards. Those were fun. Oh, thanks, Antonio. I'm happy that you're able to join us today. We're in a very engaging match, which is very likely the cat deck on being piloted by Cub, where we have a more traditional Chaos Turbo deck, it looks like, from the Saws. True Nade's going to come down, followed by a Last Will activation. We might see a Rescue Cat here, or an Exiled Force. So we're going to have Exiled Force, and that could grab Lily. 18 would put him to 23. 21 to 23. So we're going to see Last Will search for something. It could even grab something like Spirit Reaper here. I don't think that the Rescue Cat OTK deck is playing that, but it could. I think Lily is probably the play. Excuse me. Alright, so we're going to pay 2,000 here. And Saws is going to go to 23. So a slight life point advantage in favor of Saws. Card advantage is now evened out. And we have a Lily that can activate for both players. So if a Snatch still hits the table here, which luckily for Cub it doesn't, a couple of back row are going to be set before passing it back over to Cub, who's going to draw. And another True Nade would put the nail in the coffin kind of thing, right? Or Heavy Storm. I'm going to check the graveyard here. So that... Alright, well there's a True Nade. Let's see if Ring or Raigeki Break happens. It does, so the Lily is no longer lethal unless... Well, actually, Cub can't premature burial it back now, being at 21. That's still pretty good. That should grab 2 Death Wombats. We'll see if that is going to be lethal. Wombat and another monster is more than enough anyways. And just like that, Cub has got the first game. Well, unless we have a Kribo. I shouldn't speak that hastily. But it looks like Cub has won the first one here. And we are just going to wait, for the concession. So in the side here, it's hard to say, like, Cub might leave the deck as is. This deck often goes into Panda Burn. It could maybe go into that Weird Horus deck. I call it the Weird Horus deck because I don't know how else to describe it. Summon Deco to attack Panda was really risky. Yeah, so that's a tricky one. Like, when you have obvious plays that, like, telegraph this attack, like, I don't, you get blown out by a monster that has a United We Stand and a Scapegoat gets activated, right? You get blown out there by an Ojama Trio activating. And some people don't have a lot of experience playing against those cards. I can't speak to how experienced Saws is. But that was, I agree, a pretty risky attack. Here's one that I guess against the OTK deck, Dust Shoot's probably okay, especially when you're on the play. So it looks like Cub only had one monster, or multiple copies of the same monster. We're going to see one of the cards shoot right back into from his hand on top of the deck. So we have an enemy controller, a level limit, a Pot of Greed, a Last Will, and maybe another card that's unknown, or we have multiple Last Wills. Alright, Pot of Greed. Now, what is that going to find Cub here? He has the Last Will, and that's a lot. If he can get a nobleman and a rescue cat, like, we might be... this might be game. We'll see what this pot of greed does. Did he shuffle? Oh, thanks, Waveman. Appreciate that. JDZ looking a little pale today. Yeah. Oh, man, that's funny. I am pale JDZ, apparently. No, but hey, I appreciate you guys watching, and I'm happy you guys are giving me all that support. That's really nice to see. Alright, so pot happens after it looks like a shuffle was missed. Sangan's going to get summoned attacking into a spy. So this is a pretty good little sequence here for Saws. The pot of greed's unfortunate, but he has a dust chute to play around that let him play around. I guess not really anything because he only had one monster. Either way, a Sangan's going to hit up that spy, giving him a couple extra little pieces of advantage there before passing it back over. So 4-4, graceful. That's a very strong start on Saw's end. Already thinned the deck a little bit by getting that other spy. He has the Serpent to go with the graceful. If we see a Thunder Dragon hit the table here, or a Breaker, well, I guess Thunder Dragon wouldn't be necessarily enough. You'd have to get rid of one of your spies. As you can see, Cub didn't really draw traps, so you don't have to worry at the moment about the Ojama Trio lock. Breaker does hit the table. Pretty great play here for Saws. That's going to pop the level limit for sure. And I imagine these spies are about to go into attack mode. Maybe not, but it seems like you just need to, as close as you can, just try to aggressively get Cub under 5,000 to really stifle any kind of Stein plays. So we'll see what Cub gets. I imagine a rescue cat. He has a last will. So this is, we're going to have to see some very strong back row plays here from Saws. If Cub draws a True Nade, that might be enough. Saws trying to find another defensive trap. And likely here, no matter what, if there's a spell or trap in the hand, they will be set. Oh, wow, a duo. Well, that's pretty good. We'll see if that hits either the last will or the cat. There's a few other cards that don't matter nearly as much, like the enemy controller in the hand. And that'll hit one of them. We'll see here. It hit the cat. What a great hit from Saws. He might be fine. So we know there's a last will in the hand. And unless I'm missing something, that's the only card we know. Unless there was duplicates of one of the other cards that Saws listed earlier. I didn't have a chance to make a nice cup of tea with honey in it, so my throat's going to be a little scratchy today, guys. We have a level limit, turning those spies right back to defense. So there's a chance that that was the card that was doubled up. And Cub will additionally set a monster before passing it back over. That's true, Morp. That is true. And additionally, like, if a True Nade hits here, you might consider ringing the Breaker anyways, just to put him at 5,000. That way you put Cub, back against the wall kind of thing. And who's to say that the Stein is even in the deck now? I mean, we saw Last Will, so it's safe to assume. Mindless Radiant's going to be blown up with Raigeki breaking the standby, letting him get back that Sinister Serpent in that same standby. One of the best parts of Serpent in general is wing blasting or Raigeki breaking in the standby and getting another Serpent used for later. Monster will be set by Saws before passing it back over. This Cub's going to take a second to see what he needs to do. Follows it up with a Panda play. This Panda is gigantic. We'll see if it connects. This is going to be a decent amount of damage. Sakuretsu is going to meet the Panda, and this is going to be a tricky one now for Cub. No Last Will was activated, which that makes sense. You want to try to hold those, I'm sure. Their last will would have been pretty... Well, it would have been better than a dead last will, I suppose. Life points, though, are pretty similar. Ooh, that's going to be tricky. That's going to be another delinquent duo, I'm sure. No graceful. Okay. Okay. So we're going to have graceful draw 3. We know one of the cards is Sinister Serpent. That's about to get discarded here. I assume it's still in their hand, right? Yeah. Okay. And we'll see what the other recent drawn Dekoichi is going to be. A Thunder Dragon here would be pretty great. No, just a Pot of Greed. So right now, Saws is digging for an MST, a Heavy Storm, something to handle this level limit. So he can turn everybody sideways, but looks like just 300 points is going to connect for now. And we got a Suku lock. Tsukuyomi is incredibly strong here. Not a lot that Cub can do to stop that. Flips that Moth back down before passing over, and right now Cub is looking for a way to destroy this wall of creatures, monsters. Sorry, that was a little bit of Magic the Gathering coming out. Before passing it back, we're going to see a T-set, another back row, and a monster. Standby grabs that Serpent. We're up to 6 cards on Sauce's end. Right now, Saws looks to be in a pretty decent control of this game. He gets to Graceful Charity every turn now, looking for Heavy Storm and a Chaos Monster. And Nobleman across out Mind Control. Well, I guess you don't really want to play a Mind Control here. That way you can still Tsukuyomi unless you have lethal this turn. Which he might. I mean, he's presenting 4,300 points of damage with a Heavy Storm. And something in a way to kill that monster. Looks like he did get the BLS here to banish the set. Maybe. Okay, so we are going to see BLS at the table with priority, targeting that set monster, which was a doozy. That would have been a really good card for Cub to resolve. We're going to see 300 points go through, and we'll see if we get a back row or 2, just 1. And so, just like that, Saws has 6 cards in hand, a full board. He has no Serpent in the graveyard, I just realized. But most part, I mean, 17 cards. So now it's a little tricky. If he doesn't draw away the Heavy Storm, I'm not sure Cub plays Torrential Tribute, but if so, you might consider banishing the Breaker just so you can Tsukuyomi to Graceful Charity again. This is we'll see what happens on the Saws' turn. Reading room. Yeah, I know. As soon as he gets stormed, the gates are open, so to say. Yeah. Assuming Morpidorp, you're talking about banishing your own monster with BLS. It's a play that a lot of players I feel like won't see. Like the same players that don't understand why Solemn Judgment is a pretty good card. So we're gonna go to main phase for the Saws. We'll see if they finally found... No, they did. They banished a Spy. That is not what I was expecting to see. Hey, it worked. We got the banish. If it matters, Suka... Okay, great job. Suka's in defense. We're going to flip-flop that Magician of Faith and Graceful Charity again and see if Saws can find that Heavy Storm to secure this game. Meanwhile, Cub is desperately hoping that he doesn't. So Cub stays alive, gets another turn, maybe draws a pretty strong Panda. A Panda draw here or a Rescue Cat for double Panda would be not lethal, but close. With a Ring of Destruction, it would be lethal. Heavy Storm was found, and so that's not... Well, I don't think that was lethal this turn because the BLS couldn't attack. But it's okay. So this one, Saws gets it. We're going to go to game 3. Cub's going to be starting us off. And just for those of you joining us, Cub is playing a Rescue Cat Last Will deck, whereas Saws is playing a more traditional Chaos Turbo. Yeah, that would have been... It would have been a... I mean, I don't know what the back rows were for Cub, but that was not... An uphill battle isn't even a good... a good set of words to call that. They would have had to draw perfect for the rest of that match. Like, pot or graceful charity into, you know, multiple outs to try to stabilize. Oh yeah, snatch would have been fine too, obviously with BLS there. All right, so Cub's going to start us off in this game 3. The winner of this, I believe, plays Anthony Alvarado. So you see Alvarado watching this game, trying to see what he's going to be up against next. Is he going to be playing against the Rescue Cat deck or the more traditional Chaos deck? He will have to wait a little bit longer, as a Wombat's going to come down with a set back row for Cub before passing it over. And just in case some of you aren't familiar with Des Wombat, it's a really good card against burn. More importantly, it's a 3-star Earth that has a pretty good attack. So with Milus Radiant, that guy jumps up to 2100 for a 3-star, being able to attack through the level limits, and should he play them, Gravity Binds. Upstart's going to come down for Saws, followed by Thunder Dragon. A pretty strong start here from Saws. We'll see if he gets 2 dragons or just 1, though. Looks like he's getting both. Followed by a Graceful. Alright, so this is a pretty strong start. Now, that being said, if a duo or a dust shoot doesn't happen, you know, Cub could still be in a winning position. But usually when you see Thunder Dragon Graceful, you're fighting an uphill battle again. That being said, we'll see what Cub can do here. A Night Assailant's going to discard alongside a Spy. Night Assailant will trigger, getting that Spy back. So, effectively discarded 1 for Graceful, and just let his opponent know I have this gigantic defensive monster. A Light and Dark's going to get banished for BLS. He's coming right out the gate. I mean, Magic Cylinder, Sakuretsu, Mirror Force, right? A Ring of Destruction. Like, Ring of Destruction would be pretty brutal, actually. But it doesn't. We're going to get 4,400 to connect. Quickly putting Cub to 46. He's under Stein again. And we'll see if another monster's followed up with maybe some back row. And just like that, we're going to have a pretty strong board on Saw's side. That being said, maybe a MST, you know, breaker, snatch steal is enough here. We'll see if Cub can string together some outs. He has a pretty good start with a Pot of Greed. After Starlight Road is printed. Starlight Road was such a fun card when it came out. I mean, it's probably still fun, but I have no experience since, you know, like 2010, 2011 was the last time I played it. Yeah. They're triggering your brain. It is interesting to see Pokemon sleeves. I'm actually a fan of it. I like the, I mean, they're just so iconic. I really like the Yu-Gi-Oh sleeves. Just the base sleeves on Dueling Book, too. I'm a big fan of those. Turn 1, play my 8-drop. Yeah. I mean, I assume you're Morpidor, but I assume you're talking about Starlight Road. Grenades or Snatch Exiled Will. That'd be a good string of plays. That would. Sammy, good evening. I just started playing GOAT. Would you recommend having a staple binder or just building decks? Thanks for your channel. Oh, thank you for the kind words, Sammy. It really depends on what you want to play. The best part about this format is everything is pretty cheap. Even, like, the most expensive card is Delinquent Duo, and you need one of those. But after that, you can get common versions of nearly every card, and, you know, the commons are typically pretty cheap. We're going to have a level limit come down. So I would suggest, you know, finding the deck that you like in the format, building that. I would build it as cheaply as possible, just so you have the deck. All the cards do the same things, no matter the rarity. And then from there, decide and move towards, well, maybe I like Warrior. Okay, well, actually, Warrior's okay. Maybe I like Chaos Turbo. And then when you have, like, all the cards for Chaos Turbo or Warrior especially, you have most of both decks. Like, there's, like, a $4 difference between the two. So I would suggest picking up a couple of the strongest decks, and from there, acquiring other cards that you would, you know, like you said, staples, like other staples of the format. But I am convinced that for like $100, you would be able to build nearly everything, if not everything, with extra decks. It's a fairly easy format to get into, I feel. Oh yeah, the turn 1 BLS. I see, yeah. That is an 8-drop turn 1. So Deko's going to come up in defense because of level limit. Ooh, that's pretty good. We got a Tsukuyomi coming down to flip that Deko. So Trio at the moment is offline. We have 3 monsters on Saw's side. And it looks like Saw's is going to pass back over after putting the Suku back in the hand. So it's 11 cards to 8. So card advantage is well in Saw's flavor. Saw's flavor. And, well, life point advantage too. Cub does get Graceful, so we saw a Pot of Greed and Graceful this turn. Or this game for Cub. I'm going to have to think for a second. Once again, there's a possibility that lethal can happen with, using 4 or 5 of the cards in hand. Cub just has to see if he got the right sequence of cards here. It would involve Heavy Storm and Snatch Steal regardless. So Lily's going to get discarded. That's a pretty nice discard for Saws to see, I should say. But yeah, so Sammy, just really quick, I would focus on 1 or 2 decks. Find out, mostly play test on Dueling Book, find out what you like before investing. But it is a very cheap format to get everything for. So keep that in mind too. But yeah, everything's common and they keep reprinting like all these cards. I mean, we're getting a cheaper Trap Dust Shoot soon. In theory, it'll be cheaper. When in reality, it'll probably still be like a $10 or $15 card because it's a foil, or a holographic version. JDZ did not sell his YouTube channel. I talked with JDZ today, actually. He is just, doing some other things in life right now. So, one of the discards is going to be Exiled Force, and the other was Injection Fairy Lily for this Graceful. And so now Cub is working with 5 cards to try to salvage this game. And hopefully, on his end, he's looking to secure this match here. Maybe we'll see the mythical 3rd card get discarded off of this Graceful. First time in history. Yeah, he could have Premature here. Premature and Trunade, both. Yeah, I agree, Mike. I would say Earth Aggro is, especially for somebody that if you've played like similar formats or you have like a lot of experience in formats that had multiple Solemn Judgments available, yeah, maybe try out Warrior. But like Kalish said, Earth Aggro is it's honestly a strong card, or a strong deck. It can put out a ton of damage in one turn. It can be pretty scary. Graceful is probably engraved. Yeah, it's probably lagging on my end. I might, yeah, as you can see, 5 things all happened, 6 things all happened in 1 second. We're going to see a crazy string of plays all happening all at once. It looks like Dueling Book was lagging pretty bad. Oh my gosh, this is a crazy panda turn. 5, 10, 13, so 2,600 off the Secret Barrel. 54. 33. He gets him to 21 with just a single panda attack here. United we stand on panda. Okay, so that's going to put him to... Alright, 500. This is a wild turn. I assume BLS is going to banish itself. By 42. Oh, duh. In my head, they were scapegoat tokens. Ignore what I said about that being 4,900. I completely forgot it was an Ojama token. Yeah, we'll see BLS banish itself, and this panda is going to go down a little bit. I forgot it dies to Rescue Cat. That's right. So we have 1,200 to 46. I mean, card advantage Saws is miles ahead, but with a Ring of Destruction, maybe Cub wins this. Oh man, yeah. Earth aggro is not a strong deck by Grumble. No, all the Earth aggro people need the hype. They need Earth aggro. It's cooking. I haven't been following what happened to Earth aggro. I would say it has the same presence as ever. Nothing good or bad's happened to Earth aggro. It's excuse me. It's still very much a getcha deck. We'll see a locked up board again, but I mean, this is pushing through 3,800 points of damage, so it'll be an single offensive possession game kind of thing here. So 800 to 12. Cub does have a lot of outs, unless we have, Dust Tornado Space Typhoons from Saws. Multiple burn spells. Another panda. I think there's one more, right? Or is that all three? That is all three pandas, so being at 12, I mean, that might be it, actually. He has to draw, like, Secret Barrel just desserts. And then it not get, Space Typhoon, Solemn Judgment. Well, I can't imagine it. Maybe you do bring in Solemn Judgment against the OTK decks, actually. We're discarding down for Secret Barrel, I suppose. Oh, and he did have the in-phase Secret Barrel. So just like that, Cub, it wasn't looking great, but Cub got there. Congratulations to Cub on that one, and good luck, Saws, in your next round. So that means that Cub is going to go against Alvarado. So good luck to both of those duelists in the next round. We're going to find another wonderful match to check out. That was a wild game, very well played. Let's see here if we can find somebody. We have, Ivan's playing against Sui. So let's see if they're actually already playing here. They are. We'll hop into this one. And it looks like they're just starting. Let's see. Ivan has discarded a Night Assailant and some other card, likely whatever this monster is here, off a Graceful. A Duo was also played. Duo hit a pretty good pair there. Anytime you hit a good spell card, and especially a Chaos monster, it always feels really nice. Yeah, definitely on the, seeing that line of play with the Rescue Cat, the enemy controller. And for us, it was great because it was fast-forwarded on my end, so we just got to see it all happen in about 3 seconds. But that was an incredible sequence of play by Cub. How's it going, Angel or On Hell? Let's go Sweet, goated. Big time goated. As we know, Ivan is a mainstay of the GOAT format world, an incredible player, and Sui we see consistently play in these tournaments. Also another, I would say, cornerstone, one of the cornerstones anyways. How many cornerstones do you get in a community? And just like that, I lost connection. So it looks like this might be on my end. This lag. I hope not, but it is. It is what it is. All right, we'll try to get back in there, see what we missed. Just an attack, so not much. As Ivan is controlling this game pretty well. Anytime you get to attack with Gravekeeper Spies, it feels pretty good. Oh, so everybody's lagging really bad. Oh, yeah, I guess that right now, as I mentioned earlier, I'm in Wisconsin, and we got like 8 inches of snow over the last 2 days, which isn't, I mean, for Wisconsin standards, it's actually not that bad. But for a transplant to Wisconsin, I'm out here like, can we please just not do this? I'm moving in like a week and a half. Could we have less snow, please? Hey, Aseim. How are you? I hope everything's going well for everyone today. It's a wonderful Sunday. We have PWCQ happening right now. We have Sui against Ivan Rosito, and Ivan is dueling masterfully, up by 4 cards. He's resolved a Duo, he's resolved a Graceful, and right now he's digging for possible, well, can he possibly win this turn? What is that, 3,800? So if he has Heavy Storm, Thunder Dragon, BLS, he wins. That's quite a line of play, though. We'll see if that happens. Where am I moving to? West Virginia for like a month. And then well, the plan is Ohio, but, you know, after that, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I should end up somewhere on the eastern, at least in the Eastern Central or Eastern Standard Time in the U.S. Right now I'm in Wisconsin, so I've been time traveling with all my friends. I'm an hour behind everybody. It's been pretty interesting for the last couple of years. We have an MST come down to handle this back row, see if it was a Mirror Force, and it was. So that was a pretty good blowout play for Ivan. Once again, he's presenting 3,800, 41 with a ring to get a BLS. And just like that, you see Masters working overtime to find lines of play, to attack for game, kill him in one hit. That's what we like to see. Just really well executed, thought out plays. It's always fun to watch a master do that, honestly. So that line of play is one that maybe some people don't see. Maybe they're looking at Ring as being, okay, Ring is going to kill them. Like, Ring isn't going to enable me to play Chaos Monsters. You have to think outside the box sometimes, and here we got to see an unorthodox Ring of Destruction lead to a BLS play to attack for game. You love to see it. Mountain Mama, yes. Yeah, so actually I was in West Virginia for a handful of years. Like 20 years. And yeah, I moved to go to Wisconsin, and now I'm heading, well, back, right? Country roads take me home. Moving to Germany. Yeah, I have to. Honestly, sometimes I'm like, maybe I need to go to one of these European Goat Grand Prix. Or not, like, they do their own things. The GCIs, is that right? I can't remember what the European, like, I know that especially the Italian group has like their own tournament series, and they get crazy turnouts for them, like a couple hundreds. So I hope that I can make it to one of those. I really wanted to go to the one in January, the GGP, but it didn't work out for me, unfortunately. Welcome to Ohio. Yeah, that's where I'm originally from, so I hope I can make it back there. That's where I want to go. 20 is a handful. Yeah. GCI is the Italian thing. Okay, yeah, I thought so. I just know that they pull numbers in person that you don't see in Time Wizard. Like, maybe Edison pulls those numbers at YCSs, but yeah. And so I love that they have such a strong, dedicated community for GOAT. And honestly, it seems like Time Wizard in general. Germany too. I mean, obviously, like the U.S. has plenty of support for GOAT, but having like a 200 person, like what the GGP in Orlando had 70 something, 76, and then I want to say the GGP in Seattle had like 80 or something. So we get that's a pretty good turnout for GOAT format. It is a niche format, but it's pretty cool that across the pond, as they say, there's a lot more, I don't know, in-person support for it, maybe, is a better way to say it. Mateo the Matchless. Oh, sweet. It is pretty cool, like, as somebody who grew up, with Go format, I played it when it came out. I was a teenager, like 15, 16 when it came out. So I was definitely engrossed in this format then. And so, like, seeing the people I'd read about on Metagame still play and be able to play with them, be able to interact with them in person and have, good conversations. It's pretty fun to do that. Just seeing how, the game is the same, but it's evolved. Like, I'm sure others can speak for it, but, when this originally was out, most people were not playing cards like Solemn Judgment or Trap Dust Shoot. Not saying that we didn't understand they were good. It's more, it just wasn't in. Everyone played Ceasefire. Everyone played Torrential Tribute. There was no question. Maybe if you were playing Jinzo or Decree, you didn't play those cards, but yeah. So it's awesome to see how the format has absolutely evolved. So Dustshoot's going to send back a Thunder Dragon, and we'll see Ivan go into the main phase. You're in kindergarten. Hey! Goats will never grow without regular content on the Go Format channel. So that is something that we will be addressing very soon, actually. We're going to try to get some more weekly content for you guys. And that'll also come on our website, too. We'll have, right now, I don't know if you saw, but Poi put out a pretty awesome part 1 on, like, the fundamentals of side decking. I know it's not maybe video content. This is more, traditional media to consume, text media. But I would definitely suggest checking that one out on goformat.com. A lot of insight there from one of Goat's maybe newcomers. I think that I say newcomer as in like they picked up Goat Format online like 2021, 2022 or whatever. Not brand new to the format or anything. But it's pretty awesome to see somebody be able to put together an awesome article to share with everybody. And, Pui plays on a high level, so Pui's insights are, pretty good, I would say. We're going to have a set monster and a speller trap from Sui before passing it back over to Ivan. And right now, life point advantage is slightly in Ivan's favor, and card advantage is even Steven. DD Assailant was, yeah, you would see DD Assailants in decks that you wouldn't expect DD Assailant to be in. I feel like Warrior Toolbox, like, you don't even hear that term now, but people are playing Mobius in main decks, like a one-of. So, yeah. I was in a Books A Million Duelist League in Toys R Us playing for the Sweet Kanan. Yeah, definitely. Sengenjin, like, I want to say that's how I got my Sengenjins, were from Toys R Us back in 2003. Yeah, I forgot about Kanan the Swords Mistress, though. You had to, win so many games or something and, like, fill out the card. It's pretty awesome. Oh, thank you, Cub, for giving the howl there. So yeah, essentially you just want to subscribe to the Patreon. You can do that on Discord if you're in the Discord. It's real easy. You just navigate to the server shop tab. And if you're not in the Discord, if you see the Discord tab below, like at the bottom of this, you can check it out there. You can just use that MJGY3FN code. That is the direct link to the Goat Format Discord. You just have to go to Discord and then type that in. I guess not a direct link, but that'll take you to the Goat Discord. So we're going to see a Thunder Dragon come down for Ivan. It's going to get some lights in his graveyard. We'll see if that can do anything for him. If this is a set Sanyan or something, maybe you can get some light dark action here. Triple Deco, Triple Spy. 2 wonderful hits. So here we can see that there is a Gravekeeper Spy almost certainly somewhere amongst this unknown 7 for Ivan. And there's a chance that it's the set monster. I would say a pretty good chance here. So yeah, if you guys are interested in playing in one of these, we do a PWCQ once a month, typically. This one is double elimination, I believe. The next one's going to be Swiss. And to do that, I want to say it's March 22nd. I could be wrong on that date. But I believe the next one, yes, is actually Saturday, March 22nd. So you have a little bit of time to practice and get used to. Goat Format if you're a newcomer. If you're an old head, just dust off those deck boxes. Well, I guess they're digital deck boxes. But March 22nd will be the next PWCQ, just like this. And you, once again, subscribe to our Patreon and you get entry into those tournaments. We're going to have another dust shoot happen. Double dust shoot. Very, very nice. So Sui is not going down without a fight. This is going to be a lengthier game, which we love to see. Oh, wow. Dust shoot. Oh, it's dust shoot, not duo. I was like, duo really hit the serpent randomly. So I get for not paying attention as much. So yeah, dust shoot's going to send that serpent back. Ivan is going to be chilling over here with a couple of Thunder Dragons in the hand and a Spy amongst the 8 cards here. All right. Couple back row set for Ivan, passing it back over. Sui is going to go up to 6 cards. Oh yeah, it could be third deco. See, that one is interesting that it's just, I find it hard to find the cuts to make the 3 deco, 3 spy, 2 moth, and then at least 1 night assailant. I mean, you typically 2, like that's a lot of monsters. I've played 3 deco a couple of times. I've liked it. I think I still am a fan of 2. That being said, Ivan is a master. Michael Kalish is a master too. We're going to see Breaker go back. So we got Sork, Sook, Snatch, Raigeki Break, Mirror Force in the hand. So Sui is working with some good cards here. What is that set monster? That set monster, if it could flip-flop well with that Sook, that'd be great for him. 3 Moth Supremacy. So the very first Go Grand Prix I entered, I played 3 Magician of Face. It was the 2022 GGP Cincinnati. I didn't know about GoFormat.com at that point. I was, just browsing, and on Facebook I got invited to it. And I'm like, oh, I haven't played Go Format in forever. At that point, my Go Format deck still had Exarian Universe in it because, we were playing it as if you could play it. And yeah, I was lucky enough. I think I got 11th place, maybe. It's on my YouTube channel. I think I put a deck profile up because that's what you used to do. Yeah. So it was pretty interesting not play testing online, not play testing in person, cutting Exarian Universe, putting in a 3rd Moth, and just signing up with a build of Chaos, and did pretty well. But, if you don't bring home the trophy, what are you really doing? No, I'm joking. It's always fun to go to these tournaments and play and see folks that was the first time I saw a handful of people in, 15 years. And so that was awesome, being able to see so many people still wanting to play these cards. People that, I grew up playing cards with. It's pretty cool. And so I really look forward to the in-person tournaments. I'm a huge fan of the online tournaments too. But, my knowledge of people's usernames, if I don't know them from, people I've interacted with personally, basically, I'm not going to know them as well, especially because there's such a strong presence in Europe and just general in Germany, Italy, that, I don't know those people online. So I'm getting used to it, though. I'm learning about a lot of the online scene now. Sangyan's going to attack a set Sangyan. So we'll see if a Serpent gets grabbed here. Yeah, this is going to be a very long game, too. Sui is debating on what to grab here with that beautiful Sangyan. Night Assailant. Okay. We'll see if Ivan sets another back row here or just passes it over. He's just going to pass it over. So he's going to go up to 8 cards in hand with a back row. Card advantage is even at 9 each. Was. Duo is going to come down. We'll see if it can skirt some bad discards here. It does not. It does hit a Thunder Dragon, which Ivan is likely happy to see, unless he knows that Sui has a Kaiku, which hasn't been said in the log between the two. Yeah, I agree. it was interesting to get Knight Assailant there, I think. Oh, Gringo, welcome. I'm not JDZ. He is enjoying a Sunday. I'm not sure what he's doing, but I'm here with you guys today, bringing you some wonderful Yu-Gi-Ohs. Right now we're in a double elimination PWCQ tournament, which will award the winner of this tournament an invite to the World Championships, and I believe a playmat too. And the playmat last year looked amazing. I actually haven't seen the 2025 one. It might be the same as last year's, which I sort of hope it is, because last year's was pretty spectacular. I should just start pretending it. What's up, Goat World? I am Jerry Beans Man. No. But I don't think I could do that. I don't think that I should do that. So Duo is going to hit Mirror Force. Wow, what a card. What a hand Ivan has to have. You know, I think Ivan's concocting another single turn win based on that discard. I don't know what you could have to not keep Mirror Force, right? Because he still has a Thunder Dragon in hand? Or is this a tribute set Thunder Dragon? Because not discarding the third Thunder Dragon there. I guess that he's playing around Kaiku. Which, I mean, Kaiku here would be such a blowout. Yeah. It's an interesting line of play, but, I mean, obviously, there's a reason, right? Like, if you see those kind of things, it's not usually because people misclick, right? Or do something weird. They definitely have a strategy. There's a reason that Ivan discarded the Mirror Force there. Also, maybe he wants Sui to put things in face-up attack. Like, that, you know, that's also enough. But like Kalish said, right here, he's going to tribute summon the Saiyan for the Thunder Dragon. And we'll see what this one searches. Let's see if what can meet this. We signed in Bottomless Trap Hole. We're going to hit Thunder Dragon with it. What are we doing? Excuse me. So we know that Sui has a Raigeki break minimum in a Mirror Force. People learn to say, "What's up, Kenny?" Oh, thanks, Morpador. Yeah, I don't mind answering, though. But yeah, my online username, Angel, is just my name, Kenny Hughes. And my YouTube channel is Real Kenny Hughes, I think. There for a minute, I made some TikTok videos, and I had to make a YouTube channel to go along with it. And I don't make those as much now. I sort of got shoehorned into doing one thing over and over on TikTok, and that was not my cup of tea. It was very creatively just backed myself into a corner. Kenny's in-game name is Ivan Razia. That is also true. It's JDZ, actually. JDZ plays GOAT, or whatever is his username. But yeah, I'm happy to be here with you guys. Yeah. I'm actually playing this game. It's just I'm streaming my own match right now. I'm just trying to throw you guys off. I orchestrated that sack saying in for Thunder Dragon play. It was me. That's funny. Pot of Greed. Okay, sweet. This is going to be a very long game, I think. We have a lot of stuff happening, and then nothing at the same time. The beauty about Chaos Turbo is, you know, you really, well, I should just stop talking, because immediately a Knight Assailant comes up to clear out it's the third spy. Is that what this is? I can't imagine this gets solemn judgmented. Not with, well, I guess we don't have lights. Yeah, so it was the third spy. Sook. That's a pretty good one. We're flip-flopping a Man-Eater Bug. There are worse things to have. Purple Drunko. What is that a reference to? Or who does that reference? Grumple? Then I'm not familiar with Purplo Drunko. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Ivan, but yeah, it's not impossible. It's just, oh wow. Well, this is going to be a tricky one. So we have a Raigeki Break and a Mirror Force for Sui. Do you run out of Chaos Monster knowing that Mirror Force is gone? Like, do you put Ivan on playing Torrential and keeping it in? Obviously, he values his monsters and doesn't want to overextend, so he just passes. But with that board state, maybe it's okay to summon a... If you have Sorcerer specifically in Poke, that way you still keep the Darks in the grave. I'm not sure. I feel like Sweep likely made the right call there. Ivan's going to draw up to 7, or up to 5 for 7 total cards. Purple Drunk. I see. That is funny, Grumble. Do they both play online? Are their usernames Purple Drunk, and then Purplo Drunko, like back to back, playing against each other round 1? I guess this is also tricky because Ivan knows that there is a Snatch Sook also in Sui's hand, and that's hard to play around if you don't have ways to actively stop it. And Duo's been played, right? No, not for Ivan. So Ivan could try to hit Duo and then not hit a Thunder Dragon. Yeah. Uphill battle. Purple only. Oh, so they do both play with those usernames. That's awesome. So Raigeki Break's going to be activated by Ivan in the standby with Serpent as the discard. Targeting that monster here. We'll see if this one goes through. In the standby phase, he'll be able to activate Serpent in the graveyard and bring it back. So for now, he got rid of the Night Assailant Sook lock. We'll see if he can compile a way to survive this game. Something like a Heavy Storm Kaiku would be pretty good. I just don't know if Ivan, historically, I feel like he doesn't play Kaiku. Is that right? I don't know. I never remember. In War League, that's a completely different format, honestly. Like, it's the same, but it's way different. I don't think that most of the Chaos Turbo decks play Kaiku in the side. I feel like they all opt for the Scapegoat Metamorphosis. Could be wrong. Definitely, probably wrong on that. So we're going to have a monster set from Sui who passes it back over. He gets to flip this monster. Oh, Ivan main Kaiku'd in the last major. Hey, well there you go. Looks like I was wrong on that. Historically not a Kaiku enjoyer, but he experiments with his list. Okay. I know what you mean, Michael Kalish. I myself am pretty tired, actually. I had a pretty long night. It's just been a lot of packing, but you guys don't want to hear about that. So we have a breaker hit the table. We're going to see if it can hit this Mirror Force. Maybe that's what Ivan's hoping for here. He's going to let it pop. All right, 50-50. We'll see what happens here. Hey, PJ. Welcome to the chat. We are currently watching Ivan Rosito against Sui 7. This is a pretty hard-fought game. Ivan got the first game, but Sui is putting up quite the fight in this one. Let's see if that breaker did hit that mirror force. It didn't. It hit the chainable Raigeki break. Not what Ivan was probably looking for here. That he was certainly hoping that was a mirror force, I'm sure. So this is, unless I'm missing, this is actually going to be a turbo mirror match. Yeah, so this is more of a, you know, a 35 to 45 minute match kind of game, or kind of strategy. That's usually how the turbo versus turbo goes, unless one person basically sacks the other person. They're pretty lengthy games. Really goes down to, you know, keeping your trump cards live, like your chaos monsters, your breaker, tribe in this match if you keep it in, which I feel like most people would. So Raigeki break's just going to kill the breaker. Get rid of Thunder Dragon. So all the Thunder Dragons are gone. He's live on 2 chaos monsters. Excuse me. Oh, that's the thing. It could be a non-mirror force. We'll find out. I mean, well, we won't necessarily find out, but Sui might set another back row this turn, on their next turn, I should say. Against Turbo, it's, you know, almost certainly, like, there's only a couple cards that aren't chainable in the back row. Alright, we'll see what Sui can do. Pro set Heavy Storm. The 14 turn Heavy Storm set. So many strong cards left in Sui's deck. Same for Ivan. Ivan has all of the Trinity. This is a grind. I mean, at one point, Sui's card advantage was significant. It was like 11 cards to 7 or something. And as you can see now, we're already at 8 to 7. So Ivan has turned this around, without question. And, you know, he still has a Snatch and a Sook in hand. Sui does. But, and the Sork, too. So he's not running out the Sork. He knows that Ivan's going to reply to that promptly. Both players have plenty of chaos enablers in the graveyard. I think Ivan has multiple chaos monsters in hand based on... I think he's really trying to push for game in one turn, which I don't know if it's possible at this stage. Like, even with a heavy knock or mind control. So he's just going to set a back row before passing it back over to Sui, who's going to draw, summon Breaker. Pretty good card here. See if anything meets Breaker. If this is a Serpent with a set Torrential, it might be worth playing the Torrential to get him to summon a Chaos Monster. Like, feel like he can commit again now that a Torrential's gone. And then you can meet that Chaos Monster with yours, maybe. So, this is once again if Ivan even has Torrential, and even if he does, if he really cares about this Breaker that much. Might be worth holding the Torrential for later. Try to get another monster. Then again, he might have, I don't know, Snatch Steal set face down. Some people set spells like that, so. Yeah, we haven't seen Mind Control at all from either player. We did see Nobleman. Actually, both Noblemans on Ivan's side. I don't think one's been played. Yeah, so Sui would theoretically have 2. For those of you just joining, oh, it hit mind control. So there you go. It was a slight bluff card set here. But for you, those of you just joining, we're in the PWCQ 72 today. We are watching a bunch of duelists. I believe we had 52. I'll check again in a moment. Duelists sign up to play for a World's Invite today. If we hit 64 or higher, we will throw out more invites. Jake the Snake, what happened to JDZ? He is, I believe, just enjoying a nice Sunday with his family, which, you know, we all want. We all want to do. So I'm happy that I was able to be here with you guys today, and he can do his thing and live life how he needs. And right now, I know I'm a downgrade. No, just being a little self-deprecating there. But no, in all seriousness, I'm thrilled that I'm here with you all today, and I hope that some of the crazy things I say might be entertaining slightly, hopefully. I assume he gets pretty busy on weekends in general now. So, yeah, you guys might see me a couple times. Today, though, he said that he should be back soon. I'm pretty positive. That's like almost word for word what he told me. So, yeah, you know, we might be seeing JDZ in the, you know, distant future, or maybe short-term future. So, yeah, you know, but for right now, you got me. So, on March 29th, this one just got announced. We have a in-person tournament in the U.S. in Lexington, Kentucky. Goat Grand Prix Lexington will be March 29th. I will be there, and if all things go well, I'll be live streaming that event with live commentary of matches. So we're working on the logistics of that with those of you that are familiar with Karam or Aaron from the Atlanta Goat group. He actually is the person that seems like runs all of Atlanta Goat. He and I are coordinating on setting that up. I believe Cub is also going to be there. So this should be a blast of a tournament to go to. We should have a handful of GoatFormat.com folks there too, which is nice. And we'll have some live commentary. Yeah, I think that GDZ still loves Goat. I just think that he's been pretty busy. I don't know. You would have to talk to him. I have no clue, if I'm being honest. I know that for the GFC last month, you know, I said if there's not going to be a live stream, I would be happy to do it for you guys. And here I did it, and it seemed like people enjoyed it enough that I'm here today doing it for you guys again. All right, we're going to have a monster set by Ivan, who has a Sorkin play. Right now, I mean, he's just saying, go ahead, play your Snatch Steal. I'm going to Mystical Space Typhoon it, or maybe I'll just let you do it and banish Sork. Maybe just getting rid of Snatch Steal on this one Chaos Sorcerer is fine. Sui, though, is going to likely wait. So it was a Jar of Greed. Great reads from our pros in the chat here, Morpadorp and Kalish. Jar of Greed's going to give Sui an extra card. So both were chainable on that breaker turn a couple turns ago from Ivan. So he didn't really have a great hit. Turns out he hit the best one. It's better to hit the Raigeki break forcing that than hitting a Jar of Greed, obviously. It's safe to assume that this other back row of Sui's is also chainable. I doubt that the Mirror Force was set. We know that Sui has, in some combination of his cards, he has a Sook, a Snatch, a Mirror Force, at least. Light, he could still have another Raigeki break. So Mind Control is going to take the set from Ivan, and Sui is going to pass priority. So nothing gets chained. We're going to see it flip up, and that might get a draw spell. It could also get duo and just really put the dagger through Ivan's heart. That's going to get the draw spell. So we'll see Pot of Greed come down. See, things like this, it's just, I'm not saying that it's wrong or it's correct. I'm not trying to judge. I think it's interesting to not take duo with the card advantage as it is. Maybe he's really trying to find Heavy Storm and just go for game this turn, maybe. I guess he had so few cards in deck that would make sense. Um, so Heavy Storm. Yeah. So this is going to be an attempt on a lethal line, I'm sure. Which, I mean, even if there's no Chaos Monster, depending on what the set monster is on Sui's side, we know that there's a Snatch Steal and a Tsukuyomi in play, so he's minimum going to keep this. We'll see a Space Typhoon get chained to target the face down. No chains. See if Ivan does anything else. So it was the Mirror Force. So at least now for Ivan, if he survives this turn, he will have a Mirror Force. Okay, so Ring is kill the Sorcerer, right? Can you live through a Sorcerer? It just depends on what the monster is, yeah. I mean, if BLS is in Sui's hand, it's lethal. BLS and Suk is 41, that's more than enough. And it looks like there are multiple Chaos Monsters, so just like that, unless there's multiple Karibos here, we are going to Game 3. After a very lengthy Game 2, well played by Sui. Ivan, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to commend Ivan for an incredible played game. I mean, at one point it looked like he was going to lose in like 2 turns, and he dragged it out for about 30 turns, so that's pretty good. Yeah, that's the thing. Sui just had it all. The Heavy Storm, the Snatch, the Suk, like, obviously multiple Chaos Monsters. We were floating in Edison, the JD. Jake the Snake. I don't know what that is. I can neither confirm nor deny. No, that is a very funny, like, almost copy pasta. Maybe. I asked JDZ. Maybe that's true. I've never heard that. That's funny. Oh, that's true, Morbidorp. Yeah. Yeah. Or that, yeah. Hitting either Book or Raigeki Break, so the Ring of Destruction resolves either way, and yeah. The Raigeki Break doesn't stop the life point damage, is what I'm getting at. Turns out it was Mirror Force, though. But yeah, he did have that Jar Greed set. All right, let's see how Ivan's going to start this one off for us. We'll see if he can get a combination of Trinity and Thunder Dragon to start us off. It's obviously what nearly everybody hopes for. I'm not sure there's a Thunder Dragon here. It's always fun to watch Game 3s happen. We'll see if... I know that Ivan is a proponent of sometimes not changing your deck at all, not siding, even in the mirror match. So we'll see if that's the case. We saw Mind Control last game, so there's a chance that he brought in some cards. But with a monster and 2 back row, I mean, a Dust Shoot's going to definitely hit here, and we'll see what gets taken. And just so you guys know, after this game ends, I'm going to take a very small break, but I have a special thing for you guys. Special thing? Is that what it's called? It's a gift from me to you. Something I put together over the last week, and hopefully it looks okay. I'm excited for you guys to see it. So I've never been more excited for a BRB screen in my life to be shown. But hopefully this one you guys enjoy. So we'll see how that goes after this game. So MST is going to meet the Dust Shoot. What a great hit. That's going to let Ivan go through his turn without worrying about his cards dying. It's going to be a flip Sangan. We might see a battle phase attack here with a set monster. And it looks like that is what's going to happen. And see if a back row gets set or if he's rocking with some non-desirables. All right, we've got a back row set. If that's not a trap, it's strong that it's a Nobleman or a Mind Control but it's likely going to be a chainable trap here. I'm just JDZ's Lenny, okay? I just want to play with the rabbits and feed them alfalfa. That's all I want. We're going to go to main phase 1 with Sangan in attack with a set monster. We'll see what Ivan can do here. He's facing the single back row, so it's nothing too urgent. We'll have a flip deco here. That resolves, no torrential, so there's a... he's going to hold priority, I see. Okay, so with 4 cards, he's holding priority. Passing priority. We'll see if a dust shoot gets chained here. No chain. The reason he does that is because too often people just use the thumbs up and then miss these very crucial steps. So right there, because Ivan said pass priority, before he can play another card, Sui has the chance to trap dust shoot while he has 4 cards in hand. But if he holds priority and has like a Book of Moon or Mystical Space Typhoon, he can play it to go down to under 4, so the dust shoot can't happen. Those of you that don't know, that's why he's doing that. If you do know, you got a second explanation. So we see an attack for 24 from Ivan going into main phase 2. We'll see if he sets another monster or back row. Looks like he's okay with his board position, which who wouldn't be? You're in a pretty good spot here, leading by 3,400. And, you know, I just realized I don't have a flyer for this, but to our German friends or people near, we do have a Goat Grand Prix next Saturday. And I'm sorry, I'm just really noticing this. It's in Osnabrück. So if you guys go to the Discord, I don't have a flyer for this one, so I can't really pull it up. Yeah, we have a German Goat Grand Prix next weekend in Osnabrück. Looks like it's in the Haus der Jugend. Hopefully I'm saying these correct. Oh, it's sold out. Okay, that makes sense. So, okay, thank you, Grumple, our resident German expert. That makes sense why I don't have a flyer. I was just looking in the event tab on the Discord because, you know, that's where all the awesome info is. So I always like to keep updated in that. And I looked and I'm like, wait, that's next week. That's not on my flyer list. You'll see what I mean about the flyer list here shortly. We're going to have a duo come down for Ivan. If he has something to handle this set monster, this is going to be a really tough battle for Sui to overcome. We'll see if one comes down. If he has a mind control, depending on what it is, I mean, you're probably going to see 2,400 damage go through before it gets flipped in main phase 2. But we will see. Ivan is concocting a plan. Maybe Ivan has some random... Not random, I mean, with the tributes for a Thunder Dragon and like a BLS or something. I mean, you know, he has a possibility here to get rid of this monster or even potentially have a lethal line of play. So we do have a mind control, and depending on what this is, I'm sure it's going to depend on what Ivan does for the rest of this turn. If it's a magician, he's going to flip it up, get MST, and summon a chaos monster after tributing for Thunder Dragon. It's a spy. Okay. Also, that's pretty good. That's very good. What is that, 3,600? He's 1,000 points off now. If he has a Ring of Destruction, it's lethal. This isn't really the mirror force that Sui wants to do if he has it. I mean, yes, it gets a bunch of monsters, but it's getting a bunch of floaters. I mean, all of them have replaced themselves. Sangyan's going to activate. The spy was just free. He kills his own spy. So we'll see what happens here. All right, so it looks like he's going to go to 1,000. And this is a pretty good spot for Ivan. Card advantage, life point advantage. This is definitely a difficult one for Sui to overcome here. any day of the week. Yeah, that would it would be cool to just have like a local that would get 20 people minimum every day. Like I don't know if that exists, but yeah. Old DGZ legend. I mean, I forgot about Duelist Grounds. That was the hub back in the day. Obviously, Pojo I feel like was maybe the first one, and then Duelist Grounds was a more fun offshot of that. All right, so he did try the ring, but he baited out a Raigeki break. So now Sui is going to be working with 2 total cards. So playing the ring there is slightly interesting. So he knows he has a Sork in hand? No darks? Okay. So right now, Sui is hoping to draw a Spy, a Deco, or a Sangan maybe, just to try to resolve this Sork. So the ring, though, might have been better to just hold it, right? Was there a reason to play it there? I'm not sure. Yeah, Game Time Michigan. Game Time Michigan does get a pretty large turnout, as long as weather permitting, kind of thing. I believe today they weren't sure if they would open because I'm sure they got hammered with they're in Detroit, so they're going to get hammered. Yes, there was not a normal summon. There was just a mind control on a set Spy. Though I did forget that he gets the Spy back as the potential dark. Oh, so he's just going to turn them sideways and pass. Ivan has the Sork, and just like that, Ivan has won this one and will move on undefeated. Sui still has a chance. Sui just has to win out, essentially. One more, and Sui loses. Great duel by both duelists. Ivan, masterful game in that one. So right now, guys, I'm going to take a very brief break. But before I do, we're going to see we have 52 players today. And we are going to have some incredible matches coming up. But for right now, I'm going to show you, for the first time ever, something cool. All right? So I will be right back. It's time to play Name That Card. It's time for another round of Name That Card. All right, we are back. The Lord of Vampires, precisely. The ruler of Transylvania. Hopefully you guys like that little segment. Just a little thing I put together. Let's see who we can get on camera. I'll check out the Alfia match with SDL Killa. Alfia has a roll decree. That's about right for Alfia. We'll see if a dragon zombie comes down at some point in this match. You want to cat your trap to the top? Lava golem with ring and barrel? That'd be pretty cool. At my locals back in the day, like, Pharaonic Guardian was the brand new set back in the day. We used to do, like, a second tournament that was 4,000 life points. And at 4,000 life points, everyone that had it played Giant Orc or, actually, I think it was just Goblin Attack Force, actually, at that point. I don't even think Giant Orc came out yet. But they would try to summon Jirai Gumo or Goblin Attack Force, ring and barrel behind the door, and just win in one turn. Alright, so it looks like I joined that right as Lethal happened. So that was a good match. That was a good start. So we'll see if we can find somebody else that's still battling here. Let's see. Looks like Alvarado's playing Killer, maybe. Let's see them. Oh, they might have just finished. Let's see. So Bety's waiting on a match. It looks like Aseim is about to play the winner of that. I wonder if Jeremy Crespin is playing Blue Eyes again. So this is loser bracket, but oh, he's playing Dueling High. Okay, and he is playing Blue Eyes. So maybe we'll be in for a good match. This is a crazy game. It looks like. Yeah. I mean, you know, losers bracket round, what would be like a round 2, round 3, isn't maybe what everybody wants to watch. But when you get to see these cool cards in play, maybe it's fine. Meant to set it, it lagged. Sure. So we're going to have Blade Knight just dispatch of that really quickly. Let's see if we get a follow-up monster. So Road is going to come down. Pretty good top deck for Dueling High. Once again, if you're unfamiliar, Dueling High just won the GOAT Format Championship last month. So he is a Worlds competitor, a GFC champion, and here he's going to crash a couple of Blade Knights against each other and simplify the board state. He has a life point advantage, so things at the moment are looking great for Dueling High. We'll see if Jeremy can close the gap down by 3,400 in life points. I'm going to have a back row set. Where's the suit? So I'm going to bust that bad boy out for special occasions. Today we're just rocking a Scooby-Doo shirt. I feel like Scooby-Doo is pretty much who I am as a person. Ree-hee-hee-hee-hee, jinkies, and so on and so forth. Zoinks, if you will. I'm definitely a Scoobert-Doobert kind of guy. But no, in all seriousness, I might rock the suit at GGP Lexington. Maybe not. I'd be more inclined to wear, the full suit as opposed to just the top part that you guys get to see. Ooh, Reaper's going to come down. That's pretty good. Okay, so on summon we're going to have a Space Typhoon hit. That resolves. Puts it in his hand. Puts it in the grave. So Wing Blast will bounce Reaper to the top. Gives Jeremy Light and Dark. Breaker, pretty good. So we're going to have 29, and then we're going to have a set Reaper. So a Mind Control, well, actually Nobleman or Swordsman level 2 is what you want. We're just going to have a face-up Reaper, it looks like. No, take it back. Still no pants. No, I'm wearing pants. I was wearing pants then. I just didn't want to wear the suit pants. I was wearing, I don't know, sweatpants maybe? I don't know. Like sleeping pants. Alright, so Dueling High's going to draw. And we'll see if he can concoct a way to win this turn. I'm sure that's what he's trying to do right now, too. We'll see how this one goes. And we have a Nobleman. So Jeremy got the Nobleman. That is going to open those floodgates a little bit. Knocking Dueling High down. If he doesn't have a monster back row somehow. I mean, this monster face down presents lethal unless it's a 0 attack monster, which is not likely. Depending on what it was. Okay, so we're just going to see 3 set. Heavy Storm would be a great draw. Heavy Storm is still alive, and just like that, it was a great draw. That should be lethal either way, right? Even with a Solemn, 1,000, you pop one of the others with Breaker. So, Dueling High's in the tank. Maybe there's something here that he can do to protect his position here. That's a pretty brutal draw. Yeah, it looks like Dueling High is back on his warrior grind here, and we are going to see Heavy Storm target a dead card, which makes me assume this is a Sakuretsu or a book. Okay, so it was just enough to keep him alive. Crazy game, 1,000 to 1,400. I mean, obviously Jeremy is in a good spot comparatively, but a Blade Knight here is pretty good. Obviously a Chaos Monster here is phenomenal. Blade Knight, yeah, hit the non-breaker. Oh, sure. All right, so Jeremy has a handful of outs. I mean, a handful being a generous term here. Certainly more outs than not. Looks like he's just going to set a couple and pass. It's likely that Serpent just got set again. Pants should be optional. I like shorts. It's just right now it's, I don't know, like -5 degrees Celsius or something outside. Maybe -10 out. I don't know. -7 and windy. BLS, and just like that, that'll do it. We're going to go to game 2. Jeremy has won the first game playing Blue Eyes White Dragon. So I'm very happy that we were able to see Jeremy on stream this time. I think I only caught him for one round at the GFC, and he was doing incredibly well. But, you know, I was bouncing around, and, yeah, I just didn't get to see him much because his matches were usually over pretty quickly. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see what Dueling High does. I'm not sure what you bring in against the Blue Eyes deck, honestly. Like, widespread ruins? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what can you do? Yeah, I agree, Morp. I mean, you know, Dueling High is probably... So, I feel like the Blue Eyes deck has an incredibly bad matchup against Turbo, but an okay matchup against the other decks. Just because you're not getting things Wing Blasted or Ageki Breaked in this match. And you only have to really... Usually, I should say usually, worry about BLS as the Chaos Monster. We're going to see a turn 1 Dushu from Dueling High after a set. Historically, I mean, with Dueling High, this is probably a Gravekeeper Spy, actually. That's set. But I feel like Warrior often sets Don Zalug turn 1, maybe a DD Warrior Lady kind of thing. Why are you all so sweaty with that card? Well, it turns out Trap Dust Shoot is one of the best cards ever made. Not just in this format, but ever. So, sorry, Jeremy. It's just the way it goes when you have a card that's really broken at 3. Yes, he definitely had, as you can see, he has Manju in his hand. It looks like Stein. I don't know what got sent back. I didn't see. But yes, no, definitely on Blue Eyes. He even says here he was sitting on Blue Eyes White Dragon in his hand at the end of the last game. So we'll see Manju search out the spell or the monster. Looks like the monster in this case. And we'll see if he risks an attack here. So it is a spy. He's going to lose some life points, but get that other one out of the way before setting a back row and passing it over. Dushu lasted a long time. A long time. It was like, I mean, I think it got banned, what, 2012? I don't even know, the end of 2011? Like, it was legal for most of the time that I consecutively played Yu-Gi-Oh!, which was like the beginning until Dino Rabbit. Dino Rabbit was the last deck I entered a regional with before I took a hiatus. Actually, I say that, and then I'm pretty sure that the Tengu plant was later that year. I could be wrong on that, but I did play in YCS Columbus with when you could play with tour guide Max C and all that fun stuff. I played agents at that one. I like the agent deck a lot. The agent deck was really fun. That might have been 2012, actually. Snatch Shield is going to come down and take a Manju. You do not see that often. So I think that Dueling High realizes he just has to get busy living, get busy dying. We're going to see an attack from Manju. He's putting him on not having Mirror Force. Great call. We're going to ring one of the Gravekeeper Spies just to mitigate some of the monster rush. Passing it back over, we're going to go to 36 in the standby from the Snatch Steal, as Jeremy is going to look at 4 cards, hoping, well, doesn't have to hope too much. Okay, so we're going to book the Manju, so he keeps the Manju here. So now if Jeremy's hand is just the Ritual card, Breaker or Cyberstein, which Stein isn't very good, so we're going to have a brain-controlled spy that's going to attack. So I'm pretty sure that Jeremy's hand is now Stein and what? X? Oh, Paladin. Definitely Paladin. So this is just a set Cyberstein. So this should be very close to lethal. I mean, if Dueling High has a monster, it's lethal. Nope. So he's going to go to 16. Okay. Wait, where the... So the thing that confused me here is this Breaker Stein, We never saw Breaker and we never saw Stein. So I don't know what this is. maybe it's something else. All right, let me check out some of the comments. I've ignored it a little bit. Let's see here. 2012. Yep. I did pretty well at the. I didn't play. I didn't have tour guides for that one. Sadly, but I played the agent deck. Day 1, I went X and 2, so I made day 2, and then I lost in round 1 and was very frustrated and dropped. There's I think a small chance, because I want to say I was like top 64 was the cutoff maybe. But I was so frustrated. My opponent, both games, 2-0'd me as fast as you can. Turn 1, Tengu, 1-for-1 Dandelion, and I'm like, what are you going to do? Like, like, really, what are you going to do in this? So yeah, just watching the tour or the TG Hyper Librarian Formula Synchron, no pass. He just absolutely rolled the table with me. Yeah, my luck. If I was playing tour guide, I would have drew 3 tour guides saying in opening hand. I've definitely had similar things happen before. So we're gonna have game 3 start us off. Jeremy's going to launch a Pot of Greed into orbit, draw a couple. Following it up with another piece of the Trinity, Graceful. Really quick on the Trinity, the Trap Trinity that I mentioned on that clue for Mirror Force. I mean, to me, the Trap Trinity in GOAT format specifically is Mirror Force, Ring, Torrential Tribute. Now, Torrential's fallen out of favor. I get that. Torrential's still one of the best traps accessible in GOAT format, regardless of how you look at it. I mean, it's an instant speed dark hole. It's really hard to... Obviously, people play around it, but they play around it because of how strong it is. So that's what I refer to as the Trap Trinity. Just I saw that comments a bit ago, and I just wanted to touch on it here. Entering these, I don't even think he used 2 dust shoot. Oh, he used 2 dust shoot. Oh, see, I missed that, Michael. Good call, Michael. Call used to be in the big 4. Yeah, that's right. I mean, I would say then with 5 was Ceasefire. Like, you saw those in everybody's lists. If you look at lists back in the day, I mean, so many of the decks played Ceasefire Call. Even the decks that were playing, Sworks and BLSs. So it's wildly different. I remember when I was, like I said, I entered that GOAT Grand Prix in 2022, and that was my first, that was my re-entry into GOAT format. And Time Wizard format hadn't even been announced yet by Konami. And I was like looking up lists that had done well in the last, few events, and I'm like, none of these people are playing Call to Haunted. What's going on? Like, none of these people are playing Ceasefire. What's going on? Just these cards that you grew up playing with that you're like, well, I remember how broken these cards are. But the game evolved, and it's for the good. I mean, people realize, like, maybe Trap Dust Shoot at 3 was never a good idea. I mean, honestly, Mind Crush should probably be played in some capacity. Oh, wow. What a freaking heavy. I mean, it's going to be the Solemn, but that would have been such a good heavy. Still a fine one. I mean, a Mystical Space Typhoon that made him lose half his life points is pretty good. We'll see what's left here. We're going to tribute for a Mobius, see if this one resolves. It does. We're going to pick 2, see if a Jar of Greed gets hit. Or a book. Or Ring. Both chainable or just the one? Just the one. So it's going to be and he hit a Rhoda though. What a hit. Hitting a Rhoda there is crazy. Yeah, Air Knight not seeing play is also an interesting one. There for a long time, I think when people thought of GOAT format, they only thought that it was going to be Chaos Control mirror matches exclusively. And, when we used to play for fun in like 2011, 2012, I don't know, maybe 2010 even, when we started playing GOAT format again. All right, and just like that, Jeremy won with Blue Eyes White Dragon against the most recent GFC champion. So just when you think that maybe Blue Eyes White Dragon can't steal a game, I mean, granted, you didn't see any of those cards this match, but or this game, but yeah. So Blue Eyes White Dragon is very viable. It's probably the best deck in North America, I would say. Let's see who else we can check out. We'll see if Aseim's playing against SDL. Aseim stays in the stream, and I appreciate that. Oh, either their game ended or they're just starting. Oh, wait, the username might not be Aseim, actually, on this. Yeah, I forgot he's 100. Oh, they're in game 3. Okay. DD Warrior Lady. DD Warrior Lady was such a staple in nearly everybody's deck. I mean, Twin-Headed Behemoth? Anybody? You remember that guy? Definitely remember playing that more often than not. Does not speak for North of all right. Maybe that was a little ahead there by saying best deck North America. All right, that was a little. I was wrong, guys. I admit when I'm wrong. So we're gonna. It's a fun deck. It's a fun deck in North America. So Lily's going to hit over that Kaiku after crashing a rat into it, and it's going to be a couple back rows Lily against 4 unknowns for us. One of which is a pot of grade. Good one. Yeah, Twin-Headed Behemoth. So like I haven't play tested with it, but you know, it's refreshing when you see those kind of things in tournaments. I literally get excited. Like if I'm playing physical cards and somebody does something that you used to see but you don't see ever anymore, it's really refreshing. Like in the GFC, I don't know if you got to see it because I know you played and you performed incredibly well. So I don't know how much you were watching the coverage, but a person was playing Spear Dragon, and I put him on accident. Like it's not like I purposefully picked him. Watch this dude demolish his opponent with Spear Dragons. It was awesome. Yeah. Aseim could be on Panda Burn. If I remember correctly, I think they were playing like a Chaos deck that had a package in it of like a single rat, like an Exiled Force of Lily, like a Rhoda, and like a single Blade Knight or something, if I remember right. Looks like SDL wins this one. I guess that Aseim was just in a spot and didn't want to drag it out, which is fair. I'm not sure. Maybe he knows the cards in hand. We didn't. We did join this one really late, but it looks like SDL got that one and is going to move on. And I saw in the chat somebody was saying that there was another interesting game happening. Don't copy. We'll see if we can get in there before they finish. Oh, they're in game 1. And this looks like it's a turbo mirror. So we're in for like another 45-minute match, which is fine. When you played as a kid, internet wasn't as big, so we didn't have much to compare to locals. So Air Knight was the best card in my locals. Oh, yeah. Air Knight was amazing. I mean, Air Knight's probably still fine. It's just now, you know, it's really rare to see tribute monsters in general. Air Knight's ability is so strong, though, and it's a light. Forget about it. But the thing is, Air Knight works best with Premi and Call, right? And so if those fall out of favor, like Premature not seeing play is also interesting. That was another staple. It wasn't a trap, but it was still, you know, everyone played Premature. Everyone played Call. Blind Space, maybe not blind, but maybe they knew that was a Mirror Force. We are like 30 turns into this game. Michael, yeah. The Spear Dragon was so random. I saw it, and I think chat clipped that, but I'm pretty sure I had a pretty crazy reaction when I saw Spear Dragon hit the table. LA Arbet used a 46 card GB deck, the top 16. So I saw this being talked about earlier. Those of you that I'm going to talk about Edison for just a moment, just a brief moment. So one of my favorite archetypes ever is Gladiator Beast. Huge fan. I like playing it. I've had success with it in person. So I love seeing it in a position. Recently, I saw that they're playing Guardian Iados in some versions, and I'm like, that's interesting enough. But I haven't looked at this. I haven't looked at the deck list for this 46 card one. But if there was ever a deck that could play more than 40, 46 seems like a stretch. 41, 42 maybe. It would be the Control Gladiator Beast deck. Because they need so many cards. But yeah, I'm going to have to look at this deck list. I saw that. And I saw that there was another one that like got second or something, right? That was unexpected maybe. I can't remember. I saw somebody talking about it on in one of the Discords, I believe. Spy killed Air Knight. You're not wrong. Yeah, Spy is so brutal. I mean, Spy saw play back then, but it was really the next format. I mean, I say that, and Max Suffrage obviously won Nationals playing Gravekeeper Spy, but I think he only played 2, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's the thing, Grumple. You're completely correct. Scapegoat falling out of favor, those cards fall out of favor. Like, right? Um, I think that TT Mirror Force shouldn't be an auto include. Yeah, I mean, that's fair too. Um, Especially torrential. Like I said, I feel like that one's fell out of favor. Whereas before, people would just, those were in the bare bones of the list. Like your deck list was really only like 26 card slots, and the rest sort of filled themselves in spell and trap wise. And maybe like Sinister Serpent was like in everybody's list back then. Um, but yeah, pretty sure that it was. Um, Orlando's second place winner. Are you talking about Insidious? Insidious got second in Orlando, right? Um, Need to make Time Seal a comeback for sure. Mask of Darkness control. Uh, Max Suffrage told me, "Hey, you're pretty good. Keep it up." That's awesome. That is so cool. Yeah. So I was friends with a lot of people that were really close friends with Max, but I don't think I ever had an interaction with Max actually. But my friend's dad, the very first regional we ever went to, was January 2006. So Max had just won nationals, like what, 6 months before. Round 5 of 6, because regionals used to only be like 70 to 100 players. So I believe it was like round 5 of 6. My my friend's dad, who drove us, played against Max Suffrage and 2-0'd him in about actual 4 minutes, playing cards like Droroid and Steamroid. If you guys know Steamroid, he gets 500 attack in the battle phase if he's attacking, but if he's being attacked, he loses 500. So it's a 1300 attack monster or a 2300 attack monster. So with like Cyber Dragons and these cards and just he's a professor, so he's a very smart person. So it's not like he's a doofus playing these cards or anything. But yeah, he beat Max in about 4 minutes, and Max got so mad. I remember he got up from the table, walked away, like dropped, and I don't know, just stormed off. And so that was my first in person high level event, being a regional in Kentucky. But yeah, everybody was really hype about my friend's dad winning. It's like this 40-year-old guy. He's one of 3 people there that are parents. It was pretty fun. All that being said, I missed everything that happened in this last game. Started rambling about things in the past, as we do. Looks like they're discussing what could have happened in this game. But we'll see what happens in game 2. But yeah, that being said, it was honestly, for the GOAT world, for Yu-Gi-Oh in general, and more importantly for his friends and family, like Max no longer being with us is, it's an incredibly big deal. So yeah, especially somebody who essentially he didn't by himself, but essentially invented the idea of card advantage, and that the capacity that we use it at. I believe, other than maybe somebody playing Gravekeepers, no one saw the potential of Gravekeeper Spy being as good as it was. It was almost revolutionary, I feel. I'm going to say that, and somebody's like, well, actually, in Pojo in 2003, people were talking about... He had a lot of success with it. Why do people side Mystic Walk? Is it specifically for time? In person, maybe. Online, sometimes too, but the real reason is Ojama Trio. If you get Ojama locked, it frees up a spot. Just in general, it's good against burn. Obviously, it's a -1. Actually, a -2, so you don't really want to play it. But if you get Ojama locked, it's a way to stop the Ojama tokens from choking you. Oh, Sean Montague. I played you at the game time GGP last year. You beat me in about actual 2 minutes, if I remember right. We sat down and you summoned BLS both games on turn 1 or 2, and I didn't have anything for that. So I remember it was an actual like minute and a half, 2 minute game one maybe, and then likewise for game two. All right, we're gonna see a T set on Nessa's end before passing it back to a flip summoned spy, which is gonna activate. That too, yeah. And if they target something that you have with ring, you know, that would be a pretty good blowout. You sack it to a Mystic Walk. Now the ring doesn't happen, and maybe you gain a couple of points. So we're going to have the spy battle here, the one that we all love to see. A locked up board before a tribe inevitably hits the table. And then Sean scooped in top 16. Yeah. Was that this? Hey, Dan, was that the same tournament where I played against the Harpies guy? That was fun. I made us go to time. Everybody looks, and I have Pot of Greed Gracefuls in my hand that I just never played. What's Turbo 2 doing? Alright, so we're going to have a Suku Yomi come down. Flip-flop a spy. We'll see if they pick something different. Maybe it's not a spy. These spies are going to crash for sure. Do you send Suku into the other one to flip the third spy up? It could be a deco. That'd be great. If it's anything other than spy, it's actually a good attack here. Not the scary movie guy. Come on, man. Come on, man. What is that, Randy Moss? Shouts to Randy. Went to my alma mater, Marshall University. Alright, so 1,200 points is going to get through. That'll put Don't Copy to 6,000. See if any back rows get set before passing. I think I need to turn my heat off. I'm a little warm, guys. I say that, but if I turn it off, it's going to go to like 4 degrees outside Fahrenheit. So, yeah, Nessa's in a pretty good spot here. They're making really good plays, really good attacks there. Don't Copy has 5 cards, though, and just got a couple of fresh ones. But Dust Shoot will send back the Thunder Dragon, which Don't Copy was probably really wishing they could have resolved. Graceful, though. We'll see what that does. For those of you just joining, we are in, I can't really tell you what round. We're watching a double elimination PWCQ. That is the Premier World Championship Qualifier for GOAT format. And we are watching Don't Copy and Nessa play Chaos Turbo against each other. Both duelists are playing incredibly well in this one. And we are in the second game with Don't Copy winning the first. So far today, we've seen a handful of matches. We've seen a lot of Chaos Turbo today. We did see a Blue Eyes White Dragon deck beat GFC champion Dueling High just a few moments ago, and that was pretty cool to see. Obviously, you know, Dueling High didn't want that result at the end, which, you know, they always want to win, but it was cool to see a little bit of spice, do something a little differently. As we're going to have a Suku flip-flop a spy and attack for 23. I think I like that play over just summoning the second spy. You don't really have the need to. They know that you have all those cards in your hand either way. Looks like I got tagged on something. One moment. Oh. Okay. We're going to have a Deco get normal summoned. I like seeing flip monsters get normal summoned. And what are you going to do to this? You're going to Tsukuyomi it? I mean, I don't think... Well, there's the light. I was going to say, we haven't seen a light from Nessa, but speak of the devil, it will appear. We might be going to a Game 3 here shortly, especially with a BLS. He has a Chaos Monster. So Nessa will summon. Is it BLS? It is for lethal. Alright, we're going to Game 3. Are these two duelists undefeated? I believe so. Reading these brackets is not my favorite thing, just because it doesn't show the whole thing. Actually, they might be in losers. Oh my gosh, look at this. I can't even click. Let's go to standings. That's a lot easier. So don't copy lost. So they're in losers bracket. We'll go back to winners bracket after this. Alright, so Don't Copy gets his Thunder Dragon this time. Looks like the last two games it was Dust Shot back. So, very eager. Follows it up with a T-set before passing it over to Nessa. Is going to be in the think tank for just a moment before Nobleman a cross outing. It's going to be a Spy, so that will hit all three copies out of both players' decks. We'll see. So, Don't Copy has 0 in their hand. We'll see if Nessa has 1 in their hand, and they do, or they sided 1 out, which is, I don't think, very likely. Yes, Andrew, I agree. I also like Swiss quite a bit. I know online a lot of people really are into the double elimination. It gets really, with a lot of people though, double elimination just adds a lot of time to the tournament. And you might say, well, Swiss does too. It's like, it really, Swiss doesn't add as much, I feel. Yeah. Top deck BLS got hit by a ring. Oh, there you go. Yeah, in real life, Swiss is certainly better. I know that there was a couple of tournaments, I believe, and I know of one that I went to, where there was double elimination in the top cut, and that made the tournament last an extra 2 hours than it needed to. Yeah, the top cut double LM was not ideal. Yeah, that's the thing. The people that like Swiss don't like double LM. The people that like double LM don't like Swiss. It really is like, yeah, just you can't please everyone. That's really it. And so what we do, it looks like going forward, and I don't know what the alternation pattern will be, but there's going to be some variation of Swiss event, double elimination event. It might be 3 Swiss events, 1 double elim. It could be 2-1. It might be 4-1. I don't know what the breakdown is, but I'm pretty sure they're going to oscillate between the two. I can't tell you how many of one before the other one happens. But I want to say that it was mentioned it will be a couple of Swiss events to 1 double limb. Sork is going to attack Magician of Faith, which maybe gets Snatch Steel back. Maybe Graceful. But Snatch Steel is just a way to handle the Chaos Sorcerer, which is good. Oh, what a play! Followed up with a Sook! Great Sook, but don't copy. We'll see if Nessa can top deck a Mind Control or knock here. Otherwise, that's not a great play for them. Oh, best of 5 for finals, yeah. So, sometimes maybe, like for Worlds, right? Like maybe Worlds do that. But for just like a GGP or something, I feel like 2 out of 3 is more than enough. Then again, maybe top 8 should be best of 3, top 4 should be best of 5, and then the final should be best of 7, like the actual like NBA structure or baseball structure. That would be interesting. Have like a 20-hour long tournament. When a match is best of 5 with no time, the match takes forever. It does, yes. Best of 1 match, single LM, you're out of here. Just play a single Mystic Walk in your main deck so you don't get completely hosed by burn. That would be an interesting, yeah. Best of 7 finals would be insane. Especially if somebody's up 3-0 and then loses. I want to say in Magic, in the best of 5, it might have been best of 7, because I swear Reed Duke was up. Maybe it was best of 5 and Reed Duke was up 2-0 in this match. He's just a Magic player, if you guys aren't aware. He sort of looks like Christian Bale. And his opponent won 3 straight. And so it was just insane. Like, that he had such... Like, he was finally about to win the Pro Tour or win the Grand Prix or whatever it was. But then his opponent had the sick comeback. So, you know, that could happen in the best of 5. Like, not saying it can't happen in a best of 3, you know, if you're up... But in a best of 3, you just have to win 2. Like, it's not as dramatic. Not as dramatic. Yeah, that's the thing. Solemn Wishes in Time is crazy. That's Wolf level. Like, Wolf that plays Burn, for those of you that don't know Wolf, Nathan Wolf, he likes to play some unorthodox side deck cards. So yeah, that's one of the cards that I could see him playing is Solemn Wishes, actually. Matt Hoy, I liked him quite a bit. You know, I've only interacted with him once. He is a good guy. But yeah. Did you see Reed Duke's reverse sweep at PT Phyrexia? No, I didn't. What happened? Did he reverse sweep? What happened here? What happened with that? Please tell me. Yeah, so I owned a card shop that specialized in Magic from 2007 to 2022. And I only got out because I moved across the country. But there for a while, you know, our shop was producing... We're in West Virginia, so a very, very small place, small Magic presence. We're going to see a handful of plays here, simplify the board. We're going to have a T set against 2 cards in hand. We would produce a couple, 2 or 3 Pro Tour qualified players every single PT season. So, you know, our shop in West Virginia was like, it was the place to play if you wanted to play at a competitive high level. We had dozens of people cash at the Star City Opens kind of things. But I didn't get to play that often. I only played in a handful, but it's a fun time playing in those tournaments. I do remember the coverage for the Pro Tours was always on our TVs during Pro Tour weekends. It was always fun to watch those games. Oh, that was a cool play. Summon Moth, so you can flip summon the Sook. And then you still have your Moth. It doesn't really matter if your opponent knows it. This is a close one. We'll see if Nessa can dig themselves out. An upstart is a good start. He's down 0-2 against Lotus Field and Pioneer. He wins. He wins the whole turn. That's insane. All right, so this is theoretically Nessa's last turn. It's 5 cards against 0. I mean, it's such an uphill battle that I don't know what could even be drawn here. And we had a Raigeki break-in phase. And that'll be all she wrote. That is a 2-1 victory by Don't Copy. Congratulations, Don't Copy, on staying alive. Nessa, congratulations on your tournament today. She couldn't congratulate somebody for losing twice. That's actually very rude. I'm not trying to be funny. But yeah, we'll move on to a winner's bracket game, and we'll talk some more Magic the Gathering, which I know everybody's here to talk about in the GOAT format world. But yeah, so Magic was... is Bety playing Alvarado? Hold on, if they're playing, we got to get Bety on. All right, Alvarado, Bety. Now this is going to either be a big summer blowout or one of the best matches that we get to watch in this whole tournament. It's in game 1, so we got a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! In this. Yeah, so Star City Games, like, I mean, they were so... I mean, they probably still are. I've fallen out of, you know, Magic. Like, now I see that there's Marvel sets coming out and Spider-Man sets, and I'm like, this is... I mean, it makes sense, but... like, what are we going to do? When they called the hit squad on the guy, that was enough for me. For those of you unfamiliar, Wizards of the Coast literally hired a group of mercenaries, quite literally, if you look them up, they're mercenaries, to recover some product that they accidentally sent to the wrong person. The product was an unreleased set that came out the next week. So they shipped a package to a guy a week early, and then they sent a group of mercenaries to collect every card, every wrapper, everything. So that's why I don't care about Wizards of the Coast or Magic as much anymore. It's an interesting read, though. It's an interesting read to see that a corporation would do that to one of its players, its loyal players. So Sanyan's going to connect for 1,000 points here. Before going into main phase 2, we'll see if it's a set monster, maybe from Bety. We'll have a set monster pass. So Alvarado is working with 5 cards in hand. We'll see if some chaos no chaos live for Alvarado, just lights in here, but that is an enabler. I am a fan of Game 1 mind control. It is always refreshing to see that. I've started playing 1-2 with a 1 mind control 2 Nox. New GP circuit. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the Pinkerton. That's the thing, is the Pinkertons too. But yeah, so I mean, I guess I get it. It's just how close it was to coming out. I didn't realize it was stolen though. I thought that he placed a pre-order like through something. I don't even know through what, and his pre-order was sent early. But I'm recalling a story that is a couple years old at this point. So we do get a dark in the graveyard for Alvarado here. Yeah, I mean, Alvarado's at low life points, but, you know, card advantage-wise, that's, you know, life points are just another resource, right? If they're not attacking for game or have a lethal line, you're probably in a good spot when you have more cards than your opponent. And right now, Bety has an unknown face down to us. Oh, look, Alvarado is being nice on... I just noticed this, nice on stream, and then Bety said, no, we'll say it. So an upstart's going to come down for Anthony as he draws a card, putting Bety up to 94. And he's just looking for just a combination of cards to give him the best advantage here, which it seems like he's getting it. We have a Pot of Greed come down, and just like that, I would say that Anthony has officially turned this one around. Of course I say that, and you know, he might have somehow bricked with 6 cards in hand, but even with Thunder Dragon being none of them, actually. Oh. Okay. That was pretty good, honestly. I mean, it, you know, carded, you know, he took a -1 there, but both heavies are gone now, so if Anthony drew a bunch of trap cards, they're all going to be set here. Alright, BLS is going to come down, taking care of the set monster, I'm sure. It was a magician. It was a deco, so it was... I mean, either way, you don't want that thing flipping. It's the correct move. And then putting it in defense, so Sanyan can't just ram to get a card. You know, more than likely, I feel like from Bety, we might see a nobleman, maybe? I don't think we've seen a set monster on Anthony's side of the board yet. This might be just a chaos monster also. He really needs the dark engrave. Could be a dead dust shoot. Because I believe Anthony was under dust shoot there until this last turn. Sanyan's going to attack the set, Sanyan, which will get something good here. Sook, maybe? No, Magician. I only mentioned Sook because in theory you could go banish, Sook, flip, attack. But with the back row, yeah, that's interesting. Well, it's in phase, you just said it. See Bety being a goofy goober. Well, I guess you still get to banish the thing in this turn, set Magician of Faith pass, maybe? Snatch Steal gone? Snatch Steal's not gone. Maybe Sook isn't needed. Why is Sook gone? Third Magician of Faith. So there you go. Wavement. We have a third Magician of Faith deck here from Anthony, since he got that off his Sanyan. How many Assura Priests do you think Alvarado is siding in this tournament? I'm going to go out on a whim and say 2 to 3. I feel like every time I've ever seen his deck lists, even back in the day, it was still 2 to 3. Alright. Sork's going to hit. How much damage is that? Was that 73? Put him to 21. Okay, and we'll see a concession there. We're going to go to game 2. Bety's hoping that he can at least force a game 3 here, as Alvarado is going to go right into the side with a definitive clear strategy on what to side in against Bety. Those of you that are unfamiliar, in War League, they play against each other often enough. They are very familiar with each other, as familiar as duelists can be. And I feel like Alvarado has a strong idea of what Bety will be siding in. Premature. Yeah, I will say that did seem a bit premature, especially with Snatch still being live. But you know, I think Bety earlier mentioned, I could be wrong, but I think in like the chat during signups he was talking about he might not be able to even play the whole tournament, so maybe he honestly might not care as much. But it's, you know, if you're in the Patreon, it's worth always signing up and playing in these. You miss JDZ. I miss JDZ too. So JDZ is just I believe doing his own thing today. I'm not entirely sure what he's up to. He's still around. Do not worry. I believe he will be streaming again soon, based on a message he sent me earlier today. So, yeah. But for today, you got me. My name's Kenny. And those of you just joining, this is the PWCQ 72, and we are in. I'm just going to make a round number up. We're in round 3. Round 3 of 12. We'll say 12. Why not? I don't know how many rounds there'll be today. But we're going to be watching Alvarado and Bety in the second game of their match, with Alvarado getting the first one on the back of a couple of Chaos Monsters with a very timely drawn Graceful Pot. I mean, more than life than online Yu-Gi-Oh? Hey, sometimes. Only sometimes, though. No, yeah. So online Yu-Gi-Oh for me, like, admittedly, I'm a pretty bad host. I do not play online as much. In person, I would play, if I had a local, I would play every single local event. If they ran one Monday through Sunday, as long as I wasn't, you know, working or busy with family or something, I'd probably be playing locals in person. But online, I don't play in many of the tournaments. But I'm familiar with nearly everyone. I've been a lurker, I guess, for a long time. But I've been mostly an in-real-life person. In-real-life person. How ridiculous of a sequence of words is that, an in-real-life person? I'm not even an NPC. I'm not AI, guys, I promise. But no, I prefer to play in person. It gives a more... I don't want to go on a limb and say something that's outlandish, but almost like a poker vibe. There are things you can get away with in person. Get away with is the wrong way to say it. That implies like there's some, I don't know, deception happening or something. But, you know, bluffs are easier in person than online. Just little ticks that you can do with like pins and score pads and just touching of the cards. You know, it's more normal to look at graveyards in person. Online, I feel like you look at a graveyard, it's almost like giving away too much information just by looking. So whenever I play online, every phase, I'm constantly clicking both players' graveyards. Kenny GPT, that's exactly right, Steven. Just don't tell anybody. I've almost fully ascended to complete AI. Oh, this is a great start from Bety. He's looking like he's in a pretty good spot here. Just a Souk and a couple of donkey monsters. Duo is going to come down to handle the Souk. And we'll see if these donkey monsters get handled by anything. Just a set monster and a set spell or trap before passing. We'll see if a top deck nobleman or pot of greed can be found. So Zombie's going to attack the set which is yeah, Zambira on board. Yeah. I feel like I've seen him play Zambira a decent amount, at least in person. I don't know about online. Once again, my online presence is like I've done a season of War League and I've played in like 7 GOAT tournaments online, maybe 7. I don't know. So, Ring of Destruction is going to meet the Dekoichi. Both players are going to take a hit, and a duo is going to come down. Hit a mind control. And a knock. Alright, so Bety's last card in hand. Big fan of that one. We'll see if there's a light and dark in the grave. There is, so a BLS would be an exceptional play. But we're just going to get a set monster pass and see how Alvarado can turn around this card advantage here. Honestly, Zambira can do it alone himself. Okay, so Serpent is pretty good. Sorry, Serpent is pretty good against Zambira. It's going to eat up a lot of that power on him. A second Sook. Alright, so Sook resolves, and Zambira will flip-flop and try to attack. Alright, Geki Break is going to meet the zombie. So Sook will attack, killing Serpent. Bety will get back Serpent in the standby. We're going to go to main phase, and Bety will set one, set a monster, and pass. Now the card advantage is even. Now life points are 2,900 points in favor of Alvarado. Just a set monster before passing it back over. We'll see if Bety has another Nobleman or a Mind Control. We already have one of each gone on Bety's end. So just another monster set pass. So the first monster is almost certainly Serpent. The next monster is probably a good one. Spy will get another twin out of the deck, and probably it might put it in attack, honestly. With the oh, there's only 2 spies gone, I guess. No, that's why. That makes sense. So Zombie's going to attack the new one for sure. It's Choo Choo Train, and Anthony has a back row before passing. 3 cards in hand. Let's see what Bety can do here. One of which is, well, standby. He's going to get his Serpent back. No, he's not. Play around Dust Shoot. Smart play. Get a Banish Light and Dark, and Sork will banish. Maybe he'll attack. I don't know. So the last card in hand is another Sook. And Sook's going to come down. We'll see what it hits. Probably the Spy? Yeah. Alright. Standby phase. Bety will grab the Serpent Mag. He's at 3, so it's playing around Dust Shoot still. We'll see if Sork does his magic here. Might attack the set Spy. Maybe, probably not. I'd probably just banish. Well, actually, I'm not sure what I would do. So, once again, playing around Dust Shoot, sets a spell or trap before Pot of Greeting up to 3. These kind of nuanced plays are what set like good players apart from great players. And I mean, you'll see things like earlier we saw a Magician of Faith get summoned, a Sook get flip summoned, just to be able to attack for 1100. Like those kind of plays are very important to see. Sometimes, you know, even the best players don't see those. But in this case, we're seeing a lot of very attentive play from both players. Spy will get flipped from Anthony, and he's searching for a copy here. And in response to the trigger, he's going to chain Torrential Tribute. So in this, we will see Torrential Tribute kill every monster in play, and then the Spy will resolve as Chain Link 1, summoning a Spy in attack or defense. It looks like Bety will let that one happen. And Anthony is going to put a Spy probably in attack. Oh, he doesn't have one. Maybe he sided one out. There's one there. 2. Maybe that's 3. How about that? And just like we thought, that was the third Spy set. Alright, so we're going to have 3 cards against a bunch from Bety, but life point wise, Anthony is in control here. All the Spies are now gone. Anthony will set a monster before passing it back. Bety's looking at 3 back row. Mind control on the set is pretty good. No lights for Bety. And looks like Anthony does have chaos, though. Deco is a good flip. So he gets another card here. Kaiku. I would say that was maybe the best monster he could have played there. So he gets rid of the Magician of Faith and one of the flip monsters, just in case Night Assailant starts going crazy. You want to hit the flips over others. Like here, you don't really... I mean, typically, you know, you would want to hit Magician of Faith and Spy Deco or the other Night Assailant, the other darks you don't really care about. So Sook's going to come down, target the Kaiku, put him in face-down defense. The lights are gone. So, Solemn is going to meet the Sook. And that'll put Bety to 23 before drawing. And Bety is just looking for something to clear the Deco so he can start pecking more cards out of that graveyard. If he can get a monster, 1,000 or higher. He has a Sook, right? Am I imagining the Sook? Or there's been a lot of Tsukuyomis hit the table today, so now they're all starting to blur on who had what. And I believe Anthony's played both this game, yeah. So Deco's dead. Anthony top decks Pot of Greed. She'll draw him 3 additional cards and let him summon another one. Breaker will hit the table at 19. It's going to try to clear the Kaiku. I think that Anthony's chance of winning this one is best if he plays for these 2-for-1 play. And he does. He's going to at least get 2 cards with this Breaker. Maybe even 3 if it gets to attack again. So he's going to follow it up with a set background passing. So Bety has the set monster and 4 cards in hand to work with. He's trying to do some plays to secure a victory here and force a game 3. Life points are handily in Alvarado's favor. Jar of Greed will be activated here. It's actually my favorite. All right. So this is a tricky game. So let's see. Does Breaker get 3 cards, or is this monster gonna live somehow? Maybe it's a DD Warrior Lady. No banish. Yeah, Sukin Zambara is a pretty nice combo for sure. And thanks, Gulas. It's good to have you back in the chat. Appreciate you joining today. Right now we are watching Alvarado and Bety play an incredible match, a true masterclass from both. Bety is currently deciding on what beautiful spell card to get. I mean, there's the obvious ones like Pot of Greed, maybe Duo, but maybe not as likely on Duo, maybe Heavy. But yeah, he ups for Pot of Greed. I only mentioned Heavy there. It seems terrible, but it sets up a potential kill, right? So we're going to see a Thunder Dragon go to the graveyard for Anthony, searching another 2. So their Duo would have not been ideal. Yeah, it would have hit some other Thunder Dragons in theory, but yeah. Okay, so he's playing around Dust Shoot now by opting to get rid of another Thunder Dragon in advance. Bety plays Pot of Greed. What is up, Goat World? Thank you for the comment. Not much. What's up with you? We have a monster set by Bety, and my bad. I apologize. The monster was already set. He summons Breaker. I looked away for a half second and got all turned around. And we might see Breaker pop here, crash, right? Maybe not. Maybe he wants to try to do the same thing. That's an interesting set. What? That was such an interesting set by Bety. I guess it didn't end up mattering. It's 44, that's 6,000. But that was such a weird set. Do you guys know why he did that? That was a weird one to me. Especially with him just going to Breaker either way. I don't know. That was a weird one. Either way, worked out for him. We're going to go to game 3. Both players are going to take a moment to side. We'll see if anything different happens. Alvarado snap locks in, so set to not reveal middle card. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, yeah, that's true too. But wait, he still had 4 cards in hand though, didn't he? After that? After the set? He had 5 and then sets and then activates Breaker? Either way. Pro players doing pro things, and I'm over here just trying to let my small brain wrap around it. It's just really hard sometimes, guys. Alright, Alvarado's going to start us off with an upstart. We'll see if he can also Thunder Dragon Pot of Greed. No luck in this one, or at least he's holding it if so. We're going to have a Dust Shoot from Alvarado. If BLS they just anyways feels held that long. I see. Greetings from the Netherlands. Oh, thank you for joining us. How's the weather in the Netherlands? Hopefully it's a little bit warmer than it is here, but I doubt it. But yeah, thank you for joining us today. See if we get to any kind of written out hand here that help us, but likely it's just going to be a screenshot. So Deco's going to go back, and a Thunder Dragon to follow it up, so there's no need to shuffle. The game will automatically do that for you. Which I am not a fan of whatever algorithm they use to randomize cards on Dueling Book. It doesn't seem as random as it should, but that's also just a delusional thing of me to say. So we got a standby phase Raigeki break, so Anthony doesn't get the chance to flip summon that spy. We're going to see a single monster on Bety's end, so a knock Kaiku would be really good for Alvarado, but I feel like Kaiku's not really in his wheelhouse. We do have the Nobleman come down, though, either way. For the spy. Go figure. So that'll hit all the other spies out of the decks, and we'll see if Alvarado has another one in his hand. It doesn't look like he does. Okay. Set. We're going to have a T-set pass. So we got a 4 grip on Bety's end. He flew through priority, so no dust shoot to be played here. We have a T-set from Bety before passing it back over. So Alvarado is going to start with a Deco flip, which is incredible. It's going to be a 5-6 card to 4 card advantage here. Life points are basically the same. Just graveyards. I don't think Alvarado has the light stuff going on yet, and we know that Bety's hand is double Thunder Dragon. We're just going to have a Suku set. Alright, I like it. So Night Assailant would be good for Bety here, but it's hard to say what this set is. I know I can speak from experience. I've opened 3 Thunder Dragons in real life at GGP Chicago last year. I opened, or 2 years ago. Last year I didn't open, but 2 years ago I opened triple Thunder Dragon. I still won that match somehow. I don't know how. 2 degrees and it's night, but a clear night. Hey, that's good. Clear night. So, where you are in the Netherlands, do you have a chance to see the Aurora Borealis when, like, the KP index is high enough? Or is this you really have to travel north? I've only been to Europe once, and I went to Norway. Well, I guess I went to Spain, or not Spain, Portugal and Norway. But Norway was really fun. We went in the winter time, so it was, as you can imagine, when you're at the top of the Arctic Circle, it's pretty cold up there in the winter time, but the lights were amazing. Even with cloudy skies, we could see them. It was pretty impressive. So we're gonna have another jar. We're gonna have a Jar of Greed get activated, followed by a Dekoichi flip. We know that Anthony still has a Tsukuyomi in his hand, and now he's gonna join that with a couple of Thunder Dragon buddies. Yeah, I mean, this one, it really is feeling like an Ancestral Recall. I mean, that's, so, Morp, you would get this. How do you feel about Phoenix Wing Wind Blast just being a time walk sometimes? Is that enough of an argument that maybe Wing Blast is slightly better than Raigeki Break? Obviously, against Warrior, time walking them isn't as impressive since all their monsters have 1 billion points of attack, but that's been mostly the reason that I play Wing Blast over Raigeki Break, historically. So we're going to have an attack from Deco into the set, which is Suk. Might target itself, yeah. So it's one of the few things right now. Yeah, but Time Walk is still pretty good. Taking extra turns is pretty good. I see what you're saying. But, yeah. Oh, okay, so it's lagging really bad. We had a Suk set the BLS with a set back row, and I'm sure Anthony is trying to pass it back before putting the Suk back in his hand. So Anthony's going to have, was it double Thunder Dragon, Suk, 3 unknowns. Heavy Storm will come down for Bety. Bety's going to try to force through a big play this turn, it looks like. It's not often that you get Heavy Storm killing, essentially being an even 1-for-1. I'm not even sure. Oh, Bety's just saying good game. All right, so Bety just wanted to play Heavy Storm. I respect it. All right, so Alvarado gets that one. Congratulations, Anthony. Bety, well played. You had some actual masterful executions throughout that match. But in the end, Alvarado gets it and continues on. And let's see how many more there would be. So Alvarado is going to be playing SDL Killa. And we'll see if there's any other good matches happening right now. Rosito's playing Ludy. We'll get into there. What? Is that not? Is it Pablione? Yeah, Pablione. Yeah, that's true. Brageki break with snatch is pretty good. Hey, but sometimes spinning that Sork versus killing it never matters. Actually, you're right. Because if you spin it and it's a dead card, it's no different than them just, yeah. The last several GGPs I've entered, I've played Raigeki Break over Wing Blast. And I haven't really missed Wing Blast, but I still love that you can just get somebody with it. North and Netherlands is not around the corner. Oh, so okay, you had to, in order to see the lights in Netherlands, you have to go to a specific. That makes sense. The most northern part of the Netherlands, that's likely isolated by, big cities, or isolated away from big cities. So Ivan will set a monster before passing it over. We're in the first game. It looks like we got a traditional warrior deck playing against Ivan's Chaos Turbo. And we're going to have a Kaiku come down. So that could be an issue for Ivan unless this is a spy. In which case this is not going to go very well for Pablione. Night Assailant. That's pretty good. That is a good answer for Kaiku. See if he has a follow-up call to Haunted. No call. So Ivan's in an okay spot here. A couple of back row to work through, but see, no Thunder Dragons on either side yet. Well, at least I imagine we're only going to see them on Ivan's side, but you never know. So yeah, those of you that play in person, we have a Goat Grand Prix coming up next month, March 29th in Lexington, Kentucky. So those of you on the eastern side of the U.S. or the Midwest, wherever you want to call it, I know that that's two completely different things, but they're in Eastern Standard Time. So if you're in that neck of the woods, be sure to check that one out. It is limited seating, but I'm sure that there's plenty of spots open. Pre-registration just went live, so you have plenty of time. So if you're considering attending an in-person GOAT tournament, if you like what you see here, you can see more of this in person in Lexington, Kentucky, March 29th. And it should be a blast. I'll be there. A couple of other of the GOAT format folks will be there, like Karam and Cub and Wolf, KMH, and tons of other folks. AJTBLS, I'm sure, will be there. Pateo should be there if you guys are familiar with Chris Pateo. Incredible player from back in the day. And I say back in the day, but I'm pretty sure if he picked up current Yu-Gi-Oh, he'd probably still be pretty good at it. Actually, most everyone in GOAT format, if they played current Yu-Gi-Oh, would probably be okay. Especially, well, the good players, I should say. So Thunder Dragon comes down from Ivan. That gives him Chaos. Again, he was missing the lights there. A Heavy Storm, yeah, he's going to push for it. I mean, that's lethal with BLS and a normal summon, right? Was that 12, 14, 26? He needs a Deco Ichi. Or a Tribe. Or a Breaker. Or just another Chaos monster. All of those are lethal. So we'll see if maybe a Solemn Judgment happens to protect like a Sakuretsu armor here. I mean, it might be Mirror Force, but I feel like if it was a Mirror Force, this would be a Snap Solemn. Oh, maybe that's why it's not a Snap Solemn. He DC'd. So we're going to have a book flip the tribe down. Excuse me. Well, now it's lethal with a Nobleman and a BLS. This is game 1, so Ivan still has his Noblemans in his deck, which even game 2, I mean, I don't know. The Warrior deck's always side in 3 spies. So maybe like keeping a knock-in isn't the worst. Probably still is, but that's been the trend recently, is Gravekeeper Spy being sided into Warrior in nearly every match. So Ivan is concocting a plan, trying to win this in one hit. Kill him in one hit if you can. So we're just going to have a tribe, clear out the Sasuke, kill the tribe, and probably just pass turn. We'll see. Set back row, pass. So as you can see, we have light and dark over here on Pablione's end. So we might see a Chaos Monster hit the table here. Maybe a Breaker or a Space Typhoon to clear this back row first. Max Suffrage is from the land of Henry Clay. He is. Yep. Kentucky boy through and through. Yeah, used to see him at every event I went to, from like the first event I went to in January of 06 until probably 08. He was at actual every single one. Oh, you were watching from 53 minutes ago. You're talking about Max? Yeah, like I said, I mean, the format wouldn't exist in the capacity that it does now without his initial innovations. So, yeah, absolute master of a player. I mean, yeah. Also, it was crazy that Kentucky had a national champion before several other states that have a ridiculously strong Yu-Gi-Oh presence at that point, right? Because he was the second or third one. Maybe the second one. I don't even know who won 2004 nationals. I should know that, but I don't. I'm going to guess Wilson Luke or somebody. Let's see. 2004 Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals. First place was... Oh, it was Tarasic Poonsambat. I should have remembered that, actually. Song Bui was also in the finals. I haven't thought about those two guys in forever. T was an incredible Yu-Gi-Oh player. Let's talk about T for a minute. T-Deck. T-Deck 07. Was there a better deck? Just playing Troop Dupe Scoop. Cyber Phoenixes and limiter removals. Come on now. Absolute legend. I can't believe I forgot that he won the first one. I assume that's the first one. There wasn't an 03 one, right? Wait, was there? Oh my gosh, there was. Oh, no, there was the World Championship. Sorry. So, yeah, there had to have been a U.S. one, unless you were just invited based on something else. I don't know how they decided who made it to the 2003 one, and I don't want to go into that too far. So we're going to have BLS come down. See if that guy can do anything. At least I assume it's Pablione's turn. Based on Serpent being in the graveyard and Tribe not immediately killing it. Okay, so no priority. So BLS resolves. Good. Going straight into battle, trying to attack for game. We'll see if it goes through. A Mirror Force is played. So BLS is dead, and we will see if Ivan can win on the crackback here, on the swing back, on the swing crack. back row set before passing it back over. So right now we are 2,400 points off in a back row for Ivan, attacking for lethal this turn. Comic Odyssey. Comic Odyssey burn. That was one of my favorite decks they built, was the CO burn deck. Didn't Comic Odyssey Kenny get banned for like something crazy? That is a disgusting act. Is that when he fake mooned the fans at Lambeau? Yeah, Randy was a legend. Is JDZ ever coming back? Yes. I don't have a timeline or anything. You'd have to ask him when, but today he mentioned that he should be streaming again soon, so you guys won't have me anymore, thankfully. You'll have JDZ back, and he'll be happy to guide you through the rest of the season, I'm sure. This is more him. You're going to have to reach out to him, find out a timeline. I don't have anything like that. I can't begin to tell you when, so. I know Chaos Hero is better than Warriors, but my friend was curious why, and I couldn't really explain it besides advantage and offensive output. Yeah, I mean, the card advantage the Chaos Turbo has is unlike any other deck in the format. Like, and at this point of the game, most of this game is just, it's still like card advantage based. Like, yeah, the attack points that Warrior can do are insane. Like, just a 2,000 attack that can negate flips is good enough most of the time. But this game, at this point of the game, is very much card advantage based. So when you get to play with cards that are just always +1s, +2s, it's really hard to beat those kind of decks that have that kind of output. That's why it's played the most. That's why it has the most success. Is it boring to watch Chaos Turbo versus Chaos Turbo? Yeah. Nobody wants to watch 20 straight matches of that for the most part. Some people might, but for the most part people won't. But that's why I would say that Chaos Turbo is better. Maybe that's a way you can explain it. JDZ, there we go. See? He's right here, guys. Literally right here. He'll be back at some point. He's on the grind. You can call it zombies. I'm a big fan of Reaper, man. I saw Adam. They played in January. They had in Game Time Michigan. They had a big cash tournament, and AJTBLS was playing 2 Spirit Reapers in his Chaos Turbo deck, and I watched him throughout the tournament, and he was rolling with them, absolutely destroying his opponents. Turns out if you can protect a Spirit Reaper, it's a pretty darn good card. But yeah, as you guys can see, even though I'm not JDZ, he's with us in the chat a little bit. So he's good. He's not in my basement. I'm not hiding him. He's safe. Alright, so Blade Knight is going to kill Sangan. We'll see if that gets a Sook to handle the Blade Knight, which it does. So Ivan is in a pretty good spot. A Chaos Monster. Well, that's pretty good too. That's lethal. Lethal with the Sook. Alright, so just like that, Ivan got game 1. We're going to go to game 2. Both players are very familiar with each other, unless I could be incorrect, but last season, at least in War League, they were on the same team. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to say that, and somebody's going to be like, no chance. So they're very familiar with each other. I'm sure they play test. Obviously, both players play in nearly every one of the bigger events hosted online, so they're no stranger to the grind here. They weren't on the same team? I really thought they were. What team was last season? What team was Pablione on? I thought that he was on your team, Anthony. Am I wrong about that? I'm probably wrong about that. That's not on purpose. I'm out here spreading misinformation just like last time. No, but either way, they're definitely familiar with each other, regardless. I really thought they were on the same team last season. I see. Oh, I'm just wrong. Alright, hey, I admit it. I was wrong on this one. They've never met each other ever. They hate each other. Speak other lines of play. They were never on the same team. Alright. So Pablioni's already finished siding. We're going to see what Ivan does, if anything, to change his deck around. I imagine he's not going to change too much, though. I mean, the traditional cards you bring in are like Sakuretsu's. If you have another Suk, if you have Kinetics, you know, that kind of thing, Smash and Ground. But I feel like against, you know, if you change your main deck too much, like Ivan's talked about this before, like how much do you really want to change your main deck that won you that first game, right? Like how much? Like obviously the cards they're bringing in are going to be anti-Chaos Turbo cards, and you could try to metagame your way around that, but I don't know. That being said, I imagine if Ivan has Sakuretsu's in his side, we're going to see them in this match. So we're going to see if Ivan gets Dust Shot. No Dust Shoot. So he gets Open Rain on playing out his hand, starting things off with an upstart. What round is this? This is game 2. Ivan won. And round-wise, I can't possibly tell you that because it's double a limb. But we do have... I don't want to click off because every time I click off, I see something crazy. So he did bring in Zambira too, which is good. That's good against Warrior. Do it really quick here. I wish I could, like... There. So we don't have that much left in winner's bracket. And loser's bracket's going a bit slower than we would want, right? But I guess that's always the case. So it looks like we just had a back row set before passing it back over. Pablo drew for turn up to 7 cards in hand. And we will see if any monsters get played or some additional back row support maybe. Pablione is going to go into the tank a little bit here, setting a back row and passing. So just enough to meet that hand limit of 6. We're going to see Ivan start us off on his turn by shuffling his hand around. And I'll see if there's any monster summons here. Obviously, Zambira, being a great monster as it is, cannot attack directly. So he's really good at clearing out all those pesky spies and blade knights. And, you know, defense position chaos sorcerers. But right now it just looks like they're both going to turtle up a little bit, not be too aggressive or offensive here. And we are going to have Pablione go into main phase with another grip of 7. See if anything changes on his end, or if maybe just another set spell or trap will be all. Yeah, I agree. You don't really, like, you can't do too much. So, like, Mataza the Zapper is going to come down for Pablione. That's right. He definitely played that against me in the last event I played in. Smashing Ground will clear out the Zambira, and Mataza is going to try to connect for 26. But a Sakuretsu will meet it, and just like that, the Zapper has been zapped. We are going to go into main phase. Ivan's looking at 2 back row, no monsters. A Thunder Dragon Heavy and a couple Chaos guys wouldn't be too bad. I guess that's still 9,000 points of damage he has to overcome, but we have a Pot of Greed come down, putting Ivan up to 7 cards in hand. No Dust Shoot at resolution, it looks like. And he's going to take a moment to concoct a plan, try to find a line of play that puts him in a good winning spot here. And Dust Tornado will hit the freshly set Sakuretsu. And Pablione is going to think what he's going to do. This is the first set monster for Zero. Maybe you see a Rhoda for level 2. You don't need it. He's just got it. We're going to have a pre-mat also. Bringing up Mataza. Let's see if he can equip a United. We stand to it. So level 2 will dispatch the Serpent, and we're going to see 26 points of damage connect. And maybe another back row. No additional back row. We're going to pass a couple of weenies on the board. Serpent coming back in standby, and we're going to see a grip of 7 be worked with here by Rosito. We know one of which is, of course, that Sinister Serpent. I think my Amazon AI helper just dinged. Pretty sure that's what that was. Sorry about that if you guys heard that. For those of you just joining, my name's Kenny. I'm here showing you guys some awesome GOAT format. Right now we are in undetermined round number because this is a double elimination tournament of PWCQ 72, and the winner of this tournament will be invited to the World Championships in later this year. Historically, it's been October. They might push it back November, December. I don't know. I don't make those decisions. As far as I know, there's not a date for it yet, but then again, I'm wrong often. So there is a very good chance that that's already been scheduled. But yeah, so the winner of this tournament gets to go to Worlds, and right now both of these players are fighting for an undefeated spot. They want to keep their record untarnished. Has 2 losses in this tournament will remove you from the tournament. And we have a back row against Pablione's 5, and one of which was a heavy storm. So we're likely going to see some kind of chaos action based on that, or something really strong. Oh yeah, Kaiku, that's pretty strong too. It gets rid of the Serpent. Forces Ivan's hand with a backup, no backup set. So Pablione is likely holding 3 monsters. It's weird to not see sets, even bluffs. Which Ivan might have a bit of a bricked hand based on not a lot of action, no lights, no darks really. In a tricky spot here. Sometimes you get, double BLS or BLS double sorcerer hands. Well, obviously that's not what happened here. It looks like we have a bluff set and a real set somewhere here with a monster. Breaker will come down, and that will maybe clear a back row. We'll see. So Breaker gets the counter. We'll see if Pablione does anything with it. He does. He's going to target the one under the monster, which was a Space Typhoon. It's hard to say if or not that was the one to hit. Obviously, if you're Pablione, you want to hit Mirror Force or something, but I think, yes, this attack is what I would also do. It's unfortunate that you're met with a spy, but I think that was the correct move there. So Ivan is looking a little bit better. He has some life to him. A couple spies in defense. You love to see it. Oh, pardon me, guys. I did not get enough sleep last night, I guess. Usually I have a nice tea, but I didn't have one this morning. Alright, so we're going to see Ivan draw up to 3. See if he has a way to win this game. That is a ridiculously good start. Thunder Dragon. Now if he needs to, he can tribute one of the spies for the other to get that Dark in the Grave. Which of course Kaiku, you can't summon the Chaos Monsters right now, but so I guess you don't really want to do that. Leon draws up to 4. No dust shoot on Ivan's end. Yeah, definitely. If he can either handle a Sasuke should it hit, or, just protect his spies to a Sasuke attack. Otherwise, it's going to be he's pretty good until a Chaos Monster is drawn and able to be played, honestly. That's a good knock. Knock on Moth is crazy. He had a pot too, right? Ooh, he only got rid of 1? Okay, so he has 1 in his hand. Almost certainly has 1 in his hand. So Ivan is looking a little good here. Set knock flip. Great call. Ooh, on a Blade Knight too. What a great hit. Usually you do not get Blade Knight with knock. It's very rare, I would say. So, especially when the warrior deck is in, I would almost say, control. Ivan drew graceful. Alright, Ivan is doing his best to bring this one around. If he gets a snatch or a mind control, this might be just about all she wrote. So this is a decent think job from Ivan, I guess is what I'll say. Very difficult 2 to discard here from Graceful, telegraphing that Ivan's hand is exceptional. I mean, obviously there's 2 Thunder Dragons, but you can't really get rid of both unless you have a way to handle this Kaiku. So this isn't just a nice and easy, choice on his part. And if there's multiple Chaos Monsters, it's tricky. So we will see one of the 2 Thunder Dragons get discarded here. We'll see if another one, it is just the other one. And so we're going to have a couple of back rows set. Hopefully on Ivan's part, he's really hoping that one of those is able to handle the Kaiku, which is likely hindering him slightly. Of course, now it's difficult because he doesn't have the ability to tribute Spy for Thunder Dragon to force the Dark in the grave if he needs to with the Kaiku gone. A lot of things still have to go right for Ivan, but he is in an exceptionally better place than he was earlier. We'll see if Xingjian Hu gets played here from Ivan. This is the new tech that nobody knows about in Chaos Turbo. So a couple back rows will be set by Pablione, and no Xingjian Hu gets chained. So we're going to see Ivan go into main phase here. Jar Agreed will be activated. Jar Agreed will draw a card for Ivan. He's going to hold priority. Passing priority, so Dust Shoot can be activated. We'll see if a Dust Shoot gets met. Nope, no Dust Shoot, so he is good to continue. Alright, Jar of Greed will be played here. might be lagging on our end. Okay, that's one of the ways that he can handle this Kaiku here. So his Umbira is going to be played, which will attack into the Kaiku. That will be 300 points of damage, and more importantly for Ivan, now he has access to playing Chaos Monster should he wish. We might see one main phase 2 to, if it's BLS to hit the set or Sork to hit the breaker, but I can't imagine. So like we just saw, no Chaos Monsters in main phase 2. We're going to see it pass back over to Pablione, and we'll see if they are able to concoct a way to win this. A lot of monsters in play to go through, a couple of which are exceptionally annoying in the form of Gravekeeper Spies. A couple of back rows to work with, though, maybe with Raigeki Breaks and Snatch Steel or BLS or something. He's able to put together a winning line here. But right now, looks like with the amount of cards in hand, I can't imagine we're going to see too much of that. So we're going to see a Space Typhoon on Ivan's back row here in main phase. And so now he has to debate. If it's a Raigeki Break, you have a couple of choices here. If it's anything else, maybe a Ring of Destruction, you also have a couple of choices. I guess during this moment of thinking, I can talk about myself a little bit, just so you guys have a better idea of maybe who I am, since a lot of you are, like, where's JDZ? So my name's Kenny. I almost exclusively play in person, and so, like, why am I doing this? Well, because I still love the format a lot, and I want to try to get more involved online, but I also want to bring this type of commentary, which is very engaging when you have some turns taking 20-30 seconds per action. But no, I want to bring commentary to the live game in person at events if I'm able to, and actually next month I get that ability, as long as everything logistically works out for everyone. I'll be able to live stream the GOAT Grand Prix in Lexington, Kentucky on March 29th. I'm very eager to go to that. I am a big fan of Kentucky Yu-Gi-Oh! Events, and I've had several events that I've been to throughout all of Kentucky being Louisville and Lexington, or Richmond, which is basically Lexington. So if you're in that area of the world, make sure you mark your calendars for March 29th. It's going to be a blast. I believe the prizes are PlayStation 5 and maybe just PS5 to first, and then something else to second. I'd have to look at the flyer. Regrettably, I don't remember all the prizes from the events that we sponsor. So yeah, check that one out. I'll be there, and you can hear me recant stories of the past, like my historic run at SJC Columbus in 2008, where I finished 8-2 and regrettably did not top, but I did in fact lose to Jerry Wang, who did win that tournament. And for some reason he drew Crush Card Virus in all 3 games against me. Probably didn't help that the card literally bows like this and you got Final Cut on your deck back then. Who's to say why he drew Crush Card Virus in all 3 games? We're going to see a Smashing Ground take out one of the spies with a Flip Summon Kaiku. So that'll keep Ivan back off of Chaos. He's going to crash into Zambira, which will let the... See, this is a line of play that people won't see. You crash Breaker into Zambira, lower it from 19 to 17. Now Kaiku gets to crash over it for 100 points of damage, most importantly, banishing 2 lights out of the graveyard. I hope second place is a PS4 and third's a PS3. That's probably it. The PS2 is going all the way down to the PS0. Curious Craze to the Crush Card. Hey, to be fair, Jerry Wang, exceptional player. One of the goats of Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not actually pressed about it, but yeah. I had a good run in that tournament. I beat Justin Arnwine and Steven Silverman, Robbie Cole, and I'm sure if I just thought for a second, I'm sure that I would be like, oh yeah, that person too. But yeah, look, a few SJC winners at that point I was lucky enough to beat. That was a dad return format that, like, dad, Dark Arm Dragon was the best card. Actually crazy card. I almost dropped from that tournament too. I lost round 1. That's the reason I didn't top. For sure. And because my friend was playing against Shane Scurry, and I was like, I think I'd rather watch Shane Scurry play than play in my round 2. And then I like go to my round 2 opponent with the sole purpose of I'm going to drop from this tournament and just give him the win. And then I saw he was wearing a Naruto headband and no sleeves on his deck, and I'm like, I got this. And so I played my opponent, and I won in a pretty quick amount of time, and then I got to watch my friend lose to Shane Scurry. He had Shane, I would say, beat, like, game lethal on the board, but Shane played 3 back-to-back threatening roars until he was able to manipulate his graveyard with, like, Prometheus or whatever it was, so you could, Dark Arm Dragon. That was a crazy sequence I remember watching. But that was then, and this is now, and right now we are watching Ivan face a little bit of an uphill battle. Even though card advantage Ivan is way ahead, it's just Kaiku is such a strong card. Shane played Crush Card Virus. I'm sure Shane played Crush Card Virus at that tournament, and I'm sure his Crush Card Virus was like every other SJC prize card, so it just, bowed like crazy. Just so I could show you guys. For some reason, I have a pack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards on my desk. Like, they bow like this. Like, I don't know if this is going to show up well on the camera, but SJC prize cards, if you've ever had one, they all, like, have this bow. At least the old ones. So, like, and back then, the owner of the deck got final cut. So, I'm not saying nefarious things happen, but I am saying Feely Luna won 5 SJCs in about a year and a half. I like Feely. Feely, you're a cool guy. I like you. But there's some levels of consistency that people had that are questionable. That's what I'll say. Especially with one of the SJC ones, he was playing, 45 cards? You have to bring the next... Dude, bring the Naruto headband to the next GGP, please. Please. And then roll me. I mean, to be fair, I lost to the dude playing at an ARG tournament. I lost to a guy wearing... he was playing... I can't remember what the deck was, but he called it the Tryhard deck, and he wore a Tryhard helmet, and it was just a bicycle helmet with a ton of stickers on it. I can't remember what that deck was called, though. It was one of the events where my friend handed me a deck, and I entered this just because, I don't know, I'm friendly with the ARG guys or something. I don't even remember what I played, but yeah. I've definitely lost to a dude wearing a bike helmet at a tournament before. So we've seen Zambira. We've seen Zambira in this match, but we've seen Solemn. So yeah, it's hard to say though, because Ivan sometimes main decks Solemn, like a single one at least. So maybe the Solemns are in the side in the plan. Yeah. And so he's still leaving in some of, like, usually these kind of cards get cut for, like Kaikus or Zambiras or, whatever. These are the ones that are easier to cut. So seeing this, like I said, Ivan might not have changed his main deck that much. He might have just brought in Sakus and like some number of Zombira. And it might just be that one Zombira. Because this is Warrior, like he's not bringing in mind controls. I can't imagine that he has more than just the knock. Maybe both knock. But yeah. So we're going to see TT clear the board. Ivan's in a lot better position now, obviously. Like, of course, losing 3 monsters there, it's just card advantage wise, 5-1. One of these is likely a Raigeki break. Maybe a Mirror Force or a Ring. So Heavy's gone, so he could be setting like mind control. Well, I doubt it's mind control, but he could be setting those kind of cards too. Snatch Steal could be face down, those type of things. He's going to run out of BLS. Seems pretty good. So right now he recognizes I just need to push through damage. If he has a Solomon like a Raigeki break backup, this is going to be a very, very tough position for Pablione to overcome. He's a big Swords fan. Swords is pretty good, honestly. Like, I mean, obviously, there's a reason that people played it back in the day. It wasn't because it was just a Yu-Gi-Oh meme. So yeah, I mean, I've played it at a GOAT Grand Prix or two. It's performed pretty well. It's good against Warrior. It's good against a lot of decks, to be fair. Ivan is Italian. Let's go Italy. Wait, is he? I thought... I don't know people's nationalities, but I thought that Ivan was from New York also. But obviously I don't know him. I know him through online, as in, handful of interactions online, but that's about it. It seems like you guys know the lore, though, so I trust you. I could be wrong, but was Ivan Flores also from New York? Kurt Joseph, you're very welcome. I'm happy I was able to do this for everybody. Hopefully you guys enjoy the BRB screens that I added to try to make things a little more engaging when I need to take a brief break for a restroom or to get a drink or whatever. And hopefully going forward, we're able to have a more consistent stream schedule. Oh, wow, a top deck BLS. But he has the Solomon just like that. Well, I guess it's not just like that, but this is going to be an incredible assault to overcome from Pablione. He's going down to 1,200, another back row. If we have another Solomon, that's all she wrote. If we have just anything relevant, that's also it. And right now, like, a Ring of Destruction forces another game, a game 3 that, Ivan Flores is John Wick? Okay, see, Anthony, this is the kind of info I need. I need to know who some of the old heads are and what their usernames are. Because obviously I did not know that. That's funny. Okay, that's cool. Alright. And don't get me wrong, I'd never met Ivan Flores in my life, but I remember he was an old head, and you'd see him in the top 8s of all the, not all the tournaments, but, ton of the tournaments back in the day. That's crazy. I didn't know that. That's cool. Alright. So this is going to be a tricky graceful. I mean, what are we looking for? Snatch Steal? Like Chaos Sork, which can't imagine the Warrior deck is playing. Big think. Oh, wow. What could you be thinking about? Premature Burial versus Snatch Steal? Is that the options? I mean, both are the same, right? If there's a Space Typhoon, the Space Typhoon happens. If it resolves, it resolves. Weren't you at one of their G's in Connecticut? No, I didn't go to the Connecticut one last year. Hartford, or was it Hartford? I think. I didn't go to it, though. That was like the one of the only ones I didn't go to. I didn't go to that one or Tijuana or Seattle or Atlanta. But I think I went to like the other 6. I could be wrong. I mean, I went to Orlando. I went to Cleveland. I went to Michigan. I went to Chicago. I went to... I feel like there were a couple more. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, Orlando was fun. Orlando was fun. I wish I would have had a slightly better... I just wish I had better tiebreakers. I think I got 9th place. Maybe 10th. I don't remember what it... But either way. Like, my losses... I had 2 losses, but both losses top 8'd. I think it was because I had, like, a round 3 opponent that went actual winless, like, for 4 rounds and then dropped. Maybe not undefeated. Or maybe it was a round 2 opponent that... Because I started that tournament off 0-1. Alright, so Ring of Destruction forced the draw. So there, just like that, we're going to go to a 3rd game with Rosito leading. Bandit Keith, I do not have that info for you at the moment. We are actually working on compiling a list of official GOAT stores to add to the website. So that will be, I know that's not helpful right now, but that is something to look out for soon. If I had to guess, I would say, I don't know the big cities in Connecticut that would have GOAT except for Hartford, and I could be wrong on that. There might be other ones. Yeah. But yeah, surprisingly, for some reason, the big state of Connecticut, I'm not as familiar with the cities there. Rhode Island, Go Format, Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's see if anything comes up with a quick Google search. Looks like other people are also asking the basically the same thing. Oh yeah, there's one. Okay, I got you. Person from Connecticut. It looks like Phantasm Gaming in Bradford. 11 days ago, someone said they play on Saturdays at 1 p.m. So yeah, if you I don't know where Bradford is in respect to your location, but if you're nearby Bradford, check out Phantasm Gaming. Looks like Saturdays at 1 p.m. I don't know if it's weekly, monthly, but I'll let you find that out. Phantasm Gaming. So good luck. I genuinely hope they play every Saturday and you could start playing some in-person GOATs. Just when you're not playing in person, though, always make sure to check out the events that goatformat.com holds. You can check that out at the Discord, in the Discord, at the Discord, on the Discord. Just if you see in the bottom right of the stream right now, there's that little Discord symbol with at MJGY3FN or whatever that code is. You can pop that into your Discord and that'll take you right to the GOAT format page. So there you can click on the event tab and see the events coming up. Right now we only have a handful, but that will be changing over the next few days, and we're going to add in more of the GGPs that have just been confirmed, which we have an extensive list now. Very excited for this upcoming season. I hope to travel to many of them. I would say that there's going to be a big one, but it really looks like nearly all of them are going to be the big one. So the one that is coming up next, though, is Lexington GOAT Grand Prix. And so now we know Ivan's hand. Jar Greed, Solemn Judgment, Heavy Storm Spy, and a Blackluster Soldier. Heavy Storm is a +1, but is it worth doing if you have no real follow-up? Probably not. We'll see if he does it, though. I feel like Heavy Storm, you usually want to hold that for when you're actually attacking or doing a play that you need to resolve. So yeah, once again, we have a Dust Shoot disrupting some plays here. The wild thing about double elimination is the rounds, as far as I can tell, they're not timed, right? You have no possible way to enforce a time limit. Not saying that we need that or that we should, It's just without that time limit, this match could theoretically last 90 minutes. Like we don't know. Um, I wish that there was a logistical way to employ a chess clock to Yu-Gi-Oh, but of course with the priority checks and everything, that's an incredibly difficult thing to do. Would be people like with their hand on the clock constantly pressing down. Um, but I think that would help. Magic Drain meets Heavy Storm. Okay, taking that right out of Bryce Stuyvesant's side deck. I like it. Bryce piloted that one at GGP Orlando to a top 8 finish. He actually got beat by Anthony Alvarado in top 8, funny enough. But I was lucky enough to watch him get a couple of people stopping their pots and their gracefuls with it throughout the day, and that was cool. One of which was AJTBLS. It's always fun to see that kind of stuff. So right now we're going to have an in-phase Dust Tornado meet that Jar of Greed. So that Solemn is still set face down. We have a Spy set as well with a BLS in Ivan's hand. So now that Paglione knows all the information here, they're going to try to concoct a plan to, well, beat Ivan. So we're going to have a Magician of Faith flip to get this Pot of Greed back. We'll see if a Solemn meets it. This is with the Graveyard, maybe you do Solemn because there's not like lights and darks. But then if a Graceful hits with a BLS, you're cooked, chat, as they say. This is a pros choice here on whether or not to Solemn this Moth. And it looks like he will. We're going to see Solemn happen. We'll see what Paglione does in response to that. We're going to have a level 2 hit. That's a strong card. It's going to clear out the Spy. And that is going to keep him off of lights and darks at the moment. But a top deck Thunder Dragon would be a lot of damage for Ivan. We'll see if he gets so lucky. Just to set back row pass. Once again, Blackluster Soldier is the last card in Ivan's hand. We know that from the typed out hand via Trap Dust Shoot. So right now, Paglione is debating on which monster to summon. I can't imagine he doesn't summon one, yeah, because he's going to try to put him on the 2-turn clock. We'll see if a Torrential Tribute happens here. It's tricky if you don't, assuming that's what he has, because Paglione is certainly not summoning next turn. But of course, if he had the Torrential, I think it's a snap play. So, is this another Solemn Judgment? Another Solemn would be pretty okay, I guess. He'd go down to 2,000. He'd lose to a Premature Burial and a Chaos Monster at that point, though. So that's a tricky one. That's an impossible situation that Ivan finds himself in. He really needs to draw pretty well. Like, really a draw spell here would be great. It could, yeah, I think it's a Solemn too. I started saying Torrential, and then I'm like, no, I think it's a Solemn, and the reason you don't is because of the Chaos guy. So Paglione turns the Swordsman to defense, which, I mean, I guess you don't want to lose both to a Mirror Force in case he top decks a set. I don't know. I probably would keep that guy in attack position, honestly, and just get him in there. So we're going to see the attack go through, and Ivan is hoping to draw something good here. A set monster is not what he wants to see. Yep, Sangan, that works. That clears out the level 2. And we'll see what happens if Paglione can get over this back row and push lethal this turn. A Snatch Steal would do it. A Snatch Steal would do... well, it would put him to 11 if it gets Solemned. So there's the heavy for the Solemn. And something else is going to come down, right? What is he, 1,400 points off? And there's 1,500. Well, just a bunch of damage. All right, so that's that one. We're going to game 4. We're all tied up, 1-1-1. There was a draw in the last game with a Ring of Destruction when both players were at essentially no life points. So we're going to the very rare, but a lot more common now than before, Game 4. I feel like when we were watching the Goat Grand or the GFC a couple weeks ago, we saw 2 or 3 Game 4s on stream, at least 2. So I'm very excited to see how this one goes and see which of these players can lock this victory in. It could have been a bluff too, yeah. So, going into Game 4, now's another chance to tell you guys about the upcoming GOAT Grand Prix we have. So the next one is going to be next month. We have a tournament March 29th in Lexington, Kentucky. That's the next one. And then after that, we have a couple more throughout the season. So the one that follows that is in Michigan, Livonia, Michigan. It's basically Detroit. It's like 10 miles from Detroit, maybe even less. And that is April 26th. That's when that one is. So we have a couple in the next couple of months. Following that one will be in Munich, and that is May 24th. And then that following weekend, we go back to the States, and we'll have one in We'll have our GOAT Grand Prix in Atlanta, Georgia. It's actually Stone Mountain, Georgia, which is once again just a suburb essentially of Atlanta. It's like a 15-mile drive from maybe 20-mile drive from downtown Atlanta. So it's really accessible with the airport. Then on June 7th, we head west and go to GGP Tijuana, and that is on June 7th. And then finally, we go back to Detroit on June 14th. Those are the ones that are coming up immediately. Then the next one that we have confirmed with a date is in September 6th. We're in Einbeck. And so we have a handful of events that have been confirmed. We have more that are just waiting on official dates. Like I believe, don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but I will. We have some coming up in Maryland. One, I should say, in Maryland coming up. We don't have a date for it. None of that, but seems like that one's going to happen. And I believe there's another one in Florida that will be announced soon. But that one, I'm not 100% on. So if I'm not supposed to say that, spoilers, I did. So yeah, look out for all the upcoming events. And all right, we're gonna kick things off with Ivan. He's gonna think for a second. It looks like things are lagging a little bit. Starts things off with a tea set. And after this, I'm going to grab a drink and just use the restroom, that kind of thing, really quick. So I'll have a very brief, maybe 2-minute break after this match. Just to also rest my voice and try to, I don't know, maybe drink some honey or something. So a Space Typhoon's going to come down and hit this back row, which is a Mirror Force, so that was a pretty strong MST. Blade Knight's going to hit and try to clear this out. If it's a spy, it's a oof. But at least it looks like Paglioni won't be taking damage if it is a spy. It is. So the effect will activate. No damage taken since Blade Knight 1 card or less in hand for Paglioni means it's at 2,000 attack. And we're going to pass it over with 3 sets. This would be a really good heavy for Ivan. You know, he might have a solemn, but there's likely 2 bluffs back there, 1 bluff at least. Maybe a reinforcement of the army, honestly. It's good to hit those cards when you can. A lot of people set those cards to give the Blade Knight its boost. Oh, SDL. Nice. Yeah. Wait. Does the SD stand for San Diego in your username? I'm not trolling right now, but I just sort of put that together in my head. Once again, my head is no good. Affected by water. But yeah, so SDL Killa, thank you so much for helping with that one, or maybe even hosting that one. Sorry that I don't have that down pat like I should. But yeah, I'm excited. I want to try to go to that one. I'm not 100% if I'm going to be able to make it, but you know, it's not even the price of the flight or the stay. It's just I don't know if I'll be able to have that weekend free. I really hope so. JTZ, I sure have changed. Thank you. I've been working on it for a while. Thought I would redo everything. Now I have a beard. Not to say it, I'm pasty now. No, but in all seriousness, JDZ is doing his thing. He's on the grind right now, trying to get that big Lorcana stuff, and hey, I respect it. And so right now, which he will be back with us soon, I am your streaming fella just for the time being. Think of it as a substitute teacher. And right now we have Pablione searching for a Rhoda, and we see an Exiled Force added to hand. He's going to summon and use priority to pop a Spy. Pop a Spy. Set Smashing Ground gets flipped, and now this Blade Knight will try to attack for 2k. And if this connects, that'll be 25% of Ivan's life points gone, just like that in one hit. And so we're likely going to see a pass back with a couple back row and a Blade Knight. And we'll see what Ivan can do with 5 cards in hand. Once again, thanks everybody for joining and liking and subscribing and all that kind of fun stuff. If you don't care to like the stream and, support us, we would greatly appreciate it. And once again, everything we do is on Discord. So if you see the Discord in the bottom right of this stream, be sure to like that. Actually, I think it'd be on this side. I don't know. I'm all confused. But yeah, check that out. Join the Discord. Have some fun with us. Talk some Yu-Gi-Oh! There's if you're unfamiliar with the Discord, there's channels for every deck archetype pretty much that you can fathom in GOAT. So if you really want to play a fire deck, there's probably somebody in GO format talking about how good the fire decks are right now. So just check that out. It's fun for the casual, fun for the competitive. It's a great hub for the whole community. And Pablione is currently thinking on summon of Zambara. Okay. We got 12 people in this one. It looks like it resolves, and we're going to have Zambara attack. Going down to 1900. And we'll see if Ivan follows it up with a couple of back rows and then passing it back over. So Pablione was looking like he's in a good spot, and as Chaos Turbo does best, it can turn things around like that. And as we just saw, it looks like Ivan might have done that. Of course, it's too early to tell, but he has double the amount of cards that Pablione has, and at the cost of a 1900 points difference in life, I think that that's completely worth it. So Pab is going to draw up to 2 cards and think for a moment. He has a couple back row to work with, and I would wager that one of them at minimum is another spell card, but possibly not. It might be double trap. I mentioned that because turn 1 he Blade Knighted and set his hand, so that the Blade Knight was at 2000 attack. So Ivan's going to draw up to 4. No Dust Shoot flipped. And if Pablione is playing Spy, this Zambara could be attacking into a Spy this turn. We'll see what happens. Alright, so we're going to go right into battle. Zambara will attack a DD Assailant. Blast from the past. Obviously, this card still sees play, but not in the capacity that it used to. This was a near staple. Obviously, the format directly after this one, it was played more than it was during GOAT format, I think. I would have to look historically at like what deck lists looked like back then, but Assailant is a very, very awesome card to still see. Also, how can you not like, look at this crazy sword. Blade Knight has a really good sword too. As we can see, this is now we're going to start talking about the swords on Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Zambara doesn't have a sword in his hand, but he might have one somewhere down here. This is a little too hectic to try to look at. It hurts my eyes and I'm scared. So we're going to see a back row or two get set for Ivan before passing it back over. Once again, Ivan's up on cards by a couple with a set face down. No spell cards in the yard, so if it is a faith, it's not getting anything back. I'm so sorry, everybody. But it's hard to say if that is a Magician of Faith. I doubt it. It's probably a Dekuichi. We saw that he still has at least one in his deck. It could be a Serpent or a Sangan. See if it gets flipped this turn. Could even be the third spy. Alright. So we have Warriors being played by Pablioni. We're in the fourth game of this match in the winner's bracket. We are playing a double elimination tournament today. And in this match, we've had a game 1 that we didn't get to see all of, a game 2 that ended in a draw, a game 3 that evened things out, and then a game 4 here where Ivan is flip summoning a Gravekeeper Spy to try to attack Pablioni down to 6,700. We'll see if that goes through. It does. And we'll see if anything else is set. Maybe another monster is set in main phase 2 before passing it back over. A couple more back row set. Not what I'd expect. We know Ivan is on Solemn Judgments, so it's safe to assume that there's at least one Solemn Judgment face down. We'll see if that's true here in a moment. And we've already seen Ivan go through the spies. No spell cards yet, though, which is a little bizarre. And all of the battle traps, other than his Mirror Force, are still live. And so Ivan likely has at least a Sakuretsu down and at least a Solemn Judgment down. And, you know, who knows? There might be a... Oh, so both players are lagging. Dueling Book's been lagging all day, too. Kaiku's going to get summoned by Pablioni. We'll see what Ivan does, if anything, as he's thinking. Torrential would be an interesting play there. I don't think it's right. So Kaiku resolves. We are good. Priority is back to Pablioni. And he's going to think for a bit. So right now the Kaiku, even with the top deck Thunder Dragon, is going to lock out Ivan. If this connects, Ivan is in a pretty bad spot, I feel. Even with all the back row. I can't imagine it connects, though, just based on, 5 back row. Unless we get into a Solemn Judgment war, which maybe you do. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. We'll see if it ends up mattering. Maybe you take this 600 and just let him hit 2 spies. Do you really care? Because you still have the spy in the graveyard at the end. So, yeah. Okay, Sakuretsu is going to come down. We'll see if anything gets chained to that. Sakuretsu handles the Kaiku. We'll see a third back row set. Alright, so now Ivan is in a good spot. See if any monster can meet with that Gravekeeper Spy, even if it's a set monster. Just something other than this 1200 to really start the ball, to keep momentum, I guess is what I should have said, to keep Ivan's momentum going here. Well, we'll see. He's thinking it out. This is a tough, I mean, it's a tough position. This is winner's bracket. They're in game 4. You know, they're both playing to stay in this tournament, and not just stay in, but win. Obviously, the winner of this tournament, for those of you that don't know, is an invite to the World Championships that will happen later this year for GOAT, specifically the GOAT World Championship, which is different. And historically, that's played around October, November. I don't know if there's a date for it yet, though. It looks like a lot of lag, followed by a heads or tails flip here. Hit torrential, that's a pretty good one. That's a good one to hit. Now with double solemn, if you have a monster, I think you just run it out. He might not have a monster though, but dusting in main phase makes me think he does. And is there a better hit you could ask for than that torrential? You're rooting for Paglioni, but he's in a tough spot. Yeah, he is. He is. I mean, it doesn't help that, you know, he's playing against Ivan Rosito, who's a very accomplished player. Yeah. So we'll see what happens here at the end. But for now, Gravekeeper Spy is going to try to connect for another 12, knocking Paglioni down to 55. So there's a slight life point advantage now for Ivan, in addition to the card advantage, where he has about double. Double. Alright, and just like that, we're going to see 4 back row with a face-up Spy, pass it over to Warrior, who draws for 2 cards in hand. We're going to go into the standby, no chains, main phase, and see what Paglioni can do with these 2 beautiful cards. And he definitely needs time to think for a second, very much resembling his avatar here. I feel like this is Paglioni on an average day, just chilling outside, big think, trying to find a way to stay in this game before things get too far out of hand. Right now he's, you know, he's playing against better card advantage, better life points, better board presence, so it's an uphill battle. It's not impossible. It's just going to be a game that more than likely Paglioni is going to have to play it as perfectly as possible. And additionally, I hope that Ivan bricks at least one time, if not twice. Just the odds might not be in favor. Poker odds, I would say it's like an, you know, like what, an 82-18 split. Just not knowing what any of the back rows are. We'll see what ends up happening, though, as Blade Knight comes down and tries to attack. If this attack goes through, Ivan's not in a good spot. Oh, it did. Okay, well, just like that, I would say it evens up more like a 60-40 in favor of Paglioni now. That is a pretty brutal one. Face down Snatch Steal gets flipped. That will be a 2,000 attack. Blade Knight connecting here. We'll see if he goes to 35, which would be 45. If he doesn't tribute for Thunder Dragon or Suku flip it, which he would have Suku flipped before, so yeah. So Paglioni will be at 4,500. How many more rounds are there? A bunch. Also, I can't believe I missed your comment, T-King. Sorry about that. Are the beans popping today? Hey, that's still one of the most wild things our favorite streamer has ever done or said on a live stream that I've ever seen from anybody. This is a double elimination tournament, so round-wise, I don't really want to click off because of the spot we're in this game. But there's still a lot of like the loser bracket that also has to play against the winner bracket. So there's still probably another, I would say 5 games, 5 rounds that will end up streaming easily, if not more. I'm going to take a very, very brief, like, grab water, use the restroom break right after this match ends. But it'll be very, very brief. No, I completely miss it. Sorry, T-King. That was more like, yeah, sleep deprived, focusing on the game. A lot of, big time thinking over here, trying to fill the silence. So yeah, my bad on that. I wouldn't say you were memeing too hard. You memed just hard enough. Perfect. Perfectly memed. Big thing. Big Yoshi. Good soup. Perfectly balanced as all memes should be. Yes, exactly. Okay, so we're going to have a monster set on Pablioni's side. We'll see what happens here. We got 4 unknown back rows. It's safe to assume one of them is a solemn judgment, if not multiple. It looks like the warrior deck is on Ivan's side of the field right now based on this board presence. It's probably just a useless blocker. It could be a spy, but yeah, it looks like it's a useless blocker. See if something happens in main phase 2 monster-wise. No lights in Ivan's yard, so chaos monsters are fairly dead right now. And so this is it's a tricky one for Pablioni to come back from. He's down. I mean, with the card that he draws, down by 4 cards. Like, he'll be at 5,500 life points, though, so he has, a couple of hits worth. It's just, yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's on Warrior, because he's only drawn Warrior. Or because this is the setup that you expect from Warrior, a bunch of set monsters and a Blade Knight, but no, he just stole this guy. He's playing the Warrior deck as Chaos Turbo. It's a, what is it, wolf in sheep's clothing kind of thing. Alright, so Pablioni's going to go to 5,500 in the standby. From the Snatch Steal life point gain. And let's see if they can do anything with their 2 cards in hand. Smashing Ground would be a great card for Pablioni to draw. Or actually a handful of others. Well, we got a set back row pass back over. And right now, this Blade Knight is back to 1,600. Who they think they're going to beat them Bengals? This year, everybody, apparently. Evil, when we going to have GGP at your house? Wolf, when are we going to have GGP with your dog? With Lone, the dog I'm the most allergic to in the world. GGP the crib. GGP Hometown Hobbies. So those of you that don't know, people that I play with locally are Wolf and, well, before he moved across the country, T-King. GGP slices too much. We need GGP. GGP the Trap. GGP the Trap. Yes, actually, that's the next one. That's the next. GGP in the cut. Oh, that is funny. My glasses are fogging up from that one, actually. That's so funny. All right, so it looks like a lot has been happening over here on their end. Um, Ivan can't draw monsters, or the monsters he's drawing are not the monsters he wants. And you're going to GGP Tijuana. I want to, but I'm not 100% I'm going to be able to, like I mentioned to you. I really hope I get to go to that one, though. Like, that it just works out for me, like, financially, logistically, and everything. Justin, this is, not a round. It's double elimination. Sorry, it took me a minute. So, like, I'll very, very briefly go. We're watching, what match are we watching? I guess, oh, we're over here. We're watching this one. So we still have, 1, 2, 3, 4 winners bracket matches at least. I guess it could happen if the winner bracket wins the 102 match. We would have 1, 2, 3 matches left. But on the losers bracket side, we have a lot of matches left. So we'll see how this one goes. We're going to see Pablione set a back row and pass it back over. We're going to see a dust shoot happen. We haven't had a dust shoot in a minute. And there was no chance for him to player priority spell, a quick play spell out of his hand, even in the draw phase, since he has his hand is a full grip of 4, and his back rows are all locked up. There's a shop in Mission, BC that's new and does weekly goat on Sundays. That's cool. JDC doesn't want GGP at your house. Mission BC. Where is Mission BC? Let me see. Oh, wait. I think that they're talking with the Mission BC. I think. I could be wrong on that. That's like, I'm not the... So, I deal with content for GOAT, and like, I'm very new to dealing with content for GOAT, keep in mind. You guys have seen me. This is the second time, right? So... keep that in mind. So the GGP team, I'm pretty positive they were talking about a Canadian store. I don't know which one. I don't know if it's the one in Mission, but I think it was in British Columbia. That's the province that's like northwest, right? Like the most northwest province. Or I guess in Canadian terms, it's the most western province. If that's the case, I'm pretty sure that's one of the places they were looking at. But the confirmed ones... are Lexington, Livonia, Atlanta, Tijuana, Detroit coming up for the United States. Yeah, Toonkeeper cards. They're the ones that do the wrestling belts, right? Like, I want to go to that. If they do one there, I'd love to go to it. I don't know if I'll be able to do that one. Just, I'm not sure how much flights would be to, like, fly to Vancouver, rent a car, drive to Mission, or... I assume that that's like the best route. Maybe drive like the 28 hours. Tijuana is San Diego. I'm joking. Okay, I'm joking. Mission BC is Seattle, so we'll do it on both. No, but in all seriousness, I'm hoping that we get more. Like, Tijuana having a GGP is great. And I really think that, like Dan just said, Toronto would be amazing. Honestly, Montreal would be amazing, too. I just don't know what the GOAT scene's like there. We'd love to have one in Philadelphia, if possible. We'd love to have one in New York. The more the merrier. Like, I don't know if there's anyone saying we want less GGPs. It's just we have to have stores that are comfortable hosting GGPs, honestly. Yeah, I have no input on an Ohio one at all. I mean, yeah, we'll just say that the Cincinnati area, who knows when they'll get one. I don't know if there's a store there that would host a GGP. There used to be. That's what I'll say. Your buddy went one weekend. Had a day of playtime. Oh, and he won! So sick. Jordan, that's great. But yeah, I really hope that I can make it to that. Maybe if, like, you know, I feel like doing the drive. I can't imagine I would fly. Just because I feel like it's going to be as expensive, more expensive to fly. But then the drive is multiple days of transit, so it's not realistic either. But I haven't been to Canada. I have my passport, and I've been to Detroit, which is 10 miles from Canada, several times. I still just haven't made it north of the border or south of the border. Actually, I've never been to Mexico either. So maybe I'll try to hit up Tijuana and Mission, British Columbia. Try to do both. The other stores are OTS. Yeah, that's the issue. Well, I mean, good for them. The stores need to do what they need to do. First and foremost, we would love to. We'd love to have one in every state this season. I'm sure that the GGP team is actively working on finding more stores, though. All right. So this Snatch Steel has been on this Blade Knight for about 8 turns. Just pecking away 600 at a time. All right. Probably going to get some action here with Graceful Charity, though. So that's exciting for him. What about Chicago? I have no clue. I thought that there was like another store. I know the one store won't do it. They don't want to like do the note-taking rule. I don't remember what the rules were, but they had issues with a couple of those types of things. Not like uniform conformity. Is that such a thing? But I'm sure that Chicago area will have one. As far as I know, there's not one like in the cards, but I know there's a handful of shops there, so hoping. Yeah, I don't think I would do any of the fun activities that you plan on doing in Tijuana based on what you were telling me about the other day. That, like I told you, 0 interest. There's a Burnaby BC regionals next month. Should be Go players. So if it's ran by, it depends on who runs it. The side deck, they're like the Channel Fireball, Star City Games of Yu-Gi-Oh now, I guess, like the OG ARG. If they're running it, they probably will have some kind of side event for either GOAT or Edison. They might do both for reference. I'm not saying it's one or the other, but that is my experience. The side deck is usually pretty good at holding a Time Wizard event or two, but I don't know if they will. I'm not going to that event. I'm going to go ahead and let you know I'm not going to the British Columbian Yu-Gi-Oh! Regional when I'm in Wisconsin. So it's that will not be happening. But I hope if you go, you get to play GOAT, and I hope you do well. GGP in the actual city of Chicago, that would be, I don't know. Tinley Park is where we used to go, I would say, for the last couple years. And I like the area you go because it's not like you're not in downtown Chicago, which can be fun, but man, it's just such a headache to navigate like downtown Chicago. Not because it's like impossible to learn or anything. It's just so much traffic and people. And then obviously, can you imagine parking in downtown Chicago? Yeah, this is a crazy long match. We've been watching it for an hour, and we're in this is the 4th game. Both players are just playing as well as they can, honestly. We'll see a breaker come down. We'll see if this gets met with a Solemn Judgment. Or a Book of Moon ring, something to just protect the Snatch Steel. Torrential. And now Ivan has a couple of Speller Trap slots to work with. So now if he draws up to 4, well actually is his Space Typhoon gone? His Space Typhoon's gone, so it's not likely he'll have a chainable card. Yeah, I will say that. You're completely right, Galas. I went there once like with sorry, let me I've been to Chicago numerous times, but I went there and was able to explore the city like downtown in 2018, and I bought like the week long bus. Maybe it was a month long bus pass or whatever I needed to do. The metro pass that let you take the buses and the trains. The trains are cool. I'm not gonna lie. I like those quite a bit. That was really fun. But it's a lot of extra hassle. And I'm not saying that Yu-Gi-Oh players can't do that, but I feel like most people are used to show up to the hotel, show up to the convention center, go to the ballroom, go to the room where the Yu-Gi-Oh event's held in. That's what I know. That's go to the card shop. So it's a little tricky when you start involving like, well, now you have our suggestion is park in this, I don't know, auxiliary parking lot, buy your bus pass, and get to the event that way. Adds a special flair to it for sure. Yeah, this has been a long match, and we're finally starting to see things happen. We're down to 2 back rows to 6 cards. Ivan has been fighting through. He top decks a Pot of Greed. Great card, always. So he has 2 Thunder Dragons. He might have a Serpent, honestly. I feel like there's a Serpent this game, too. He's going to summon Breaker, and Breaker will maybe get its counter. That's true, Gulas. That is true. So, like, for the GGP last year, you are just very much in the middle of essentially nowhere. Like, Tinley Park is a nice little, suburban community or suburban community. But, you are, if you want to go do anything after, you're going to be driving for a while. Okay, so Dust Tornado is going to pop Solemn. And so now Breaker is going to debate on whether or not to use. Breaker will break, and we're going to have a ring played. So it's going to be 1,300 to 3,600. And we'll see if a Chaos Monster meets the field here. I can't imagine he's going to slow roll one. So we don't have a Chaos Monster. Just a back row before passing it back over. We're in a top deck war on Pablione's side with a set back row. No Dust Break or MSTs to meet that one. Standby phase. Yeah, Kurt Joseph. This is definitively the longest match we've ever watched on stream since I've been streaming, which this is only second time. So, but yeah, we've been in this one for over an hour. We're in the 4th game. There was a Ring of Destruction that tied a game. We're gonna have a Call to Haunted on a Kaiku in the standby phase. That's cool. Good call. Good call because it's a good Call to Haunted, and because it was a good call to use that Call to Haunted to try to avoid a Chaos Monster being summoned this turn. Yeah, I'm excited for the new Bonanza set that play like you can get the Trap Dust Shoots and the Metamorphosis, and like that's good. I've had a couple of the CP Dust Shoots, but getting that 3rd one, I never wanted to spring out for it. Now I'm like, I don't even care that I have these. I want the secret rare ones because they're probably gonna look cooler. And so I'm very excited to get my hands on those and the Metamorphosis. Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis or whatever. I've refused to buy that. I almost bought a playset of it twice last year, but I'm like, they're gonna reprint it. They have to. And then they did. So I was very happy for that one. So Ludy's gonna set a back row and pass it back over to Ivan, who has 7 cards to work with here, trying to find a way to destroy this Kaiku. 33 to 36, now that a couple of upstart goblins have been played. Duo reprint would be good, just because like that card So many of these cards do not need to be $20. Like Dimension Fusion needs a common reprint too, honestly. I have original Dimension Fusions. I would rather, them hold their value, but if they went to $1 and literally everybody has access to them cheaply, I would be okay with that. I care more honestly about the community just having access to the cards they want to use, especially for old formats. Yeah, I think that Konami saw that they were getting hundreds for their Time Wizard side events, that they've never gotten that many for a freaking side event ever. Oh, D-Fusion has a cheap copy now. I know that it got reprinted in the IOC 25th edition or 25th anniversary. See, this is me not looking at current sets. So that's great news. That's awesome. If D-Fusion's a cheap card now, like sub $5, even sub 10, like that's great. It was like a $30 card there for a minute, maybe 25. So that's good. I did not realize. Thanks, guys. Look at you guys educating me. Alright, so Ivan is looking at a couple back row. He's going to have Heavy Storm. So Heavy Storm is showing that he has Lethal. Solemn's going to get flipped. We'll see if he has a Solemn to match. Is there going to be a third Solemn on Pableone's side? There is not. And we're going to tribute summon for a Thunder Dragon, summon a Sork, and just like that, after the longest match I've ever watched in my life, Ivan Rosito has beat Pableone, and that is not without Pableone playing one heck of a match of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. 4 very difficult games, brain blasting everywhere, Jimmy Neutron level, and yeah. So that is the end of that match. We still have plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh to be played today. So as you can see, now Ivan gets to play against Simon, or I guess SS95. And then we're going to have at least 2 additional winner bracket matches, potentially 3. And then over on this end, we will have a handful of other matches that still need to be done. This is where the tournament takes a little bit extra time, since a lot of people still have to play to continue to move on. And as you can see, we have matches that are still waiting on other matches to finish. Anthony Alvarado gets to wait, unfortunately for him, like 1, 2, at least 2 matches worth, 3 matches worth, actually. So, yeah, we'll see how this goes for Anthony and his lengthy wait. SDL Killa is also waiting on the results of Ivan and Simon. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to, as I mentioned, briefly take a very, very, very short break. Just grabbing water, using the restroom, all that stuff. I could put a match on, and I would, but I really want to show you guys this Be Right Back screen because it's lovely. Be right back. it's time to play Name That Card. It's time for another round of Name That Card. All right, we're back. So before I end the stream today, we're not ending yet, but you guys have played Name That Card twice, but you've played the same one twice. So unfortunately, I haven't been away from my keyboard long enough for the third one to come in. So before I head off today, whenever that is, I'll be sure to let you guys play that extra Name That Card. So we've watched Ivan for a couple rounds now, and we want to sort of see maybe somebody else play, but it's also going to be Pablioni. So do we... Wait, what was the Sauce playing earlier? Do you guys remember? Let's get Tango on. We haven't had Tango on today. Oh, wait. Their username's Wick, right? Also, they're playing Goat, not not Advanced. That's probably why. All right. Can't type answers fast enough. I could slow it down too. But do you guys like the Name That Card? Is that something that you guys enjoy? If in the future streams, if there's like something like that, is that something that you all like? Just something a little engaging that I find is better than just seeing something just flash at you, be right back, be right back, be right back. So hopefully it's a little more engaging. Thank you all for sticking around and tuning in and all that fun stuff. Make sure to like the stream or all of that, stuff. I'm used to streaming on TikTok or Twitch, so I feel like I never said those things, but yeah, it does help. Yeah. So right now we're gonna join into this game 4. Seems like we're a big fan of game 4s here on the live stream today. Killer is, well, I assume playing based on Call Blade Knight Rhoda Warrior. We're going to see that John Wick is likely on the normal turbo list. And let's see what he can grab with this Rhoda. I mean, if level 2 is available, might be level 2. I mean, there's just so many back row. Maybe Exiled Force is correct. But let's see what's actually available. So he grabs level 2. Exiled Force was correct. Or, sorry, was live, not correct necessarily, like I said. Mystic Swords on level 2 is probably fine. So level 2 will hit the table. See if Wick lets that one go through. Game 4 is the new meta. Self-destruct button in everybody's side deck. Be scared. Level 2 will try to attack. Mirror Force will meet the level 2. Spy gets flipped, finds its twin in the deck. Torrential will meet them, clearing the board away. We're going to have 4 cards to 3 in favor of John, or Ivan, who will play a Swords in, then I imagine in turn. I can't imagine he's just going to run a Chaos Monster out. Maybe he does. I mean, before a Kaiku hits the table? No. Just passes it over. If you aren't using Ring for Ties, then why is it in your deck? You're asking the important questions here. I agree. The whole reason I play Delinquent Duo is to help my opponent. Same for Upstart Goblin. If anything, I need them to... If I could help them in the life point battle, I do my best to do that. So 1 turns away on Swords. I'm going to pass it back over. So we've had some really engaging matches today of a lot of set 4, set a monster pass. Just locked board states. All 3. Oh, that was the 3rd turn on Swords, not the 2nd. Set Knock is going to meet this set monster. It's pretty good. It's going to be Night Assailant, so maybe not the one that he really wanted to see. But the moths are gone, so maybe that actually was. I mean, Deco Ichi. This is game 4, though. It's hard to say if Deco is still in the deck. Yeah, exactly. I'm playing at a 3,000 life point handicap. I feel like handicap is mostly in golf, right? Like a 3-stroke handicap or something, people say. I don't know. I've never golfed a day in my life. I don't really have the patience for it, I think. That being said, my sport of choice was baseball, so maybe I do have patience in me. Graceful's going to be played discarding a Sakuretsu and a Donzalug. And on resolution, does John Wick have anything? We'll see. Looks like no. Flip summon Blade Knight. We'll try to likely connect here for, well, maybe 2,000, yeah. So the one under this or above the standby phase button is the newly set one. So 2,000 is going to attack, try to connect, putting John to 300. But a Book of Moon will meet it to save those life points ever so slightly before passing it back over. John's going to go into the think tank for a moment and look at what he has available. Looks like a monster will be set, and a Dust Tornado will be activated in phase on a old set, it looks like. Dust Tornado clears out a Solemn. Really good spot there. Killer draws up to 2. 3 back row and a sit Blade Knight. He's not in a bad spot. So Breaker comes down to clear out that last back row. Space Typhoon. And he's just going to pick one randomly. It's a pretty good one. It's a counter spell. And with a BLS, that should be all she wrote. Yep. So you get a banish, flip up the Blade Knight, attack for 36. And just like that, it looks like Killer locked this one up. Well played to both. We didn't get to see most of that match. I mean, obviously it went 4 games, which is I guess par for the course today. We're going to see a lot of 4-game matches. Yeah. And so just like that, Killer is able to get this one from John Wick. Good run, John, in today's tournament, and congratulations, Killer, on staying alive. And I believe that is going to now set the match for Gangsta Bro. And so we have Gangster Bro playing in just a moment. We're going to have Ludy and the Saws playing. That sounds like a band name. And we have Ivan and Simon. So let's see. We could get we'll get Ludy back on the screen. Keep a warrior deck on, I guess, since it did just win the oh wait, I forgot his username is Pablo on this. Let's see. So they're in game 1. They're in game 1, of course, and it is another Turbo versus Warrior match, which is good. This is the most common non-turbo mirror match that you have in GOAT. So if you play turbo in a tournament, you could probably expect to, well, depending on the amount of rounds, but if you're playing like an 8-round tournament, I would say it's safe to assume you'll play against 2 warrior decks probably at least. Then again, you could enter a 10-round tournament and not play it once. So, but we'll have a Torrential Tribute come down to clear things and simplify the board states quite a bit. And we're going to have 2 back row fighting off against each other. Sinister Serpent coming back into Saw's hand. Upstart will follow that, putting Pablione back at 3,900. And we'll see if maybe a monster can get drawn here to give Saws some action. Buddy went Tomb Keeper without me. What a guy. Oh, your friend. Didn't take you to Tomb Keeper today. That's the one that's the Mission British Columbia store with the belts. Yeah, I want to go to that store so bad. You got to make it next time, Jordan. How far away are you? Did you say you were an hour from it? Am I imagining that? Was that the guy that was talking about Hartford? Well, looks like Pablione is going to be thinking before summoning a Chaos Monster. We'll see if it gets met with anything or if it just resolves. This is... Yeah, priority will happen. Snatch Steel's still alive. What does your friend like to play instead of Chaos Turbo? Tribal handle the BLS attacking Pablione, knocking him down to 2,000 if it's not met with a Sakuretsu or Mirror Force or something. So Mirror Force will actually block it and keep his life points intact here. Now Pablione's back is against the wall, but if there is a deck that top decks better than Warrior, you'd have to show it to me because I'm not aware of it. The deck is just draw monster, summon, attack, pass, typically. So we have Deco get summoned here, and it will connect for 14. Maybe Chaos Turbo, but he doesn't know the other matchups, and he's only been playing... Oh, so he's very new. Good, good. Yeah, if I'm not sure, but a lot of folks that come to Yu-Gi-Oh! From other card games, you know, it takes them a minute just to get used to things, but after that, they typically play better than most players just because they've played other games and see other lines of play. So, like, for example, I started with Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, I started with Pokemon, but I never learned how to play it. I just collected when I was, 9, 10, like everybody else. But then I learned how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Got pretty competitive with it. Then I played Magic competitively for, like, 2 years while running my card shop. And then I went back to Yu-Gi-Oh! And it was a world of difference. Like, I saw so many things I didn't see before. But granted, the Magic players I was playing with were, like Pro Tour like competitors. So they're not like the best. They're not the Hall of Famers or anything. But they very very good at what they do. So yeah, if you have it's really interesting to go to other card games after playing one of the big card games and just seeing how similar they are, how different they are, lines of play that you never thought of before. Like, are such a blessing to see sometimes. Yeah, that's a good point, Jordan. Like, until you actually try and play and enter, you genuinely don't know like how you'll do, right? So, hopefully, he has a blast and is able to keep playing the game. Hopefully, he falls in love with it. That would be good too. All right, so Pablione's down to his last draw. BLS is dead. I'm not sure what he could even get here. Mirror Force is gone. 2 Saku's Rings gone. It's going to be a big time uphill battle for Pablione on this one. So much so that I'm not sure, like, maybe Rhoda for DD Warrior Lady said it. Like, she's gone. So I genuinely don't know. I guess Blade Knight's pretty good too. And just like that, game 1 is over. So that one went a little bit faster than the last match. We'll see how this is going here. Usually the bot answers. I'm not sure. I can send you it. There you go. Wow. The new list you're running is basically Morps. Oh, well, hey, Morp had pretty good success with it a few weeks ago. So if it's like his list, I would say you're in pretty good hands. Yeah, went on a pretty great run. I mean, don't get me wrong, not as good as Dueling High's undefeated run. What was it, 11-0? Is that right? But Morbidorp had a pretty darn good second run. I'd be happy with both finishes. Looked away for just a moment. So a couple back row gets set for Paglione, summons a DD Warrior Lady and attacks. And looks like he had a pretty strong start of Dust Knock to handle the T-set from Saws. So we're going to see Paglione draw up to 3 cards and you go right into battle and try to connect with that DD Warrior Lady. It's already putting in work, 3,000 points of damage by one of Yu-Gi-Oh's OG iconic cards here. So a new back row will be set and immediately met with a Dust Tornado. It was a Space Typhoon. Snatch Steal is going to target DD Warrior Lady. It's an interesting one to Snatch Steal here. It makes me wonder, well, magic. You can't magic drain that one, right? Oh! What? In my head. Okay, sorry everyone. In my head, this was normal spell this whole time. Okay, magic drain's low-key nasty. Magic drain can get it. Wait. Hey, yo. We're gonna have a Rhoda for an Exiled Force here to pop that face down. Magic, that blew my mind. I really thought this whole time it was normal spells only. I was treating this like it was Dark Balter. That card is just great. Alright, Bryce, I see you. Shout outs to Bryce Stuyvesant. Top 8ing with Warriors playing Magic Drain. Zambira's going to come down for Saws, who is trying to lock this one up, but Paglione has a pretty good strong start here that we might be going to a third game. At least these are going pretty quickly. People online sometimes see a turn 2 Dust Shoot and quit. Yeah, especially if their hand's bad, if you followed it up with, or even if you played like Pot of Greed leading up to it. People do not like being down and then have something like Dust Shoot happen to where your hand gets revealed. Some people will concede just to keep, I don't know, their secrets in the dark. You want some Lost Art Zambiras, but it's so hard to find a playset. Don't get me wrong, they are very fresh. Like, very fresh. I'm very, very thankful for mine. But honestly, that card looks good no matter what. It's unfortunate that unless they've changed it, that's still the only foil or holographic printing, shiny picture, whatever you want to say for it. But hey, maybe he'll be in that bundle. because I feel like the art itself is not that different, right? Like on that one especially. Yeah, that's the thing about Go format. Like, you foil out a Magic deck or I don't know Pokemon Lorcana, like max rarity. Those decks can get pretty expensive, obviously. Yu-Gi-Oh too. Come on, we all know. But Yu-Gi-Oh, you can get foil versions of cards for pretty cheap now, especially with all the speed duel stuff and like I don't know the Bonanza type sets, the quarter century sets. See, people use this mythical term, and this is where I'm like, I know that people say the mythical list, the mythical deck list, and I know it is it's related to like one specific Chaos Turbo list, but I don't know what that list looks like. So if Morpidorp's list is the mythical list, I mean I know what that one looks like, but yeah, I'm not as familiar with that terminology. Like most of you don't know me at all, which is fair, completely fair. I've almost exclusively been an in-person player my whole life. Um, well, obviously, most of my Yu-Gi-Oh career, like 90% of it, has been in person. Actually, more, I would say. Uh, so things like that, I'm not as familiar with. Like learning, I'm still in like the learning stages of all of this. So the mythical list, I just know that it's Chaos Turbo. But if that's what Mort played, it seems like it's pretty good. He did well with it. All right, so let's see if these spies can stabilize Saws a little bit and try to capture this one as another win to lock up this match and continue on. So Heavy Storm is still live for both players. So at some point we might see a really good heavy solemn kind of play. Okay. Alright, so we're going to see if this Zombira connects and banishes both himself and the Warrior Lady here. Mirror Force will meet the Zombira. That's a good use of... I mean, Mirror Force is gone now. That's good for Saws. We'll see a back row set. And pretty sure the pass back over. Alright, so Pablione is trying to win this to force a game 3. Their tournament life for both players is on the line here. The loser of this is eliminated and the winner moves on. But this one is an especially tough match. We're a little landlocked here with the Warrior Lady in defense with two spies on the other side. One's just hoping to draw their tribe and or a Chaos Monster. Let's see if it's live for Pablione here. Not close. Another Zombira comes down. And so that'll handle the DD Warrior Lady. Pablione's going to have 3 back rows, though, which it's hard to see what all's there. Alright, so see what happens here. Pablione's going to draw. He's looking for some action. He needs a monster. Maybe something to try to get some card advantage back. He's only down by a single card, but when you're looking at a GK Spy and Smashing Grounds and Exiled's already gone, like you really just have Chaos Monsters and like Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke left. we'll see how this goes. Pretty good dust tornado. Alright, so Premature Burial is going to maybe get Exiled Force here, which is the only target, to pop this Gravekeeper Spy. Now he's not so sure. No priority. We have Snatch Steal and a monster. This is an interesting one. $15 yeah, Dust Shoot's one of those cards that, you know, like, you need a playset and they're $10 to $15 each. Like, it's common, I understand it hasn't had pretty much any reprints, but, like, obviously there's been reprints, but not nearly enough, and most of them are almost 20 years old. But, you know, it's really rough to see those kind of things. Luckily for us, Smashing Ground isn't as hard to get as it used to be. Those of you that don't know, when, like, you know, Dust Shoot was at $3, that was a penny. It was like a penny each, and Smashing Ground was a $10 card that you had to have 3 of. So therefore, maybe even $15 depending. So yeah, it's really cool to see how that part of the game has changed. Alright, so Pablioni's internet is still acting a fool. So he does have the Smashing Ground, or sorry, the Snatch Steal to take control. We'll see if he also has a summon. Turn him sideways. And this will be 4,000 points of damage. It will not, because there's a Torrential Tribute that clears everything out. I don't know. And I feel like that was a very good possibility, right? Like, there's a... I don't know. So this is looking good for Saws. Oh. All right. Ooh. So we have Sakuretsu and 2 Thunder Dragons. Breaker break. Pablioni is trying, and we'll see if he gets there, this top deck. But otherwise, it's not... Oh, did he really draw a Chaos Monster? What a top deck here. Is it BLS? Can he even play BLS? He might have already used it. Oh. Okay. So we are in a top deck war. And Heavy Storm is still up. That was a crazy Torrential Tribute, if I'm being honest. Is he reading this set as a nobleman? There's already been one nobleman. Well, I mean, Pablo is putting the works on, man. Like, if he top decks a Blade Knight, I think he wins. Rhoda. He's just at such a high life point. Like, even though Saws has, honestly, a pretty good board presence and, like, card advantage. Like, both cards in his hand are Thunder Dragons, right? So, just actually has nothing in his hand. All he has is this back row, which Who knows what it is? It's not none of the Trap Trinity, as they're all gone. Oh, pot of greed draw. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright, let's see if Sauce can lock this one up here. Let's see, Monster BLS is lethal. It just has to be Sanguine or better. Is it me or did Warrior deck fall off? It just won the GFC last month. The Go Format Championship 23. It's 23 or 22? 23, right? Yeah, Dueling High went undefeated with Warrior like 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago. So I would say it's still performing well. Alright. Is Moxie still running Warrior? I have no idea. I'm going to assume yes, but I don't know how much he's playing. He might be playing a bunch. I genuinely don't know. But I know there for a bit he started doing Lorcana stuff, I think. Alright, and just like that, Saws, even though it wasn't looking good for him there a couple of times, just that torrential tribute was so brutal. Like, hitting an entire board on torrential was like 3 monsters. Granted, he had lethal presented if not, but yeah. So, congratulations to Saws on that victory. We'll see what happens next. We'll do a refresh on this here. So, now Saws is waiting on Gangster Bro versus Killer. And Ivan is playing SDL Killa. Let's watch SDL Killa. We haven't had them on the stream yet today. This is game 1. We caught it at nearly the beginning, so we're in for another masterclass of dual monsters here. SDL plays a Solemn, having the life points here, making... Oh, now I'm having trouble seeing. Like, my eyesight isn't so bad I can't see without glasses, but my vision is crazy right now. I think it's because I've been, looking at screens for the last 24 hours, probably 18 of them. Don Zalug will hit the table. It's going to attempt to connect here. We'll see if Ivan has anything to stop it. Okay, Regeki break. So Don Zalug is handled. How can we participate at this event? Simone, great question. Great question. If you're familiar with Discord, everything is ran through Discord. The way that you can enter this tournament is by subscribing to our Patreon. And to do that, it's real easy. If you see below, between the YouTube and Facebook links, on the stream overlay, there is an @ with a string of letters. If you go to Discord and put that in, that'll take you to the goatformat.com Discord. And there you can sign up to our Patreon, or you could probably find it on the Patreon main website. And there, when you register and sign up on our Patreon, you are granted 1 entry per month into a premium tournament. This is a premium tournament. So if you want to play in the next one, which the next one is, I believe it's March 22nd. Is that right? Let me make sure here. March 22nd is the next one. You would have to subscribe on the Patreon. A very easy process. It's 3 total clicks. So yeah, make sure you go to the Discord, and from there, it's really nice and easy. Where's your favorite deck? Kind of sick of Turbo Mirror Finals. Oh, sure. Yeah, it is difficult with the time zones where, all of the tournaments are typically hosted in the United States, specifically off of Eastern standard time. So yeah, I get that, and I'm sorry that it's not as easy for a lot of you European folks, especially right now. Depending on where you are, it could be like 9 p.m. over there. I mean, if you're east enough. I mean, it could be, depending on how east you are, it could be even later. Yeah. So you have to enjoy. Yeah. So signing up on Discord. That's how you actually enter the tournaments themselves. Is all through Discord. So yeah, just join the Discord, and we'll be happy to help you out there. Once you're in the Discord, you just need to click Server Shop. We just do Swiss. Yeah. So we do 2 Swiss and then double elimination. And that's to try to keep everybody happy. Some people hate Swiss, and some people hate double elimination. To try to help everybody and make everybody happy, Yes, that is correct, Simone. Yes. 22nd of March. All right, so Breaker's going to connect for 16. Card advantage wise, we are a little in favor of SDL. We'll see if this stays the same or if Ivan can turn it around, as we've seen him do a couple of times today. Yeah, if you have any other questions, please just ask. Happy to help any way I can. And we're going to see Ivan set a monster before drawing, or before passing an SDL draws. Breaker will attack, killing a deco. I've only made it to round 8 online. Sucks that one bad match in single LM. Oh, I don't know if I've ever played in a single LM tournament, if I'm being honest. I don't think I have. Maybe in person? I don't know. I can't recall ever playing in a single elimination tournament, though. Double elim and Swiss are the 2 main ones that I've seen. Oh, I've played in single elimination, like 8 person or 16 person regional flights, like in person at an event, where like the winner gets their invite to nationals or whatever. I've played in like 2 of those, but yeah, I've never played in just a single elimination tournament that would normally be like Swiss. The issue with single LM is, so many people want to play. And so if you do lose and your day is over, especially if you really just wanted to play, you didn't really care about the prizes, you cared more about just playing. It can be rough for people. So Ivan is going to attempt to resolve a Chaos Sorcerer, be met with a Solemn Judgment, putting SDL down to 2k. Oh, Jordan, I'm sure. Yeah, Reasoning Gate has to be pretty good in single LM. I mean, if you that's a deck that's real easy to just get people with. I feel like I have a terrible in person record against it. I'm like 2-4 or something in Go Grand Prix events. It definitely has my number. I lost to it at Michigan the last time I played in Michigan. Twice actually. Because they had back-to-back GOAT Grand Prix. Or, no. I don't remember why, but I was in Michigan twice within, the span of 2 weeks for Yu-Gi-Oh! Last year I traveled a ton for Yu-Gi-Oh! The most I ever have in my life, even when I was, grinding out SGCs and regionals and stuff. So Mirror Force is going to meet that tribe. SDL is going to top deck Kaiku. That's a pretty good card to draw when you're both top decking and you still have a back row. So that'll hit both of the Thunder Dragons. No, sorry, both of the dark monsters. My genuine apologies there. I thought there were 3. Ivan's going to draw. Hope to draw something to keep him in this game. We have a Dust Tornado in phase. It looks like SDL has it all. Does he have a monster too? He has a monster. Alright, so we're going to go to game 2. Ivan loses that one. SDL gets that one. We'll see how game 2 goes for these. We have another Warrior Chaos Turbo match. I believe it's like the 4th one of the day. I don't doubt if the site did Swiss Chaos Turbo would win nonstop. Probably. I mean, not always, obviously. You know, everybody has good runs. It's just they're very consistent. So in the meantime, I'm going to talk about this next GOAT Grand Prix again. So those of you that are just joining, we're currently looking at PWCQ 72. We have 2 wonderful players, Ivan Rosito, SDL Killa, both playing as masterfully as they can in their crafts. We have Ivan playing Turbo and SDL playing Warrior. So coming up in person, we have a GOAT Grand Prix March 29th in Lexington, Kentucky. This is the first, as far as I know, first GOAT Grand Prix in Kentucky, so we're very excited to be there. I'll be there in person, so if feel free to, if you're there, come up, say hi. Obviously, you know, I want to just go because it's a blast to go to these tournaments. I genuinely have a lot of time. A fun time when I go to these. I get to see friends that I don't get to see that often, you know, only a couple times a year, and so I really relish and cherish these moments, and so I'm very excited to go to Lexington next month, and even better, it's like drivable for me. It'll be very drivable, like a 2-hour drive. I'm used to driving like 6 or 7 hours for these GOAT Grand Prix, so I'm very excited for this one. So I hope that a lot of you can show up. I realize that, you know, this is a little, we didn't have as much time on this one. We just got this one confirmed like Tuesday, I think. So yeah, try to make it out to that if you can. And after that, we have the next GOAT Grand Prix in person is in Livonia, Michigan at RIW Hobbies. Livonia is right outside of Detroit. So just think of it as like GGP Detroit 1 this year, and we'll have a GGP Detroit 2 later in June. So yeah, those events should be really fun. Those are the next 2 that are coming up right away, and hope to see you guys there. I'll be at both unless something weird happens. So I'm excited for that. I don't think we will be streaming the Livonia. They do their own streaming, which is good. But yeah, it would be nice with me being there that I could help out with streaming. So really quick, Ivan starts us off with a Thunder Dragon, searches for 2 more, and then T-sets, which T-set, for those of you unfamiliar, it sort of forms a T if you look at it from your POV with a set monster sideways and a Speller Trap right under it. SDL is going to meet them with a Pot of Greed. Aseim, you took a break. What round is this? This is winner's bracket. Winner's bracket to see who plays in the winners finals. So we got a lot of tournament left to go because there's a lot of losers bracket matches. Is it snowing? Sorry, I'm very sleep deprived, and so now I like see snow moving outside, and it's been snowing for the last 3 days, so I really don't want it to still snow. Here in Wisconsin, we got like a nice, where I am, like 8 to 9 inches, I think, of snow, so it's terrible outside. So Delinquent Duo is going to be played. Ivan replies with a Jar of Greed. And that duo zaps that BLS out of the hand. What a hit. Following it up with a Mystic Swordsman level 2. SDL is, I mean, it's not over or anything outrageous. But, you know, we know that there is a Thunder Dragon in the hand, and that's it. But what a start, being able to duo and level 2 the Spy. With a pot, I mean, yeah. That was such a good turn. Zombyra's going to hit the table for Ivan, which is a great answer. That's going to do some damage. We might see a Sakuretsu here, but no, it's just going to connect. That's fine. Zombira will go to 1900. We'll see if there's a back row from Ivan. And he does play one before passing. So SDL is going to be in the tank for just a second, debating on what to do here. He's going to summon his own Zombira. That's pretty cool. Zombira, that is slightly stronger, will attack for 200 points of damage if it connects. And then SDL Zombira will go down to 1900. We'll see if that happens. It does. Okay. So yeah, we're going to see that. All right, duo's going to come down for Ivan. And we'll see what he hits. Premature, what a hit. That's a great hit. And Kaiku. Wow, two very strong cards. Obviously hitting Premat, really, you know, now he can set monsters. And SDL, we might not have another answer for it. Of course, SDL is likely bringing in, you know, or keeping the Nobleman's in. He might bring in Mind Control. It's hard to say. But I'm sure it's safe to assume we will see Nobleman of Crossout. Okay. I'm going to reply to that really quick. Alright, so Ivan has a Chaos Monster. Is it going to be Sork or BLS? It can't be BLS because he hit that with the duo turn 1, right? Yep. So Sork is going to hit the table. And Sork is going to banish Zombira. Alright, before passing it over, SDL is in the main phase. We're going to see a reinforcement of the army. So this is going to telegraph a lot. If he grabs an Exiled Force, it's just to handle the Sork. Okay, if he grabbed anything else, that means that he has a Smashing, Snatch, Steal, Mind Control, something to handle the Sork. But wasn't the case, so Exiled handling the Sork is pretty much what Ivan wants to see. Exiled Force is summoned. Okay, he's not going to negate it with Solemn, so STL will, in fact, use the Exiled Force to pop the Sork. Pardon me. Alright, so Kaiku's going to hit the table. Both players okay with it. An attempted attack will happen. And that, we're going to check. I imagine this is going to be met with something. It doesn't. That Kaiku connects. We'll see what gets banished. I'm sorry. I thought that wouldn't happen. I thought there was going to be a Raigeki break or something. So this is a really good Kaiku for SDL. Ivan is left with a BLS and a Thunder Dragon. All the darks are gone. Out of the graveyard. And what does he still have? One. He still has a Thunder Dragon in his hand. So, Thunder Dragon, 2 unknowns. So right now, SDL is really hoping that this Kaiku stays in play, intact, unanswered, just puts in work, chips away the graveyard, maintains the advantage of the RFG and the inability to play Chaos Monsters. There's a strong chance that if he has a Solemn Judgment set, that depending on what Ivan does, like the Solemn might meet that card. Like a Tsukuyomi here might get Solemned if you're SDL killer. I mean, of course, Rizito could still Solemn back or Ring of Destruction, whatever, but your goal right now is basically to try to ride this Kaiku to victory. Of course, we don't know what's in his hand, so Snatch Steal is going to hit the table for Ivan, and this is going to be tricky. Exiling Exiled Force and Kaiku is pretty good. No Malevolent Catastrophe from STL Killa. So Exile Force and Kaiku are banished. We're going to be tied up at 5,000 life points in the standby phase. Well, there you go. Graceful. Pretty good start. This is a difficult graceful for SDL. He's trying to think of the ways that, well, one, he could keep Chaos alive. I'm sure he needs. And then two, most importantly, finding lines of play using the combination of cards that he has that lets him win this game and secure the match. So the winner of this moves on to winners finals. They will be locked into the finals of the tournament. The loser will go to the loser bracket. Let me make sure that I'm not lying here. Yeah, okay. So then the loser will go down here. And actually, a lot of these matches have started to fill up. Okay, that's good news because for a minute we were all the way back here. So we still had like several matches. So it looks like people are playing at a good playing at a good pace now. Yeah. So after Graceful Resolves, which Sasuke was the first one, Ring of Destruction was the second discard. We're going to have a 2,000 attack Blade Knight enter play, and it looks like that's going to try to handle the Kaiku. I'm going to need this tournament to end, guys. I think I have to go take a nap. I'm tired. For those of you unaware that just want a little background info on me, I've lived in Wisconsin for a few years now, but I'm finally moving back towards home, which is where my family is, and I'm very excited for that. But that being said, I move in about 10 days, and so I've been getting ready to move across the country. And so yeah, I've been all over the place. I've been stretched very thin. So Mirror Force is played against Blade Knight, to which Solemn Judgment was responded. He might train after the resolution of Solemn in Sakuretsu armor, or, well, this is game 2, so he could have Sakuretsu. But yeah, if at some point, moving for work or time for a change, this one is more of a not even really a work or change. It's more getting back to my family. So where I live, I have a friend here, and that's pretty much it. Like I had a friend from college that lived here, so I was able to hang out with them a few times, all the time. But you know, otherwise, I've just been up here with like coworkers at previous jobs, and they're fine. Like they're good people. The people here are great. They're honestly, I have no quarrel, no qualms against um, Wisconsin in general. It's just I'm hundreds and hundreds of miles from family, and so it gets a little tricky to do like a 3 day weekend. I can't really spend one day of a 3 day weekend just in the car. Um, and so like those kind of things are really like pushing me towards, oh, let me get back a little bit closer to home. Which is also good for goat because the closest event to me is an hour and a half away, oh maybe 2 hours with traffic in Milwaukee, and they only do goat like one weekend a month, and I won't drive that far for a local. I love in-person Yu-Gi-Oh, but yeah, so it's going to be good for Yu-Gi-Oh for me too, not just family, but family is the big one. Unfortunately, I missed my niece's Christmas play the last 3 years after not missing one ever. So I can't have that happen again. So 2025, I will be there. Punch your ticket, count your chickens, they're hatched. I don't know metaphors and analogies. As we're going to see a Gravekeeper Spy get flipped. And we'll see if this one resolves or if we're going to be met with a Torrential. We do know Ivan plays Torrential. We've seen it. Not sure he has it here. We'll see if a Mind Control or another knock is possibly in the cards. I mean, it's Did You Worry Lady. He's just getting busy. Did You Worry Lady going in here? This is an interesting one. But yeah, that was just a little background on me and my situation and why I'm so tired right now. Alright, Didi Warrior is going to attack, and it looks like Ivan concedes. Just like that, SDL is going to move on. Ivan is still in the tournament. Heck of a pair of games there from SDL, huh? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, that last game was a little bit, if I remember right, a top deck match, but still, very impressive showing from both duelists. Good luck in the winners finals, SDL, and best of luck to you in the losers bracket, Ivan. So now we get to move on to some of these matches. Oh wait, Ivan's in losers finals. That's right. That's crazy. So Ivan now has to wait forever. Let's see. Who do we have? We have. This is the only match. It's Saws and Killer. So let's go into that one. See where they're at. They're in game 2. This isn't Swiss. So this one is double elimination. And we are pretty close to finish. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches, maybe 6. 5 matches for sure. And one of which is in game 2. Right now we are going to be like watching one match at a time, essentially. Yeah. So right now Killer is up 1-0, it looks like, against Saws. And that's a pretty darn good. I mean, it's Chaos, so that's not great maybe, but he hit Breaker. I mean, losing Breaker is, that's a good hit off a duo. Yeah, but as I mentioned, so this is double LM. It's just, I don't know. Realistically, this would be like round 6 of 8, or round 7 of 8, or maybe top 8 just started kind of thing. It's we're very deep into the tournament at this point. We're closer to the end of it than the beginning, and I imagine this will be wrapped up here in the next couple hours. Maybe less. Just depends on how fast people play. Some people might not care about the rest of the tournament after they're out of winners, but it's hard to say. I can't speak for anybody or everyone. We'll see how many rounds are left. But I would suggest that, or I would say that there's about 5 matches left in the tournament, maybe 6. A lot of turbo. Yeah, no, a ton of turbo for sure. Uh, Killer, I believe, is playing Warrior. Yeah, Killer's playing Warrior. Um, Saws is playing Chaos Turbo, right? Yes. Oh, what a hit. Hitting Serpent that. Oh, wow, with a Don's Luke follow up. Man, if there's a Snatch Steal here. If there's a Snatch Steal and Don can hit it. He's shuffling his hand. He has something good in there. Alright, what do you got, RNG? Reroll a 5. Just pick it. Trust your hands. Just pick it. Trust your hands. Just pick it. Trust your hands. Alright. You should have trusted your hands. That's why you don't do that. Look at that. Now he gets something back. Maybe. He might not. Maybe he doesn't have a flip effect. Oh, ignore me. I'm thinking that Don's Luke duos for some reason there. Of course he won't get it back. I'm not a fan of rolling. There's no need for it. Unless your opponent just never shuffles their hand ever a single time, there's no need for it. Or if they shuffle at least once their hand, I in person I do not like rolling dice. Yeah, not a fan of that. I get it, but not a fan of it. He did have the Snatch Steal in his hand. That's a lot of damage. That's 55, putting him to 3,500. A lot of damage. Oh. Okay. There's a lot of interesting math happening right here. Okay. So 25. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. The way that the life points are right, but the way the life points happen there, I'm just confused. Yeah, that's the thing. When you don't have enough, I don't know. That's one of the grinds my gears kind of thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! People are so into their ways, which makes sense, right? Oh my gosh, is that lethal? What is that? 41, 55. He's off by 100 life points. Do you have a monster, homie? No? Alright. Putting him to 100. Please roll. You got evens odds? Or are you really rolling for 1-2? What are we doing? For those of you that don't know, if you can't target on Dueling Book, I found this out. Just refresh the page. Now, obviously, when you're in a tournament and, you have something that, you could possibly lose. Like, right here, maybe if Killer refreshes, for some reason, the game glitches and they lose the match. That's unfortunate. But, yeah, I just like to refresh whenever I can't target things, and it typically it always has worked out for me. But it looks like Saws loses that one. Great showing from Sauce today. Had him on stream a couple of times. Killer gets that one. We're going to go to the next match. Things are moving pretty quickly now. We're going to have Alvarado play against Killer. And then we're going to have a couple more matches before wrapping this up today. All right, so I imagine we'll see Killer and Alvarado starting any moment. I'm sure every player is ready to get this one going. Oh my gosh. There. Is he 4-4? Okay. No, we'll just wait for a moment. While I do that, I guess we can look at some standings, see how people are doing today. As you can see here, Confused Ray has went on an absolute tear, winning 8 straight matches after starting off 0-1. Heck of a showing there by Confused Ray. We have Alvarado doing pretty well. He lost his 4th round, and he's had to wait for a few. SDL has started off 5-0. A 6-0 is all it takes to win this tournament today. 6-1 is also enough to win. So we have a lot of people left in the tournament, some really strong players. Actually, it looks like every player is an incredibly strong player that most people would not want to have to face in a tournament. Let's see here. Still no Alvarado, but they might need a minute. They have been grinding out a bunch of games. As you guys saw, I've taken a break myself. Wow, that's a pretty crazy thing that happened there. Let's go to the tournament page here. Let's see how this is going. And it looks like SDL. I could be wrong, but SDL, who is currently undefeated, keep in mind, might not make it to the finals. So I don't, based on what I'm reading on Discord. Yeah, I know. It basically, he's gonna go shopping and hope he makes it back in time before the finals starts. So we'll see how this goes. But hey, you know, there's a chance this tournament ends in an interesting way. We still have what 1, 2, 3 matches to go before he even gets to the option to play. But with some interesting concessions that might happen. Let me refresh Dueling Book just in case. They might not be playing yet, but I just want to make sure. Alright. Okay, so I'm going to go into here. Looks like they're just now hosting. Oh yeah, he had the really good TT against you, right? Was that on stream? I can't remember. Okay, that one wasn't. We've had some really good tarantulas on screen today, or on screen today, like a multiple +3, +4s. Actually, a little wild to see. Okay, I'm not sure if Anthony tagged his opponent. He probably did, but not 100%. Oh my god. Well, yeah. Okay, so they're I'm in Alvarado's game, Aseim or Rave Senpai. So as soon as Killer joins and he clicks accept on Killer, I'll immediately be put into that. So we're where we need to be at the moment. Um, it's just Killer just finished like 2 back-to-back matches. So if I had to guess, needs a restroom break, needs, a food snack break, water break, whatever they need. They've played a lot of consecutive Yu-Gi-Oh. We're humans, first and foremost, and I think a lot of people forget that. So, yeah, just waiting on Killer. Should be any moment. After that, since we're waiting, we'll have this match here, and then the winner of that will play against Confused Ray. And then the winner of that will play against Ivan, who the winner of will play SDL in the winner's first bracket. And then if SDL wins this match, they win the tournament. But if they lose, they go to the double elimination bracket. So yeah, it all hinges on what happens here with Killer. And yeah. Which, if this doesn't start soon, I will have to probably end the stream here in like soonish. Yeah. I feel like the last PWCQ didn't last this long because it was Swiss. That's the thing. That's the issue of Swiss versus Double LM. Double LM takes longer. It eliminates maybe time in the round, but because it eliminates time, I mean, you're playing with no clock. Like, yeah, you could tell people, like, play at a better pace, but, I mean, there's no clock, so who are you outpacing? Just all the other tournament folk, right? Yeah. Okay, we're finally in. All right, let's do this. We'll see what happens here. So we're going to have world champion Anthony Alvarado, SJC champion Anthony Alvarado, online tournaments, like a dozen PWCQs or something crazy, probably more. I don't know all of his stats. I just know that if there was a Hall of Fame for Yu-Gi-Oh, Alvarado would be in that Hall of Fame without question. So he's going to be playing against Killer 9208, who last match just steamrolled, honestly. We'll see if Killer has that instinct, keeps his, what do they say, teeth on the throat? Is that a thing? Fuck, I don't know. But we'll see what happens here. We're going to have a trap dust shoot, look at Alvarado's hand, and pick one of them to go back. We don't know what it is. We'll see if Killer types the hand out to help us out. Jargreed, Breaker, Gravekeeper Spy, Thunder Dragon, Suku. So Suku will attack this set. Blade Knight will be met with a Sakuretsu armor. It might be a Raigeki break instead of Breaker. I just realized. So Jargreed's going to get set, and that Raigeki break will get set. Oh wait, is that trap dust shoot, not Thunder Dragons? That makes sense. The abbreviation in Yu-Gi-Oh, it's there's so many that it could be. TDs. I was reading his Thunder Dragons. I was like, oh wow, he has Thunder Dragon. Why didn't he play it? It's trap dust shoot. That's why. And then I read break as Breaker instead of Raigeki break. So, is what it is. Why are there should be a Alvarado awards like Pushkas in AEFA or UEFA. What is UEFA? Is that football? Yeah, European football. Oh, that would be honestly so a long time ago, being 10 years 13 years to 11 years ago, Alter Reality Games had a literal Yu-Gi-Oh! Hall of Fame. And, they liked that concept. Magic the Gathering had theirs. It was wildly... People liked it. Something to strive towards, as a high-end competitive player. And not that it just has to be competitive players. Somebody that's so good for their community. Just akin to every other Hall of Fame. It's not always just, I was the best at the game kind of folk that get in. Just people that had exceptional contributions to the game also. But in Alvarado's regard, he's one of the best to ever play too. So yeah, it's an award like an MVP award or whatever you want to call it, kind of thing, would be pretty cool. Yeah, I agree. We'll see if something like that happens in the future. Maybe we'll have an online Hall of Fame, a GOAT Hall of Fame, or something. You know, you never know. I mean, who would your inaugural class be for GOAT format Hall of Fame? What would it be like? Alvarado, Moxies, AJT, BLS? Like, how many people can you put in on the first one? What do you guys think? So we're going to have a monster in a couple back rows from Alvarado who's going to pass it over. Killer has 3 cards in hand in a set back row. He's going to draw a knock and play it on Spy. What a good hit. TBH, no one. all these Yu-Gi-Oh players, they're all garbage. They're all cheaters. We put no one in the Hall of Fame. I like it. Okay. Blade Knight's going to attempt to attack here. We'll see if it connects. The Hall of Shame. All right, who's in your Hall of Shame? Actually, let's not do that. That's a bit much. Don't answer that. Don't want to have people muted or something. So Ring of Destruction is going to meet that Blade Knight, doing 2,000 to both players, 7,000 to 44 in favor of Killer, who is going to see the card advantage evened up quite a bit. So Anthony's going to draw, contemplate what to do with his 4 cards. Nobleman will come down and meet the set Magician of Faith. This is a Dogtown run. I don't know what that means, Wolf. BLS and JDZ and Hoff. BLS being just the card BLS? Like the Black Luster Soldier EOTB? Or are you talking about AJT BLS and JDZ in the Hall? Inaugural class is just JDZ, actually. Specifically with the dance video he does when he draws Pot of Greed. If you guys have seen that video, it's pretty funny. Loser's Bracket. Yes. Yeah, we're almost done. There's like 4 more matches left, roughly. I'm going to click off of it for 1 second. So currently, this match is being played. And then we have, 1, 2, 3, 4 matches. Because the winner will play him. And then 5 matches if SDL loses that match. Which right now, SDL isn't sure that they will be back in time to play the finals. It looks like they're out shopping right now. So we'll see what happens. And so Pot of Greed is going to be played, and it looks like, I could be wrong, but Alvarado might be saying retain player priority. Maybe that's what RPP is. IOC BLS. Very good. That one is in the Hall of Fame. It came out of retirement in 2010? 2012? When did BLS get unbanned? Was it 2012? I think it was, actually. Breaker Break. BLS Banish. So that'll put Killer down to 54 at the moment. Breaker will attack the DD Warrior Lady, who banishes both. And then 3K will connect. And just try to put Killer on a 2-turn clock. With a monster in hand, you know, could just be dead on this next attack. That's the monster. See what happens. I think he's going to just go for it. It's fair. And just like that, Alvarado wins the first one. Now both players are going into the side deck to try to optimize their decks for the match at hand. We have another Chaos Turbo versus Warrior match. It's been the popular one of the day. We've seen it several times on stream already, and I'm sure that we'll see it a couple more times since I don't know what Confused Ray is playing, but there might only be Chaos Turbo decks if Killer loses this one. It'd be crazy to have a Warrior mirror match, but I think Killer has to win out. I don't know what Confused Ray is playing, though. We haven't seen them today. So what I'm getting at is there's a strong chance that we have a Turbo Warrior matchup in the finals of this tournament. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to... I don't know if I'll be able to finish this one, guys. I'm sorry. I hope so, but... Alright, so Killer will start things off here. So Graceful gets played. We got a Chaos set in the graveyard already via Blade Knight and Breaker. Gonna have a set monster and triple back row. So when the Warrior sets monsters, I mean now, you know, they bring in cards like Spy. But, you know, it's usually read as DD Warrior Lady, Donzalug. I've seen Blade Knights and Tribes set. Actually, I've seen Insidious set Tribe Infecting Virus against me twice. It's like his favorite play. So, you know, it's not always just a flip effect face down, obviously. Even in Warrior. You know, it could just, I mean, it could be a Kaiku, honestly. We'll see. Okay, why not? Those of you just joining, welcome to the coverage for PWCQ 72. My name is Kenny Hughes, and I'm happy to help guide you through this lovely tournament today. We're watching a double elimination tournament, and right now the winner's bracket is ready, is just waiting until the loser's bracket finishes up, and right now we're watching the loser's bracket, which would be the equivalent of like their top 8 match, round-wise. There's only 3 total matches in losers bracket left, but they have this one, then we have the next one, then we have the third one, and then the winner of that plays against STL. Am I actually wrong in that? There might be another one in there. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. All right. So Magician of Faith gets the graceful back. So that is not what Anthony Alvarado wants to see, of course, but it is what he gets. Served up to him on a platter. Double graceful in one game is pretty brutal, but it's at least warrior. He's not, bouncing around card advantage with Thunder Dragons and Sinister Serpents. So it's a little better for Anthony. Another Blade Knight gone. That's also big. That's 2 Blade Knights gone now, right? Yeah, so, obviously the deck plays premature. It plays call. It could, get them back. But, it's still pretty good to hit out of the deck. We'll see if 1800 damage is good. It looks like it is. Anthony will go to 62. And then Killer's going to look in main phase 2, thinking about setting a spell or trap or 2. And he sets 2 before passing it back over to Anthony. So now Anthony's going to look at a grip of 5. And I don't believe we know anything but double Thunder Dragon. Yeah, so he has 3 unknowns and a couple Thunder Dragons. Ads are at infinite volume compared to stream. Which ads? Like the ads that I have in there? Or are you talking about like general YouTube ads? I guess my ads or YouTube ads. Just to make life easier for all of us. Should Starburstein be banned or limited since it was very hard to obtain back in the days? So at this point, Dark Beginnings 2 was already released. So, I can't control like the ones that YouTube handles. I could try to adjust it more. I'll try to do that by the next one, I guess. I'm not sure. I'll look into that in just a second. Maybe I can adjust it on my end. Like, I have my microphone turned. That's not even going to mess with, like, the loudness, though. Like, I have it pretty loud. Okay, is this better? Can you guys hear me? Okay. Is it any better at all? I adjusted it a little bit, but I'm not sure there's a bunch I can do on my microphone right now. But the general YouTube ads, I have no control over that. Okay. I'll leave it at this, and hopefully that... I have it maxed out. So, I had it like 99 or 95% maxed out, but now I just went ahead and maxed it out. So, on my end, I can't tell, like, how loud it is. Like, I don't have myself playing. Maybe I could put AirPods in and see how loud I am on my phone. But, yeah. And Cyberstein being banned, because it was already out in the Dark Beginnings, it's fine. There was never a point where it was played back then, until they released the Cyber Dragon fusions. Like, maybe somebody played Cyberstein, maybe they had success with it at a regional or something. Oh, I see. Sorry about that, Wolf. There's nothing the YouTube ads I can't, there's nothing I can do on that. This is as loud as I think I can make my microphone, though. Yeah, this is as loud as I can make my microphone. At least without using, like a, no, I can't even think of what they're called. Like a microphone, not a synthesizer. An amplifier? Is that an amplifier? Yeah, without using an amplifier. Sino TK in 2006. Yeah, it picked up so much momentum they had to emergency ban it. For those of you that don't remember that, it was a air quotes Christmas present from Konami or from Upper Deck. They banned Cyberstein. It was like December 2006, and it was because it was easily the best deck forever. Wait, this you guys can hear me? You guys been able to hear me this whole time? All right, so Mirror Force is going to clear the way. Right now, Anthony is in a pretty good control of this game. We still know that 2 of the cards are Thunder Dragons here, and Killer is top decking, but Warrior does that pretty good. So the last event I played before Cyberstein got banned, I played a Stein deck, and I played Good Goblin Housekeeping with emergency provisions. And those of you that don't know what Good Goblin Housekeeping is, whenever you activate Good Goblin Housekeeping, you draw a card and then put a card from your hand like on the bottom of your deck. It's been a minute since I've played it or read it. But basically for every copy in your graveyard, you draw an extra card. So if you activate in a perfect world 3 Good Goblin Housekeepings and then you chain emergency provisions, they all go to the graveyard, they all draw 4 cards, and you gain a bunch of life points. Yeah, I'm all for these quick matches, especially compared to the like hour and a half long match we watched earlier. Zing Zen Who? Or Zing Gen Who? I don't know. But that is a pretty good chain. Chain Scapegoat. Oh, huge, so he can keep the other one alive. Well, that's pretty good either way. I mean, it forced him to activate a Scapegoat. Does he have Serpent? Any chance? Probably never. Yeah, playing Warrior. The WC in December ended a while back. So he just attacks one and passes. Yeah, well, Good Goblin was out at 2, right? Like, I feel like that's a card that people are not going to be thrilled that you're playing it. Like, you'll be bad for playing it. But I feel like it's actually probably pretty good. Just you have to enable it with a bunch of silly cards. That's the issue. Okay, he's top decking his way out of it. That'll help with the beast removal here. I'm going to banish a light and dark here. Summon a Chaos Sorcerer. And we'll see what that does. Oh, that's an interesting one too. I guess he's just going to attack him down. That card in hand must be pretty significant. Oh, a back row. Might be a Solemn. A Solemn would be so good here. So stand by. Alvarado does get his Serpent back. Mirage with emergency provisions. That is pretty good. Yeah, it could be book 2. A Solemn is just so strong. Like, obviously it's so strong. So we have a couple of back row and an army of monsters. Alvarado will summon Spy and attack the level 2. Before passing it. Snatch steal for game. Alright, we're going to game 3. Yeah, you're completely right, Michael. You do not often see Sork in the Chaos deck. Cyberstein from Duke came out 7/27 at the end of the format, which we can't count that. It predated the... I mean, Nationals was July 2005 too, right? Am I misremembering? Is that the difference? The cutoff is just Nationals, not pre-Cybernetic Revolution, pre-10s? I believe you, I don't... Actually, it came out July 22nd, 2005, and everywhere but the US, so it was legal everywhere else. Actually. Alright, so we got Killer against Alvarado. We're going to be in three games here. The third game. Once again, very, very tired, friends. I'm trying to power through this, but after this match, I mean, I might have to head off. It just depends. I do want to see what Confuse Ray is playing, but if I go into there, it's just I'm going to be so exhausted. So yeah, we're about to watch Game 3 of Alvarado and Killer, and this has been a pretty good game. We saw Xing Zhen Hu get played, and it didn't connect, but it forced a scapegoat against a tribe, which actually... Oh, they're on Chaos Control. Well, thank you, HNVB. There's a strong chance now that after this match, I'm actually going to call it. Not because I don't want to see what happens, and I want to provide this for you guys, but my well-being is telling me you are going to just fall asleep on stream if you don't just go to sleep now. Which is crazy because it's only 4 p.m. my time, but the sleeping schedule has been terrible over the past few days. Just moving and getting everything together. My apartment is covered in boxes. Just actual boxes. All right, so Pot of Greed's going to start things off strongly for Alvarado. He's going to set a couple of back rows and maybe a monster before passing it over to Killer, who's going to draw for turn. All right, so we're clicking through the main phase. Nobleman across out's going to come down and meet a Gravekeeper Spy. Pretty common start here. And that will hit all 3 of Alvarado's spies from his deck. Whew. Darn. Pot of Greed's going to follow it up. Pretty strong start here from Killer. I mean, I guess the best start would be like Heavy Storm, Donzaluga Reaper, right? Maybe Graceful, summon Spirit Reaper, discard Dawn, pre-mat Dawn. Let's get crazy with it, right? Alright, so we're going to see a set monster and a set back row. A couple of back row here before passing it back over to Anthony, who draws for turn. No Dust Shoot, so we're good to main phase. Jar of Greed's going to activate in main phase. I like it. Ooh, Duo is going to come down for Killer. That's a pretty good duo. We'll see if it hits. No Thunder Dragons to worry about. Potential for, a Sinister Serpent, but let's see if they roll. Of course they're going to roll. They were the roller in the last one. That's a pretty good one. All right, the roll paid off this time. Yeah, SDL Killa is locked into the winners finals, or the winners bracket. He's the winner of the winners bracket. So he has to wait for quite a while. We still have 1, 2, 3 matches before SDL will be on camera. And there's a chance that unless SDL, shops pretty quickly, it looks like they're out shopping. So they might not be back in time. I don't know. We'll come to that bridge and cross it when the time comes. So right now we're going to have another duo get played. And we're going to roll a couple of 5s. So duo has hit a random snatch steal and a Sork and a Raigeki break as well. So a pretty good string of 4 cards for this duo. 300's going to attack, and we'll see if we can follow that up with no, nothing. I was going to say maybe a side decked Tsukuyomi can come in, but no such luck here. Sangen will attack the Magician for 700 points of damage before passing it back over to Killer 9208, who will in phase Dust Tornado the set Sakuretsu armor, and Killer draws. So a good card for Killer. There's a handful. Obviously, DD Warrior Lady would be good if they can get Chaos, which they're the easy one off. They're off by a Dark Monster. So Tribe's going to come down, and Tribe will just swing over for 600 points of damage. Does Pristine protect Banana Fly? You're very goofy. Very goofy. See what Anthony grabs. Maybe Sook. Sook could, in theory, handle the Tribe. I respect it. Magician of Faith. There's a lot of good targets in here for her. Another back row gets set before passing it back over to Anthony, who draws for turn up to 4. No dust shoot. Looks like players have checked through to main phase, so Anthony has priority now in his main phase. Alright, Anthony's going to play a heavy. Not bad. And that's going to resolve, so no Solemn Chained. Which, even if he had it, it wouldn't have been great. He didn't have it. He had a couple of back row stoppers himself. So right now Anthony is looking at this Tribe, wondering what to do. He still has 2 Thunder Dragons, right? Oh no, that was last game. So yeah. He has a Magician of Faith and 2 Unknowns. We got the Magician of Faith from the Sangan last turn. He's just going to set a monster. Wonder what that could be. He did end up with a Thunder Dragon, so there's that. We'll see if a Chaos guy comes down. Like, I feel like it would have been a snap play if he had the Chaos monster, and obviously he passed right here, so he doesn't. Excuse me. I'm over here dying. Alright, so right now Killer is in his main phase. He's looking okay. Card advantage is about the same. Of course, now with the set Magician of Faith, assuming that's what it is, you have a risk of hitting the Pot of Greed, the Meta, or the Snatch, and sending that back to their hand. It would be ideal if you had a Nobleman or a Mind Control especially, but it's not looking good. Alright, so he's going to use Tribe to discard a Dark Monster. Or, right, he needs a Dark, he has the Light. Yeah. Oh. He killed the... Oh, that's cool. Alright, I respect it. I was confused, I'm not going to lie. Just to kill him off. I mean, I respect it, though. Double Thunder Dragon, unknown card. Now 2 unknown cards. That's an interesting play. Duo handle that last card. was a Sork. Alright, so now Killer's top decking. He's really looking for BLS, another Sork, something strong. Well, Anthony drew a Chaos Monster. Is it the good one? Oh, it is. Big Daddy Fat Stacks. And that's going to be a 3,000 point swing. It's going to be met with a Sakuretsu armor. So Anthony has double Thunder Dragons. And it's hard to say what that other card is. I was going to say a Chaos Monster, but I guess you wouldn't play it main phase 2 regardless. Well, I think it's Kaiku, maybe. That's pretty good. Donnie Z is going to come down, try to put Alvarado to 47 and discard a card out of his hand. And it connects. So right now he's really hoping to not hit the Thunder Dragon, anything but either of the Thunder Dragons, and we'll see if our die roll was the answer we needed. He got it. Alright, so double Thunder Dragon, and his top deck Zombira is crazy. Zombira attacks. On the summon, though, he might Torrential. We don't know. Ooh. I'm so sorry for yawning so much, guys. A Solemn Judgment meets the Zombira. That's a pretty impressive play. A hard one to make, too, I think. But he knows that he is, he's riding this Don Zalug, hoping that it can take him to victory. So the Don will attack, discard one of the 2 Thunder Dragons. And in main phase 2, we might see... I'm not sure. Maybe a monster? Speller Trap? Nope, nothing. Alright, was Alvarado got a Tribe, a very strong card. He's going to discard it and push the damage through. This is a 2-attack game now. So this will put him to 1550. Lethal next turn if Killer doesn't draw something now. If Killer has Kaiku Snatch Steal, that's lethal, but I don't know if he will get that lucky. Oh, there's the Snatch Steal. Does he have Kaiku or Blade Knight? Ninja Grandmaster? Any of these guys? Does he have Premature Burial? That'll do it too. No. Just that. Alright, he might... Do you Tribe? No, I don't think... I think you have to keep Tribe, actually. Maybe. Well, you're not dead to Deco. Maybe you discard it. I don't know. This is a tough call. Alright. Alvarado draws Upstart, putting the 2550, a little bit of padding. Yeah, I agree. I feel like with the Rhoda, it's really hard to not just go for it there, right? Because now, like, it gave him an extra turn. Like, he's going to 21. I don't know what's happening here. But Killer doesn't want to just lose. I respect it. He's playing cautiously. It's just now he's given Anthony a lot of 2 extra turns, essentially. I mean, of course, we say that, and then what's the set? Is it Mirror? Actually, yeah, it could be Mirror Force. Could. I mean, nobody's just going to Mirror Force a Tribe by itself for 16 when they can still take a hit, right? So... Now, with the Solemn... Oh, wow, a Graceful. Wow. such a good draw. More than likely, Alvarado only has one Sork left for big monsters. Big monsters. We also know he's playing. I don't think you saw him the Graceful though, right? You don't saw him the Graceful. I think you only saw him the Graceful there if that's the only card they have total in play, in hand, anything. So he could still have a Graceful or a Solemn set. I don't think that it's right to Solemn that Graceful there. Okay, so we're not getting a draw this game, hopefully. That's what I just saw from that. Alright, we'll see if this is a set Nobleman or if it was a Solemn and he top decked a level 2 or something here. Okay, so Alvarado is debating on the Magician of Faith here. This is a tricky one because there was a heavy storm in there too. But he gets Pot of Greed. He's going to be pretty happy if he can just Pot of Greed. What is he hoping for here? I don't know. Yeah, I feel like Killer might have made a misstep by not playing the reinforcement pre-attack with Tribe and just, I don't know, maybe not, because if it was a Mirror Force, he gets blown out and he actually just loses. As of now, he's, forcing it with the Tribe. That's a tough play. It's a tough call. Killer might be right on that. I don't know. We'll see if he wins. Even if he doesn't win, it might have still been the best play. So his BLS is super live. We have 3 back row. Heavy Storm is gone, but he has Magician of Faith maybe. Scapegoat in the standby phase. Oh, and Resolution, Torrential Tribute. It's pretty good. I'm assuming. Otherwise, that's a really, really bizarre scapegoat, so yeah. We'll see if this gets met with a Solemn. No Solemn. Yeah. Pretty rough here. So he's doing that in standby phase, so he can't flip summon maybe a Magician of Faith. If Killer had Magician of Faith and flip summoned it, he could still get the Heavy Storm back or the Snatch, whatever he wants back. Probably the Heavy or the Pot of Greed. And so that's the reason that he did that there, which makes sense. Like you said, it makes sense. And yeah, that's a tough call to do that gamble though. Like we still like the card that was left is the one under Zumbira, right? So if that was Mirror Force, it was the right call for Killer to do what he did. But obviously hindsight's 2020, right? And that's a tough call to make. I mean, I can't say what's right, what's wrong on that one. I feel confident often, but this one was a tricky one. Plus I'm a little sleepy, so. But hey, he top decked another Chaos Sorcerer or a BLS, so he might be fine, even against 3 back row. He has a couple, he's playing Warrior, it's safe to assume that... Okay, he banishes. Okay. I don't know what the difference is there of... I guess you just hope to draw a breaker? I don't know. TT's gone. Oh, wow. Wow. What an answer. You have to solemn that if you have it. Oh, wow. Okay, no solemn. All right, we're going to get a set. So we have 3 sets against a Chaos Orc and 3 sets. We'll see what happens here. Both players. I mean, at this point, maybe his plan is quite literally handle this Sork and then run Anthony out of cards. I mean, that's completely a valid option here. With this one gone, both of his Sorks are gone. The BLS is gone. Breaker was left. The Tribe's gone. So that handling Breaker... I mean, that's 8 monsters, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17. So he has like 3 or 4 monsters left. We have a Serpent, a Tsukuyomi. No, just, well, actually, he might have 2. But he definitely has Serpent left in his deck, which isn't that great. Maybe another Zombyra. No, both Zombyras. I don't know. Yeah, Anthony, I don't know what Anthony can do here, actually. Unless he might play Return or Dimension Fusion, but... Yeah, Sangan is another one, true. It's just the amount of monsters left for Anthony is a little concerning now with only 5 cards in deck. One might be a Jar of Greed. Mirror Force is left. Ring of Destruction's gone. Probably another Scapegoat down. So yeah, I mean, it's not impossible. There might be decos or something, but it's not looking good for Anthony here. He has to draw exceptionally well, I feel. Heavy Storm's gone too, so yeah, I can't imagine that he has a lot of action left in the deck. Does he still have a Magician of Faith? There's one. He has a Magician of Faith, but it's like, yeah, that's because it's too many monsters now. He finally drew it here, I'm sure, and you'll see a monster set. But so that's what he was waiting on. That's just an unfortunate lack of, I don't know, threats left in the deck. That's all you can call it. So, wow, we watched a deck out happen. So that's cool. Didn't expect to see that. And Killer realized what he was doing. I think that he did have the Mirror Force, as you can see. So Killer made the correct play there. Great read by Killer. That is a truly great read there. And then additionally, not only not attacking into the Mirror Force, just setting monsters and realizing I do not need to attack for game. So yeah, we got a couple of killers left in the tournament. We have SDL Killer, who is locked into the winner's bracket here. They're waiting on the loser's bracket to finish up. And we still have 2 more matches before we get to the first of these. And I think, guys, you're going to dislike me for it, but I think I'm actually going to end the stream here because I do not want to fall asleep in the middle of a game. And so I'll try to be more well-rested and get some extra caffeine in me before the next one. So genuinely, my apologies for cutting this one as short as I am. So yeah, so if you guys are interested, we have Confuse Ray against Killer. I'll post the bracket, even though you could just do exclamation point bracket. But this is the bracket. Yeah, but next time I'll be sure to do the entire tournament. And this one started earlier too. I don't know if it was just the double elimination thing making it last slightly longer. But yeah, that compared with sleep deprivation, I'm struggling over here. I genuinely appreciate everybody watching today. That was amazing. Today's tournament was really good. I will stream again next month at minimum. for either the PWCQ on the 22nd, depending on if JDZ's back. If JDZ's back, he'll do that. But I will be streaming the GOAT Grand Prix in Lexington, Kentucky, unless for some reason I decide to play, in which case I think Cub is going to stream. Maybe Cub and I will stream. I don't know what's going to happen. I'll keep you updated. But yeah, everyone have a wonderful, wonderful Sunday. Rest of your weekend. A great start to next week. Happy Mondays for everyone. And appreciate you guys rocking around with me. What do they say? Peace out, Goat World? Is that what JDZ says? I'm just going to say that. Peace out, Goat World. Do you move your fingers like this?